Hi, can you give us a citation for math establishing cause?
I never
Because
said math
when you're
establishes
talking
cause. I
about
said
when you're
math
talking
establishes.
about no, but you brought up Einstein and you brought up math and all this
Yeah.
shit, and I'm asking you, okay, fair enough. Everybody's asking you, but how do you know that the cause of the things moving and doing what they're doing, the things that you think that you're predicting using the math, how are you proving that it's caused by, mm, mm, you know, need I say it?
Gravity.
Right on cue.
What we're saying here is that you got a false cause, right? And this is a fallacy, right? Because we can say, that it was the heliosphere refracting the starlight around it. I'm sure you've heard of refraction, right? Because there are thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that deny their senses because of refraction. So what if it was just refracting around the heliosphere? Doesn't an atmosphere cause the light to bend downward?
Yeah, but the way the atmosphere moves around, it wouldn't just be like a lens that's just making
Really?
the. Yes.
I've already been over that this week. The
Okay.
atmosphere
Let
actually
me.
does act
I'm
like
not.
a lens.
All right. No. Let me just. Basically, gravity would just create like.
that.
Okay. So basically, if you have, I know that flat earthers love zoom cameras, right? I'm right, aren't I? But basically, um, like you've seen videos of people zooming onto the moon, right? You see how
What
the
kind of shit
surface
was
of
that?
what?
Everybody likes cameras. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. I like cameras. They're fun. I like to zoom in on stuff. But basically,
All right, let me stop busting your balls. I'm sorry.
all right. So basically, if you zoom in into the surface of the moon with an ultra zoom lens, it's not going to be perfectly still, but it's not going to be distorted in a way that's perfectly still. It's just going to be noisy. Like the moon's going to, like basically the only way I can describe it, it's like a flag waving in the air. That's what it's going to look like. So it's just noise basically because of the air moving around and lensing the surface of the moon.
I don't know. Maybe we asked too many questions. Here's a statement. Einstein never proposed a hypothesis in his life, and Newton said, "Get that shit off me." Gravity has not been proven. Unless you can give us something other than lip service, I don't know how to make this conversation
All right.
any different than how it's been.
How about gravitational waves?
Man,
You're
did you hear what I
assuming
just said?
gravity.
Gravity.
It's
We
another
should define
observation
it. We should
with an
define
assertion.
what gravity is. We should define it.
Well,
Gravity's
he's talking
bending.
about LIGO, and it's just another observation with an assertion attached to it. There's no way we can falsify it. You can't even experiment on it. Just an observation.
So it's a bending and warping of space time.
Yeah.
Is
That's
space time?
indication.
Is space
But that's
time?
not backed by experimentation. So it's
No,
not
of course
even
not.
scientific.
How do you
But they got
bend?
a
How do
whole
you bend
nother.
Yeah.
space time?
They got a
By
whole
being
nother
ultra
thing
massive.
behind the but they got a whole nother thing behind the gravitational wave thing. You can either believe that or you can believe ether. But that's the problem, because you can't prove anything.
Yeah, how do you bend 5 minutes? How do you do
How do you
that?
bend
See, I
5
like
They
minutes?
how
don't have one
You can
Yeah,
go
how
extremely
does the
fast.
concept bend a physical?
Yeah,
You
how
can
do you
go
bend that? It depends on the gravity. That's the hilarious part.
I
Oh
like
yeah.
And
how
again,
he like
how did you validate this? How is this not just
Not
a
through
story?
experimentation.
You can't even demonstrate the bending and warping of space-time.
Well,
Can't
actually, you
even
can.
demonstrate it.
Yeah. If you have an atomic clock on the International Space Station and one on Earth, the one on the International Space Station is going to run a little slower than the one on Earth. That's because the International Space
Never
Station
been
is not
done.
moving.
You cannot use the thing in question
So
as
it's-
proof of the thing we're.
No, I'm not saying.
That's just another assertion that's never been done.
I'm saying the movement, the constant velocity is what's causing.
I know what
time.
you're saying. It's just an assertion. It's a what if.
There is a magic speed.
See, if I came up
What
to
if you did do that and prove it with experimentation?
See, what I'm saying is that if you have an atomic clock on a moving object and one on a stationary object, the one that's on the moving object is going to run a little slower. That's because of general relativity.
But we don't have them on those two separate things, and we're not
What?
doing that. It
I'm
hasn't been-
sorry.
It hasn't been done.
It has been done.
I'm sorry. Radio
I'm
check.
sorry.
Radio check. 1 2 1 2.
Yeah,
Radio
you're
check.
clear. You're good.
Yeah. Am I clear? General
Yeah.
relativity.
And get
Is that
rid
a
of
scientific theory?
them. Yes, QE.
That's a scientific theory. Can you please post a hypothesis
Yeah.
for general
No.
relativity, please, from 1915? Please. I need to see the hypothesis. I need you to identify the dependent, independent variable, and the control variables in the experiment. So first, I need the hypothesis.
All right.
From the paper, on or before November 25th, 1915. If you can't do that, then I don't want to hear any more general relativity out of your incoherent blowhole. Fair?
Sure.
Outstanding. We'll be waiting. Just to let everyone know, there's a new radius to the Earth sponsored by Conspiracy Cats, the Numpty from Down Undy, Roofy, and CGI Birds Ranty.
Oh yeah, what's it relative to?
Is that his new theory?
The new radius of the Earth with the Blackpool Swan is 2,730,096 miles.
Well, then they didn't go to the moon because they didn't have enough fuel to cover that distance.
Hold on, I'll get you the pedigree information. Hold on 1 second.
Oh my God.
Actually, you don't
Well,
really-
guys, it's relative to the gravity and the less air resistance when you get into a vacuum. And so if you have no air resistance when you're in a vacuum,
I would say it's directly proportionate to the amount of intelligence the guys have that assert it.
It's coming at you in 5, 4, 3, 2.5, 2, 1.8. There you
Is
go.
it Mick West reviewed?
There it is. There's pedigree information with Pythagorean formula. It's over. And stay tuned Saturday. Ball Busters. Blackpool Swan. Might as well get that out too, huh? While we're at it.
This some serious gourmet shit.
Well, you just swan in everything, ain't you? You got the swan
yeah,
gun.
I'm hungry too.
I got to convert. Can I convert my duck gun into a swan gun? I got to take the muzzle off or change the breech or what? Oh, I love it. And it's so bloody too.
Damn. Maybe they're extraterrestrials. You ever think about that? 27 to 2 million
What,
miles?
swans aren't earthlings? They're extraterrestrials?
I mean, they're claiming that the radius of the Earth is over 2 million miles, almost 3 million. They might
No,
be
I'm-
from
No,
the
I'm
deep.
claiming that
No wonder
as
they're
a,
Australian.
as a result of, you see this little photo right here? This is what was cropped out.
Yeah.
So as I pull this up, in fact, this was given to Adam Meakin from the Numpty from Down Under, Roofy, all except the ruler. So what Adam Meakin did is said, okay, let's see if we can follow this up and get the right ruler here. So 0 is at sea level, right? So the 311 meters above sea level lines up pretty darn close, and the 649 meters above sea level lines up pretty darn close. And you see where that 0 is?
Yeah.
That's the base of the mountain. So guess what? There's no
It's just
geometric
math
horizon.
from there.
Yep. So it is at least the geometric horizon 2,703,096 miles.
So you're telling me they did not take this picture from Antarctica? Is that what you're saying?
No, this is from Blackpool in Mary, England.
That's the new Glober thing. So what you're saying really is,
What I'm saying really is that the horizon, or I'm sorry, the radius of the Earth is at least 2,703,096 miles.
Well, at least it wasn't a large, correction astronomically speaking.
Yeah, we can buff that out. It'll be fine.
You can buff that out, huh? There's all the pedigree information right there. There's nothing you can do about it. It's over.
yeah, I see your math, bro. I'm with you.
The fun part about flat Earth for me is like finding these, kinds of things, and like, I'll just go in there and verify it for myself, so I can like actually understand it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Relativity, you understand what's going on here?
I don't want to get him off relativity, though. We'll get to this in a second. I'm still waiting on that hypothesis. What's his name, by the way?
Wait, what does ASL stand for?
Above sea level.
Above sea level?
Yeah.
Okay. And
That's the. I guess
You sound
that's
way
the,
you sound way too young to know age, sex, location.
Hold on.
ASL.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Let him define his variables. He sounds like he's with us. Go
Let
ahead.
him
Keep
verify.
asking, bro.
Wait. Where would the apparent horizon be? Like, let's say the mountain wasn't there. Where would
the apparent horizon is redundant. The horizon is apparent by definition.
Yep.
So you're saying the horizon is at the base of the mountain?
No, I'm saying you can't see the horizon.
Okay.
Right, it's hidden by a mountain.
It's not apparent.
The
it's not apparent in
horizon.
that picture.
I'm sorry. Where the geometric horizon should be, it should be at 6.59 miles.
Mhm.
Right, whether you can see it or not, it's like they say apparent, but like when you ask where is it, it's hidden.
But then that's not a horizon. Then you can't have invisible horizons, just like you can't have invisible rainbows.
I just don't
So
understand how.
this guy just said,
Hold on. Take his hand, walk him through it.
No, I don't want to watch. Is he the general relativity guy? One point at a time. We'll get back to this. There's plenty of time to drag you through the mud, eviscerate you, and have my wolf pups go through your entrails. So,
So we
general
just-
relativity. I'm waiting for the hypothesis right now. I need it in live stream voice text. I need you to identify the independent dependent variable.
I couldn't find the exact hypothesis. The most I got was this.
Albert Einstein determined the laws of physics. Nope, that's not it.
Copy paste, nice.
No,
Yeah.
that's not it. That's not what I asked for.
Right.
So your general
know what
relativity claim, let me just tell you, general relativity and special relativity aren't scientific theories. They have no experiments. They are reification fallacies on their face. So they're over. So no more appealing to reification fallacies. Thank you very much. Now we can move on to your radius at 2,703,000 miles. Let's move on to that. That was quick, wasn't it? I like to be concise.
Dun, dun, dun. Another one bites the dust.
I don't want to detract from the argument or anything like that, but like with your
Kinda have been.
Yeah. But you're kind of like
pseudoscience.
what?
Pseudoscience
So I'm
tends to
just
detract from
referring to
argument.
this. No, I'm referring to this XE Fair guy. Like, he obviously copy pasted that from Google, right? And
That's fine.
Google's like advertising this easy
Okay.
button. They sell computers with an easy button now, where you just type in your question, then you hit the easy button, and then you instantly have the truth, right?
No, that's fine. I asked him. Well, he didn't post what I wanted him to post. He's in a category error. I don't care what people talk about Albert Einstein about. He couldn't. He said he admitted he couldn't find it. That's fine.
Oh, well, if he hand wrote that, that's impressive, but that looks like something you straight up, like, copy paste.
I did.
And that's the
Yeah.
point. That's
I
my
would
point.
rather he copy paste the scientific premise and chop it all up while he's trying to repeat it.
Oh, and that the speed of light. I didn't read the end of the definition. Forgive me. There is no one-way speed of light. It's unknowable. So you can
Oh, yeah, I
hack
know.
that right off the end.
Yeah, I know that.
Yep.
Because it's immeasurable. You can't measure
Yep.
it.
Yep.
Why the
So
hell
this
are
is-
you talking about it then? Anyway. I mean, that's okay. Forget it.
A respectable effort against giving it a fighting chance. That's one thing.
We're good. Einstein's done. He can't make any more claims with Einstein unless you're going to talk about the photoelectric effect. Then that's
What?
fine. But I think that's out of category.
All right.
Yeah. Photoelectric effect is well, it wasn't an experiment, but it was demonstrated. It has cowbell. But other than that, Einstein's through. Are we going to get back? Because I got a lot of work. I have to do. Do we want to get back to your radius?
Actually, I want to bring up one point. Actually, never mind. Can you explain the picture to me?
What
'Cause
picture?
the one with where the radius.
The variables in the radius.
Oh, yes, I can explain that. This photo right here came from an artist photo. I think it's on sale for like $20.
Yeah.
We had some baltards named Conspiracy Cats, the Numpty from Down Under, Ruthie, and CGI Birds Ranty. Put this out last week as their proof of a white swan. That means a globe earth proof. But what they did was, I'm going to show you what these guys did. What they did, this is the original photo that they posted. I'm going to put it in live stream. Nope, that's not it. Where did that go? I got it. So, this is what they posted as their argument, and they said the Earth's a sphere. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, their premise is that you see the tower right in the middle right there?
Yeah.
And the mountains in the background?
Yeah.
Their premise was that the angular size, the angle to Black Pole was such and such, and the angular measurement of the mountains behind it was such and such, and they said that the mountains should be above the tower, and since it wasn't, that means the mountains were dropping due to Earth curve. That is the original claim,
Yeah.
right? Now, we can go on the original claim. That's fine. I can get to that in a second. However, the actual photo, the artist photo was this. That's the artist photo right there. So as you can see, this photo, their original photo for proof was cropped, right?
Mhm.
And we know why it's cropped, right? Because my first photo that I posted, the one that I showed where the radius value was, that
Yeah.
shows that part over there on the side.
Mm-hmm.
Let me post it again. So we're on the same sheet of music. This is what they cropped out. So this part over here is what was part of it. All of this was cropped out. We couldn't see it. So we sort of commandeered their proof and then treated it like a redheaded stepchild with a Louisville Spike 44-inch slugger.
Mhm.
So, I'll get back to their train wreck proof, which is tear jerking belly laugher. But like I said, according to this, the radius is 2,703,000 miles. We can get back to their proof though, because that's belly laugher. Let me post the original photo again. What I'm saying, it's already dead. This thing's dead already. This is just barely palpable background noise coming up here right now. So, what these numpties did was they took the distance from the observer to Blackpool Tower on a piece of paper, and they drew a straight line to it. Then they took the elevation of it, and they got an angle. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So they put that angle down there, and you could, because you have all that pedigree information, you have the angle. And then what they did was they did the same thing to the mountains behind it. That one mountain directly behind Blackpool Tower.
Mm-hmm.
They came up, they did the same thing, but it was on paper. They took the height of the mountain and the distance of the mountain from the observer. You got a big friggin' problem. Number one, when you do trig, right, there's one thing to do trig on graph paper. It's a whole other animal to take that trig and then superimpose it on a distant observation. They're in a category here. Number one, you can't do that. What I asked them for the actual angle, either a theodolite or a sextant from that position of that tower. I want the actual angle, not the calculated angle, the actual one. Follow?
So you mean the angle, like from the observer towards the top of the tower, the tip?
Yes. I need the actual one.
But that's
Because-
the thing. Calculations, especially trigonometry, I would say that's pretty accurate.
No, that's not it's accurate on graph paper. It's not accurate in reality. Now, I'm not done yet. I want the actual angle, especially when we have a 30-minute time lapse of this actual tower towering and stooping in 30 minutes. That means extending and shortening. That's problem one. Problem two is you won't be able to get the angle or to the mountains behind it. Why? The actual angle, you can't do that, right?
What?
Why?
Because of refractions?
Because it's blocked. You can't see all the mountain. How are you going to get an angular size of something that you can't see all of?
I would assume they got the angle of the peak of the mountain, like the tip, which is a little off to the side of the tower.
Yeah. They got the angle to the tip. That's not the actual diameter then.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? To get a proper angle to that mountain, you need to be able to see the whole mountain. You can't see through Blackpool.
So are you talking about the fact that the base of the mountain is covered?
Yeah.
But that's the thing. They took the height of the mountain
Hey,
Like,
hey,
actual-
clown show. You're not listening to me.
I
You
am.
cannot take graph paper. It was my initial premise. You cannot draw a line, straight line on graph paper, right? Get the distance and then draw the elevation line on graph paper and then superimpose that on reality. You can't do that. And then say, done. No.
They-
You can't
they-
do. It's
No,
moronic.
can I explain my point? Basically,
I know what you're going to fucking say. You already said it
well,
three
yeah,
times.
there's an observer. There's a tower with like the tip of the tower.
Yeah.
They didn't draw a line to it. They took the height of the tower,
Yeah.
the height of the observer.
They drew a
But
right
this-
angle on graph paper, Numpty. I watched them do it.
Well, I just don't understand how trigonometry is not accurate.
Well, you need a right angle. You know, trigonometry, triangle. Get it?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
And
They
the
did it on
tower is- The tower is most likely vertical.
They did it on paper. Of course it's fucking vertical. Now,
Well, then
I'll tell you
then
what color is the towel?
The tower.
Yeah, what color? That's about as much relevance as your last point.
Well, I don't fucking know what color the
Yeah,
tower
don't
is. but-
try to armofud sophist me, man, because you'll piss me off.
Okay, so basically, let's say you have an observer
Oh
on
my
ground
god.
level. You have
Okay,
the
you
tip of
guys
the
got
tower.
this. You guys got this. I'm done with this fucking.
Okay,
numpty.
so
Hey, Quantum, I want to know one thing.
I've been
Well, I can
listening to you
tap
for
in.
the past 5-10 minutes.
Shut
you
the
don't
fuck
even
up.
Let me say one point.
Shut up.
Nice.
Shut the
I
hell
can
up.
tap in. Yeah, I talked to you on VC check-in. I've actually talked about this with Ranty and stuff on Brandon's. They're really messing it up because this isn't a globe Earth proof. They're trying to present it as that, as a flat Earth debunk. So right now, the questions you're asking isn't adding up to what's being presented here.
Well, I don't know. all
Huey, I
about
do
that.
want you to finish.
We just commandeered it. If you guys want him to finish, if you guys got this, because I got things to do, I'm not sitting here listening to a fucking numpty.
No, I was hoping you'd finish.
Yeah, it's fine. I actually understand that.
I finished it.
Yeah, you nailed
I
it, Huey.
said it 3 times. You can't superimpose your bullshit angle on graph paper onto reality without perspective issues. You can't do it. It's a category error. And what he's going to do, he's going to go, I took a fucking observer and they know the height of the tower. Yeah, I know all that. I just told you that. What else you want me to do? I'll let him off the hook. You can have fun with him. I'm not wasting my friggin' time. I got stuff to do.
Yeah, what they're doing is using a pixel count inside the photo as like a graph paper.
But you can't see the but you can't see behind Blackpool though. How you gonna do that?
How you
Yeah,
gonna
this
get?
will-
How
Oh,
you
sorry.
gonna get the angular size of the mountain?
They just convert it. Yeah, it's crazy. They think they got something here and
No,
they
not
don't.
converted. Look. The in the image, it's not there because Blackpool is in the way. That's the thing.
Not too funny, man. You guys are hilarious.
So if they're using the image, well, they can't.
Wait, so are you saying they use? You're saying they use the pixels to calculate the height?
Yeah.
When not rumple.
I had
Elijah
a
is
numpty.
on point.
I'll
When
leave
not
you with
rumple.
this. I'll
Because I'm
leave you with
looking at
this.
the images that Crit is sending.
Oh my
and
god, I'm
it's
gonna
like,
shut you up. So I'll have to leave you
I'm-
with this. You gonna shut up?
You're not even letting me talk, man.
Yeah, I'm not. Fuck off. So I had somebody, Kosho came in and he said that you can get the angular sizes from the image. Right? That's what he said. So I said, can you show how you got the angular size of the mountain behind Blackpool from the image? because that's what you're comparing to the Blackpool Tower, but it's behind Blackpool Tower. Can you do that? It's nonsense. It's over. The Black Swan kills it anyway. This is barely palpable background noise. All right, anything else? No? I'll let him loose to you. You can have fun with him. Hang in there. Peace.
Thanks, Quantum. So,
Yep. Later, Raz.
seeing as that we're on the Black Swan and I got mad wind in my background, Kai, if you're there, would you mind
All
doing, going through the Black Swan with this guy?
Sure.
Like I was saying, trigonometry translated into the real world. You don't need to count the pixels to get the angular size when you can just do math. So distance to the tower. I already said this a billion times. That superimposes onto reality. You can't just say it doesn't without telling me why not.
Except they're using the image itself.
Crit, can you send me a high quality version of the screenshot you sent me?
Which one?
The last one you sent.
Oh, from 8Ball? Yeah, 1 sec.
Yeah.
What's the name of this guy again? I can't keep track.
Some guy. I don't know.
You can just call him Derp. Some dumb guy.
Okay.
So
Have you heard of the Black
very
Swan
good.
before? Have you heard of the
No.
Black Swan before?
Nope.
It's X-Fair. Here.
Sorry, what'd you say? No?
No.
Okay. Have you heard of the Earth Curve Calculator before?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So you know that from the radius that NASA gives us, that there needs to be a detectable 8-inch drop per mile squared.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? So you understand that, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to repost the Earth Curve Calculator and have you plug in some values for me. And we're going to see if that translates into reality, right? Because you brought that up before.
Mm-hmm.
But as the guys have pointed out, there's some issues with the image they took. So let's see in other examples over body of water, water's level. That's actually the best place to detect if the Earth is curving. Because with land, there can be topographical differences, right? So we want to use water because that finds its level. So let me repost Earth Curve Calculator. Okay, I just posted it.
Yep.
This isn't the only one. There's tons out there. So observer height for this, you want to put 8 feet.
All right.
Yeah, the eye height 8 feet.
And
Target distance is 10.1 miles.
Yep.
Okay, hit calculate. And again, this is taking into account the 8-inch drop per mile squared.
Mhm.
So it'll show you D1, which is the horizon distance, H1, the target hidden height. Okay, so in this example, it says the horizon can be no further than 3.46 miles, which is great until we see this right here. Can you see that in the live stream?
Yeah.
Where is the horizon in this picture?
Behind the platform.
Okay, and how far is that last platform?
10.1 miles.
And what was the D1 variable that you, D1 value that you got?
D1 value 3.4 miles.
Okay, so you can see here the horizon is at least 3 times further than it should have been.
Mhm.
We're not seeing that 8-inch drop in reality. Right?
Yeah.
And the good thing is you don't have to just use this image. You can do this yourself. You just you can do like a mirror test with your friends. You just have to have a friend far enough away that they should be hidden, and see if you can zoom in and see them with the light reflecting back from the mirror. Or if you can see a city on the other side of a giant bay, you can see an island. All you need to use is the Earth curve calculator and see if you're seeing too far.
Hold on, I'm just
Are you bringing up something? Are you?
yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Bomb has been planted.
Hey, you're playing without me, damn it. I know. We never know what her name's going to be the next day.
Wait, is you in? Okay. So what do you think of what I showed you?
Seems compelling.
Okay.
So,
You know, when we say the ISS is not up there, it's because this needs to not be the case. What she just
so
showed you,
I did some calculations.
like,
So,
Okay.
oh my bad,
Okay,
I
wait.
wasn't just talking just now
Oh,
to you specifically.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you
Wait,
were. And who rumpus you?
What? Sorry. I'll let you go. Sorry.
No, deal with his objection first.
no,
No,
I just
no. Go ahead, bro. I will mute him.
No, I mean it makes no sense. Like if his objections aren't satisfied.
no, I just didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry, I couldn't tell what he was doing with Xfair.
Jack.
Right. So,
I'll remember. Don't worry. Go ahead.
so I did calculations for basically seeing how you would see Chicago across Lake Michigan. So here's this. Hold on, I'll send you. Sky's the limit. I'll send you the picture that.
Oh, I thought another thing. I thought she asked you about what she just laid out.
Well, really, I can't really say anything about that. But even when I show Chicago, like, I can't
Oh,
send
so
her
you
a
were
picture.
switching gears. In that case, then you don't have any objections.
I'm
so
using the
I'll just
exact
pile,
same method. I'm using the
I'll
exact
Well,
pile
I'm just
on.
trying to get what his
No, because
point is.
one method shows you that the horizon, aka the drop-off point for the ball Earth, is not there. So whatever you think you're seeing, you're not seeing. So there's that. But now, if you don't have the radius because you can't predict where the limit on the ball is, then you can't put things into orbit. If you can't put things into orbit, you
See, the
talking about
thing is,
an international space station that's magically flying around a
okay,
ball
okay,
with the
okay.
size that we don't know is utterly just impossible. And I know you're trying to talk through it because you think you know and you're sure it's a ball, but one day you'll get it.
Well, I'm just
Okay,
interested to
so
see what he's gonna say. So about
the
this.
8, yeah, okay.
Sorry,
So
go
the
ahead.
8 inches per mile square, that's a rule of thumb to determine the drop height, like due to the curvature, right? But the problem is that rule, 8 inches per mile squared, does not take into account the observer's height, as well as refraction. So even
Well,
being
refraction
6
over.
foot up,
Yeah, that's
Okay.
just the curvature rate. Listen, it's the curvature rate. It's not a line of sight view on a curve. No, it's not an observation. We're not trying to predict how far you could see. We're only wanting to know what the curvature rate is. So it's perfectly fine for what it's used for, and you agree. Thank you.
Refraction. Okay, we're gonna get into that. But what you brought up the Chicago skyline.
hmm
Are you trying to say that the globe
hold on, can you
math
send me,
says
can
you
you,
should?
sorry,
Sorry. If you're trying to say that you can see the Chicago skyline and that works in globe math, it actually doesn't. Even the mainstream, I think it's like CBS, says that you shouldn't be able to see the Chicago skyline. They have to make up a phony reason of why you're seeing something that's actually there. It's actually there. You're actually seeing it. They're just trying to tell you you're not seeing it. So
But
that's not a good example of
You guys mind if I
blow
say
proof.
something really quick about this?
Well,
It is per mile squared drop is based on.
Oh my God!
on top
Why
of
is
the
it always in the middle of somebody's sentence?
I'll set it. Okay, I'll set it. Go ahead, guys.
Right. Someone going to say something?
Yeah, if I can. Like that's why when I bring up the swan, I don't even say anything about 8 inches because the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. So when she was talking about the black swan, it includes your height and everything else that you had an objection for. Also, if you're gonna beg the question on top of the begging the question, and that's refraction. That would be standard refraction, which I mean is not real.
Well, then refraction would.
I never bring up 8 inches per mile squared either. For about the reason I was going to explain, but anyway, go ahead. I never bring it up.
Well, they
Not
need to
only
know
is
the
it not
drop
real,
rate.
not really, and not only is it not real, but it doesn't help anyway if you use the calculators with the standard refraction to tell you how much more distance it'll give you. But ultimately, they're talking about light bending around the presupposed ball in the first place, and that's the thing you're trying to prove, and it's like, it's too convoluted.
Well, and refraction infers that the horizon is an apparent location, that it can move. Something physical can't be moving. Can't be moving. Right? The shape of the Earth isn't expanding and contracting, getting bigger and smaller.
no.
Okay. So refraction is our argument that things, that the atmosphere, weather, that can cause the horizon location to move. But in the globe model, your proof of Earth curve is seeing boats disappear supposedly behind this curve. So that means it has to be a physical place.
We have actual evidence that the horizon moves.
Yep.
It's on them.
But for the globe, it can't, because it has to be physically there in order for boats to disappear behind it. But refraction first, that it's our argument. It's the apparent location where the sky meets the land.
Mm-hmm.
Testing.
We hear you. So basically, like the short of it is that the horizon is used by or was used for I don't know how many years to tell us that we're silly because the geometric horizon is the thing that things like that mountain should have been hidden by. But it can't be hidden by an edge that's not there. It has to be where they predict it with the math, right?
Has he seen the black swan before? X-Fair, have you heard of that before? The argument for that?
Yeah, we just kind of went over it. Should we go? Maybe we could go into axle rotation.
Wait, what was his excuse?
He said refraction.
Oh, okay. That debunks the globe though,
I
because
mean-
you can't have a moving.
Refraction
Earth.
can refract things from kind of below the horizon.
Eggs.
Okay,
You hear what
but
you
you
just said?
still.
Things.
Go ahead.
Yes, things, but not the horizon.
Well, the oil rig is a thing.
It is, but the image isn't about the oil rig. Bro, you got prevailing winds in your microphone.
Yeah, my
that
bad.
the image is about the distance to the horizon. It's not about the oil rig. The oil rig is a demarcation of distance. That's it.
Yes, and that image and other images, both of the oil rigs are in front of the horizon. So I don't know where the issue is here.
Right. So we're not saying that you can see these oil rigs too far away. We're saying, look, behind these oil rigs that are at this distance, the horizon itself is too far away. It's further than geometrically possible on a globe of a given radius. By your own math. So if we want to test the model, we do it with your math, right? Not ours. We don't use flat earth math. We use the math the model gives us. Well, that math doesn't pan out, and over again, we're told that the model works with the math, and the math works with the model. They actually correlate each other, collaborate. And here we see they do not in reality.
There's also laser tests that have been done where they hit the target when it can't. If there's something that would physically, there's a physical curve that should be in the way. Lasers can't go through that.
So, hold on.
Don't they just bring up Netflix when you bring up lasers?
I got a question.
Sky's the limit.
Okay,
Can
go
you
ahead,
send me a
go ahead,
DM
sorry.
so I can DM you a picture? Because I can't DM you because of your privacy settings.
Yeah, sorry, I had to do that for all the creepos. Let me turn that off. Okay.
Alright, it's good. Alright, so I
It does get
plugged in the
kind of weird
numbers.
in the DMs.
Actually, wait. I forgot to. Right. In fact, it was even further than I plugged in for the distance. But this is basically what it would show like with your oil rig calculation with the horizon and everything. Like, in fact, I even forgot to change the distance for the oil rig to 16 kilometers, which is what 10.1 miles is about. So even then, it's still in front of the horizon.
Right. Okay. What's your point?
But where's the horizon supposed to be, right?
It's supposed to be at 3.46 miles.
Okay.
The horizon can be
Yeah,
no
I mean,
further than that point.
Yeah,
You can't
you
change
have
the
to-
distance of the oil rigs. That's the
Yes.
problem. The oil rigs are where they are. The problem is
think what
where
he-
the horizon isn't.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think he's talking about. I mean, in that photo, it's from a 1 maybe 2 foot observer height. I mean, you can't change that.
The one I showed him was from 8 feet height.
8 feet high. I put 2.4 meters, which is roughly 8 feet. So, hold on. I'm just trying to. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, which calculator are you using, and where are you looking? I mean, what do you think happened
Look
in that
up
video? Have you watched the
Walter-
video? I've seen Walter Business stuff. Don't worry about that. But
You've seen the
we're talking about
Earth calculator?
this video. We're talking about the VMLC's video.
Helio, your mic is like, I didn't even know it was you.
I got
It's
one.
me. I mean, I'm on my Bluetooth headphones. I'm out working in the yard, but it's just like I'm listening to you guys. Sorry.
I got one little
Wait,
thing I want to say. I got one little
Mama
thing.
said, rake that yard.
This guy said that in the calculation with the curve calculator that it did not take into account the observer's height.
Mhm.
That's straight bullshit. Why would he say something?
That's not what he's talking about. 8
No.
inches from out.
No, he's talking about the 8 inches, the equation, but that's right. And we don't use it for line of sight. We don't use it for long distance observations either. So he's actually right on that.
Well, it's in the calculation. It's whatever times the observer's height in feet, right?
Yeah, it's in that calculation. It's just not in the 8 inches per mile squared. That's only the curve rate. That's it.
So 8 inches per mile squared is not the curve rate?
No, that
that
is the curve rate. It just doesn't take into consideration the observer's height or what you're looking at. It's not for line of sight view on a globe. It's only for a curvature rate. That's it.
And that's what I disagree. What the 8 inches per mile squared is the drop value when you're looking straight ahead standing on top of a ball. Now,
but when you're talking about observations, you got to add an observer height, target height,
the
distance, all that.
horizon. That's to calculate
Right.
the horizon.
I know. I know, hon. They don't get it. Anything you say on the debate server is debatable.
I think I may make a video about this.
The main question, instead of us talking amongst ourselves, was why is the horizon not where it's predicted to be, according to the map?
Yes.
Well, it's just
Well,
a simple answer because it's not globe.
Oh, dude.
Or maybe the height of the observer wasn't accurate. Or the distance
Watch
to
the
object.
video.
No, this is from
Watch
a
the
video.
video.
Which
Let me tell you something before you grasp at straws. You could be above 50 feet and it still would be too far. Doesn't matter.
Why didn't you just stick with the old the excuse
1 foot?
that you gave
Right.
us before? No, I mean he gave us. He already mentioned a different excuse. Why are you changing to observer height? Didn't you say refraction before?
could be refraction, could be the height difference.
Which one do you want to
Watch
go
the
with?
video.
How long is the video?
Not very long.
Here, yeah, I'll post it.
Well,
You're talking about
here's the
the
thing.
17-minute video?
If you were gonna attempt to use refraction to figure it out, I would urge you to pull up the definition alongside of your explanation and see if they match.
You know,
And
it's
that's
like
just something
when
for
he
you.
asked
That's
how
just
long the
something for.
video is. Sorry. No, I know, but he asked how
No,
long the video
I know,
is.
but like when, if it's almost like, you know, when I say something to someone, especially with all this wind blowing, I'm thinking that maybe they'll have a second or two to respond or think about it. You know, like I'm just tired of talking and then having someone else want to piggyback.
It's hard to get a response from someone that's not listening. It's my opinion.
I don't. Why are you saying he's not? He's been here listening. He got rudely talked to by QE, in my opinion. In this at this time, I'm well. I don't think it was justified. I think he's absorbing this. I mean, you guys are in an echo chamber, man. Flat Earth is not easy to accept if you just getting here. It's not.
Oh, cool. Good point. I'll shut up. Go ahead, guys.
It's just that for me, like, there's just so much contradictory evidence between flat Earth and round Earth, and it's just, you could argue
This is the only evidence you need because there's flat Earth is just that's just a false dichotomy and a straw man every time you hear it. The bottom line is they told us that this was a ball with the geometric curve, right? That's it. If we can't figure out that that's the case, we're back to square one.
Yes, and we need to
I
see
can't
this
even
first.
say back to square. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say we need to have an actual measurement of Earth curvature. It's never been done.
Or do you know of any measurements for the globe?
Yeah, that's what so let me say it like this. Like without the radius, it's like, oh, you know, gravity. No, you don't have the size of the Earth in order to input that in all of your calculations. You don't have it for orbital mechanics. You don't have it for anything. So all of the things that you think are happening in space, distances, all of that is very dependent on the Earth being the size that they assumed from the beginning. And that's all we're trying to point out to people, that they assumed it's a globe with certain set dimensions from the jump. And then they make all their assumptions from that. And that's why I pleaded with you earlier to attempt not to make assumptions when you talk about evidence, because we already know how it is to think like that, to feel the way we felt when we first came across this topic. It's not easy. It's a lot of complex shit if you let it be complex, or it could be a journey. I mean, because it's not that hard to know that water is level. You see it, you know, in a cup, in a bowl, in a pond, in a lake. It's just that all of a sudden, when it's the ocean, like, no, it's really not that complicated. But since they've made it this complicated,
what about like
you gotta have a. Okay, I guarantee you, it's going to require the Earth to be the Earth in order for you to say what go ahead.
What explains the curvature on the visible curvature on pylons on a lake?
Okay, you're saying what you're saying what explains that. If I told you perspective, you'd be like, no, but if I told you it damn sure wasn't Earth curve because of yeah.
Let him finish.
Don't we have a gift? Don't we have a gift of this very
Aren't they power lines? Aren't they power lines? Aren't they power towers? Pylons, antennas. Christ, you don't even know what you're looking at, guy.
Let Eli finish. Go ahead.
All their power towers, pylons. I mean, it's kind of same thing.
No, a pylon. You know what a pylon is? That's an orange cone that when you're done with your asphalt work, you pick it up and pile them all on each other.
That's another definition for pylon.
You mean the StarCraft pylon?
Listen.
Wait, lakes look curved. Lakes look curved.
They're anchored to the ocean or to the bottom of the lake or ocean, and they're floating on the surface. That's a pylon.
Okay.
That's a
X-Fair,
buoy.
I need you to look in the live
Oh, it's a
stream voice
buoy.
text at the picture I just posted of the sun setting over the water. Okay?
But
This only happens on flat Earth.
that's.
You see how
I think I kind of see a little curve at the end, but I mean it could be my eyes.
now look
deceiving
at the way that the sun's reflection, look at that perfect pathway. See, when water is actually here, let me post this.
And also that's really blurry, so.
I want him to point out the curve in the picture. Can you actually like circle it and put a red dot, put a red arrow so we can all see that curve? I want to see that.
Yeah, the geometric horizon.
Is that Pontchartrain? We debunked that millions of times.
Oh yeah, there's a video.
Show you.
There's a great video debunking that.
I
didn't know what you were
debunked
talking
it for a different reason. I was talking about the 28-mile long causeway and the Lakeway Centers. They were saying that there's 200 feet of it missing until I showed them the cars coming to and from all the way over on the other side. And the observer height was 8 feet, and he's looking over a distance of at least 24 miles. And the causeway, the highest elevation was 25 foot. So, I mean,
because I'm just naturally skeptic, so like I'm bringing up points that challenge your views, and I'm
This is great,
listening
yeah.
to see.
Yep.
Like
That's
for
fine.
example, this.
We have proof that Pontchartrain's flat, just so you know. I just posted the proof if
This
you
is
want to see
Chicago,
it,
right? On a flat Earth model, you would be able to see the base of the city, the shore, but on this you only see the top of the towers.
Where's
Can
the
you give
horizon?
us-
in
Can
this?
you give? Can you? I'm sorry. Can you give us the flat Earth model?
Hold up, I want to cover that.
right.
Yeah, on a flat Earth model, why would you be able to see that? Wouldn't topography have to be first equated for?
Well, that's over
Because
water.
a flat Earth isn't. Excuse me. Yes, the water has elevation too. So does the land. Lake Michigan's above the. Michigan is at one elevation. Michigan is above that elevation, and Chicago is 4 foot below that elevation. So wouldn't we have to first account for topography? You know, Chicago was built in a swamp, right? I wouldn't predict to be able to see the bottom of the buildings on a level stationary Earth, but we know damn well there's topography, and that's because of the elevations of the city, the lake, and the state that we're viewing it from. The shoreline is at a higher elevation than the city of Chicago.
Shouldn't be able to see the buildings at all.
See, I'm a Michigander, and I know damn well Chicago is 4 foot below the level of the lake. And as you ascend further from the shoreline, it gets lower, all the way down to 25 foot below the level of the lake.
So does the shore act like a dike, so to speak? Is that what you're saying?
It's somewhat so, because Chicago was a swamp.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
it was 15. Chicago was 15 foot below the shoreline, and Lake Michigan, it was actually part of Lake Michigan, but during the drought season, they built it up. They put steel framework in. You can look this up on Google. They put constructed steel framework to hold up foundations, roadways, walkways, sidewalks.
So they drove pylons down in. They must have drove some pilasters down into the bedrock, right?
Exactly. And they rose the surface level up 15 foot, just so it stopped flooding when we have our seasonal floods in Lake Michigan.
Right. I get you. I wasn't aware of that about Chicago, by the way. I had no idea.
Frankly, I'm tired of hearing people say who have took an account nothing. I survey for a living. I do highways, man. You can't tell me about what you should be able to see over the land and over the water until you survey that area.
Same here.
You literally can't, because there's topography on Earth. Everything sits at a certain elevation.
I'm very familiar with grades. Very, very familiar.
At surface level, how far you see in your horizon will absolutely be dictated by topography over land. So if the lake is higher than the observer, then the lake's going to take up most of what they observe.
Yeah, unless they're higher than the lake when they're observing.
Exactly, but all that Chicago bullshit, they don't take into account that Chicago's built in a depression. And I don't mean in the times of depression, I mean in a low residing area. A depression.
I think the horizon might be in the wrong place on that picture, Fair.
Yes.
Which one? I mean, that's just.
Do you have the height? Do you have the observer height for that one?
About 100.
Yeah, this just isn't true. You're acting like the way we observe things would be different on a flat Earth than it would be on a globe, and your eyesight still works the same.
All right, so
your horizon would still be at eye level.
So on the same calculator.
Distance to it, I mean.
Oh, the distance.
Go ahead.
Well, so the exact.
Yeah, the distance to the horizon. Yeah.
Chicago.
So the horizon distance is what?
The horizon distance.
Yeah, what's the distance to the horizon in that picture? Where should the horizon be as far as distance goes, according to the observer height in that picture?
Well, in that picture it was at 100, so let me put it back to 1.
You said what's the observer height again?
In the picture that I sent, that's 100 meters high.
Okay,
that's not Joshua New Wiki.
Wait, I want to know what are you putting in? Are you using the Earth curve calculator? What?
I'm using Walter Bishlin. It's basically just like it visualizes the calculations for the Earth curve.
I just need to know that what are the numbers that you're using for this?
Okay, well, I'm using a preset, which is Chicago, which, just me looking at the numbers right now, it seems pretty accurate with the object size, distance. As for the view, I can change my view, so I can change my height, my zoom, stuff like that. And over here, the horizon.
Can you send this? Can you send this?
The link?
Hey, how about when we see Milwaukee from Muskegon? Since you're going to cover Chicago from Claire, how about Milwaukee from Muskegon? It's even further than Milwaukee. And they say this is a rare occurrence.
What's the distance to it again?
The distance to the city and the.
Why not just use the Black Swan?
60-something miles.
That's a really blurry picture. Battle mode.
Milwaukee to Muskegon, we checked that before. It was like 80, almost 90.
No, it's not a. Yeah, I'm not talking about the Milwaukee. The Chicago one is 60-some miles. That's not a really blurry picture. You probably are just looking at it on a phone or a low-resolution computer.
I'm a 1920 by 1080.
It's actually very
original, and it's still blurry.
It's actually very clear.
It's pretty crisp.
It might be Discord, but
I don't think it's Discord.
Yeah,
I see what he's talking about. For me, it's only 250 pixels wide.
Maybe it's the cognitive dissonance.
Whoa.
I'm just on a laptop, and it's awesome for me, but hey, maybe I got a better graphics card than you.
No, because Discord's probably opening the preview. Like, I can share my screen right now. Oh, I can't, but...
No, you cannot.
I can show you what it looks like. This is what it looks like in my browser.
Actually, you can't because I'm going to see it in my resolution too.
This is what it looks like in my
Yeah,
browser.
and that looks clear to me.
Really?
I can see it.
Yes. Maybe you got some crap. I'm not on crap.
But wait, if I take a screenshot, y'all are gonna see exactly what I see, right?
Well, a preview.
So it's at 22 miles. Your horizon's way off. You got to the 100 meters observer height. It's supposed to be at 22 miles according to that, unless you got a different formula for the horizon.
Well, the horizon. So, because I have mine set on, so. So you said
Where's
how
the
many miles?
horizon in that image? Point out the horizon.
It's in the image. It's the really thick, either black line or the really thick blue line.
The one with the Chicago. You have the one with the red sky, not the. So you're on a different image now. We blew past the red sky one, and now you're on this one.
Well, I mean the one that I sent is basically.
You see where the water changes color? What's going on there?
I don't know, probably.
Like, is it behind the city or in front of the city? Is the horizon in front of the city or behind
The horizon
the
is
city?
in front of the city.
Okay, and when you say it's in front of the city, you're talking about the picture with the red sky, right?
51 or 41 minutes after the hour.
The horizon is in front of the skiddy, but the apparent horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Okay, so
Is it not equal to the location of the city? Yes
So
or no?
No.
Yes.
No, because
It's an apparent position. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground, and it appears to meet the ground, same place you see the city.
I'm talking about like actual like geometric horizons. So basically,
Is the horizon geometric, and could you see past it? So you're going to place the geometric horizon before the city and make the viewing of the city an actual geometric impossibility.
well, no, you can still see like the top halves of
Not
the
if
tower.
it was a geometric horizon, it would be below the curvature, dude. At this
The horizon can be in front of the city, but you can still see the top of the tower. That's possible.
What's the height? What's the height of those towers?
The height of those towers?
Yeah, but we see more than the tops of the towers.
Well, what do you mean you see more than the top of the towers?
No offense, I already covered that. Why we only see a certain portion. It's because Chicago was built in a swamp that's a low-laying area, a depression,
hang on a
4
second.
foot below the level of the lake.
Hang on. How'd you know that the horizon is before the city and not at the city?
Because he's setting it at eye level.
No, because he can't actually like if
I know
if
he's
the
just calling eye level the horizon.
Okay, but how do you
That's
know
his
it's before?
mistake.
Because the city is at the exact point of it, so it could be right at the city. It doesn't have to be before it.
The guy's considering halfway mark of the picture or the image be the horizon. Eye level.
Eye level, wouldn't that be?
It looks like
It's not the horizon. It's not how you calculate the horizon either.
Okay, yeah, I still don't see how you're able to ascertain if the horizon is before or at this actual city. Because
so when the camera zooms out, what's a further distance? What's out in front of you, or left or right?
What's
I don't
the
know.
furthest?
When the camera zooms out,
The center of the frame.
Not in.
Yeah.
Same.
What's out in front of you?
It's actually the same. It's a circle.
It's compressed on the sides. He's right. The distance in the center is the furthest from you. The sides aren't. because you've compressed
when he
it.
zooms in, that's what I'm saying. When he zooms in, you see a white speck, almost like a water tower, and then to the left of that, you see a taller tower. The distance between those two is much greater than you think. If you can get that distance, right, you could tell the distance of the horizon is more than directly in front. They'll also converge when he zooms out. They'll converge and touch each other.
So you have to zoom to get the distance to the horizon?
Let's just zoom in on this image and give an example, bro, of what you're saying.
Well, I'm looking at the one that was posted in the live stream. Right? And as he zooms in,
Oh, here, I'll get you the zoom.
You see this white speck go out of camera when he zooms in. It goes out on the right. It's so far from that higher tower to the left of it. But when he zooms out, they converge and touch.
Doesn't the horizon change based on how far you're zooming?
It depends. The apparent horizon?
It's got to be only one, right?
So he wants to say we can demarcate the geometric horizon without knowing distance and without doing a geometric calculation for the distance of the geometric horizon. That's what he's wanting to do. He's saying count pixels, eye level, place it here in the image. Now, you know how many Globers make that mistake?
Oh, I see. The horizon is at the dark blue part of the water. Is that what he's saying?
That's what he's trying to say. But that's not
is that
where the
22
sky
miles away?
appears to meet the Earth. So, and if he's going to go to the geometric horizon, well, I'm going to need to see the calculation and then how he measured the distance to demarcate it.
I can show you. I mean, I sent the picture of the calculated version of the visual.
No, did you hear what I said? Calculate the distance to the geometric horizon. Then show me how you place that at that distance in the image. This is an orthographic view. You're acting like we can measure it as if it's reality, but it's not. It's a distortion of reality.
Can we do that circle thing with this Chicago shot? You know what I'm talking about? Like we did with the Black Swan, like where the horizon is and there's the circle within the bigger circle.
Yeah.
I think somebody could.
Nobody's talking about.
Wait, are we still on Michigan?
Like getting a bird's eye view and then seeing where the horizon would be between A and B.
Even though we know this guy's math is faulty, yes,
Okay,
we are.
how far is the distance? How many miles is the distance?
60, right?
Okay.
No. Yeah, 60 miles.
Well, I was waiting to see. I didn't give the exact mileage because I was waiting to see if he knew it himself. It's around about that number. So does he know the exact mileage for this shot?
What's the distance of the photo?
The distance.
Yeah,
of
for the
photo?
Joshua Nowicki photo. Do you know the distance for the Joshua Nowicki photo? And could you actually get the original Nowicki image, or are you just going to keep posting this one?
Wait. Yeah, I just need to know what's the distance.
About 82 kilometers.
In miles? Can you tell me that?
No clue. I'm Canadian.
6 times 8, 48, around 50 miles, roughly.
Here, I just want to know exactly if anyone can.
80 kilometers is around 50 miles. get about 6
Oh,
miles
50?
per 10 kilometers.
Let's see, 80.
Yeah, but that's not right. That's not the right distance.
Well,
Wait, then where did he get it from?
if we don't know what's
No, Art, you failed.
we need to know what
Thank
the
you.
distance is.
You stumbled on my point. I want to know how he's making all these calculations without knowing
if
the
it's
distance, the
60
elevation,
feet,
the observer height, any of that.
if it's 60 feet with the okay, let's just pretend it's 60 feet with the drop rate of 8 inches per mile squared. That is a 2,400 foot drop. Now, the elevation, I just Googled, the elevation in Michigan is 1,000 feet. And the tallest building in Michigan is called what is it called?
I believe it's
The Willis Tower,
Tower.
and that is 1,450 feet. Okay. So let's pretend that the building that we're seeing is the tallest building, but we're seeing buildings obviously shorter than the tallest building in Michigan. So at maximum, 1,000 feet elevation plus 1,200 or 1,400. Okay, so we should just barely see the top of any of the skyscrapers, because the drop is 2,400 feet, and the height of the elevation and the Willis Tower is 2,450 feet. So you should only be able to see 50 feet. You should only see 50 feet of the tallest skyscraper, according to the rate of drop on the ball. Now, I don't know though I don't know what distance this photo was taken, but if it's taken at 60 feet, you should only see 50 feet of this 1,500 foot building, okay, which would just be the tip, okay? So, yeah.
Just the tip?
Just the But really though, so again, you shouldn't even be able to see all of these skyscrapers. And again, I took the max elevation in Michigan, which is 1,000 feet. This is the shoreline, so it's probably a little bit less than that. And some of these buildings are half of the height of some of these skyscrapers, okay? Some of these buildings are probably only, 1,000 feet or maybe even 500 feet, okay? So, yeah, I don't know why you're really arguing this, because the news actually had to do damage control over this sighting and try to tell people that it's a mirage because they know the math doesn't work out for the heliocentric model.
Yeah, it's 53 miles from Dunes Park to across the lake to Chicago. It's about 53 miles. Some say it's about 58. It depends on what maps you use. So it's from Warren Dunes Park in Michigan to Chicago. And none of these take into account the elevations of Warren Dunes Park versus Chicago. I mean, if you just look at the image that I showed, you can see the lighter area. On a topographical map, it's a depression. It's lower than Warren Dunes Park. Chicago is lower.
You know what's crazy is that like all of this, and we probably could have just led with like saying you're arguing a moot point. Well, not a moot point. You've got to be wrong because someone already did the math and they weren't flat earthers. And those people went on they had their news pundits say what you're seeing is a mirage. Obviously, because the math doesn't work out for the sphere. But in order to see a mirage, I mean, you got to have a flat piece of land, bro. You can't.
So there's the original. There's the original photo, bro. They always post a recreation or an edited photo, and there's the real images.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, Hank.
So a year after the guy came on and said it was a mirage, a year to the day, he had like a specialist from a college, Notre Dame, come by right? And he was saying that the atmosphere acts like a lens. Well, if the atmosphere acts like a lens, what happens when you magnify things? The bottom gets cut off, right? So I posted that video here like not even a week ago, and everybody heard the specialist say that the atmosphere acts like a lens. Well, people have taken like a sun, right, put it behind a magnifying glass and moved the sun away and recreated what we call a sunset visually and demonstrated this is how it's done. I've seen it done before.
You know what gets me is
that's not from the original image, X-Fair.
What is it, X-Fair? What are you posting? Which building is this? Can you give me a name of this building?
That's the Willis Tower.
Okay, great. And we know that that's supposed to be 1,500 feet tall. 1,450, okay?
Yeah, but
now, the elevation of the land needs to be taken into account, too. It says,
also, answer this question for me, guys. A mirage is always upside down.
I was really trying to make a concise point there. I'm sorry, both of you.
Sorry, guys. I
What
just
was that
want
about?
him to. I just want to understand what he's even trying to prove with the math.
I didn't even hear you, Elijah.
Trying to prove that
I don't think
the Willis Tower's cut off.
Okay.
I don't think they heard you, bro. Because I wasn't.
Can you guys not hear it's Kai? Me. Right, not me, Kai.
Okay. So, all right, we've already established Willis Building, 1,450 feet. Okay. Elevation for the land. What are we deciding? Are we deciding 1,000? That's the max. Should we go with the max?
Sure.
Okay, this should be then 2,450 feet. Okay. But the picture is 60 miles away. The rate of drop with 8 inch per mile squared. That's how much drop NASA tells us. That's 2,400. So by that, you should only see 50 feet in the distance. You should only see 50 feet of the Willis Building. You're seeing way more than 50 feet of the Willis Building. 50 feet would be like, I don't even know, the first floor.
The Sagitta, is that included? I mean, like the hump of water, is that the height of the hump?
Wait, did he say hump of water?
It's the drop value.
That's what's supposed to be.
Yeah, you should only see that if it's a calculation for drop value. Yeah, the Sagittah is included in that. You should only see this.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, but the height of the hump versus the drop value is not the same thing. So anyway,
I'm talking
make a
about
video
the
about
height of the buildings in the background.
No, I'm with you,
And
bro.
I'm comparing it with the rate of drop that there has to be over 60 miles. You should only see 50 feet of this building.
But if you're basing
but
it
what
just
his
on the
position
eight squared, you're not.
the Sagittah is higher than the drop rate. Yeah,
Sorry,
that's what he's saying. He's saying the hump of the sphere is higher than the drop rate. So if you're 1,000 foot down, he's saying the Sagittah is higher than 1,000 foot.
No, the drop rate, the difference between the drop rate and the height, only 50 feet. There should only be 50 feet of the height exposed.
If you use the 8 inches per mile squared, that means you're looking straight ahead, and the drop value on a ball is this is where this object is, and you're looking that far ahead, but you're not looking down, you're looking straight ahead, right? So now, but if you calculate it, then in between you and that point, there's a hump of curvature, right? Now, the height of that curvature between point A and point B, that's called the Sagittah. That is what is supposed to be obscuring the bottom of those buildings. So you're not going to get what should be obscured just by calculating the drop rate.
If he wants
Does that make any sense?
Based off the chord, that's based off the chord. That's a fourth of the 8
Anyway.
mile squared.
I just want to clear that up. I mean, it's like
You guys are killing your debate right now. No offense, Lemon, Helio.
No,
Can we
cool.
just let her address the Glober?
Go ahead. I hear it all the time, and it really just gets on my nerves. But anyway.
You're saying what I'm saying is wrong? Helio?
Just post it. If you have the
I'm
formula
saying
for the sandwich, I'll post
it's
it.
not as simple as 8 inches per mile squared. It's not as simple as that. That's all I'm saying.
What are?
Well, then,
am I talking to flat earthers right now? What is going on? Like, am I tripping, man?
No, now I'm curious. What's the problem?
Why am I getting attacked by flat earthers?
Listen, guys,
No,
I'll put it
not
in simple
not
terms if
attack,
you let me
but-
do it real
Yeah,
quick, Elijah. No, listen, Elijah, I give it to you real simple what he's saying. He's saying the drop rate would put you 1,000 foot below the curve, but the height of the sagittal, or the hump between you and the object, has a greater height than the drop rate. And this is true. It just
No,
needs
it
to
actually
be
has
explained.
it has a less. It's less than the drop rate. It's less than.
The height of the sagittal is less than the drop rate. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive.
The height
What?
of the hump based off a chord is a fourth of the 8 inches per mile squared thing. So
1/4.
Much
So
less.
what's 1/4
Much
of
less.
1,000?
But my point is, you're not looking down; you're looking straight ahead. It's like if you're standing on top of a ball and you're looking straight ahead, how is
at a
something?
drop.
How is the hump of water?
So when they say
coming
the
up and
curve
standing
is
in front of you?
blocking it because it's behind this and they're right on point, right? Because that hump is the curve.
I've never
And you're
heard of a
below it.
sagittal.
Supposed
What
to
the
be,
heck
but there
is
is no,
this?
there's no such thing as the curve. But anyway,
Duh, but I'm talking about how much rate of drop there should be.
if you were standing on top of a ball, because everywhere on a ball you're standing on
Yes,
top of it.
the
right?
point
You're
I'm
looking
trying to
straight ahead.
make is that you should only see 50 feet of that building with the rate of drop. Why am I getting debated for that?
All right,
That's
I'll
actually
make a video
spot
about
on.
How much
it,
drop is there?
I'll clear it up later.
It's
with
60.
people that
Okay,
understand it.
it's driving me nuts, guys. We're
Yeah,
muddying
you got a problem.
How many feet was
clear
it?
water.
How many feet of drop?
Okay, so he said that it was a photo taken 60 miles away. Okay, which would mean there's 2,400 feet. I don't want to be rumpus. There's a 60-mile. Okay, he said the photo is taken from 60 miles away. Or 8 inch per mile square drop says it'd be a drop of 2,400 feet. Okay, the thing that he's looking at, the Willis Tower, is sitting on land elevation of 1,000 feet, and the height of the tower is 1,450 feet. Okay? So if something is 2,450 feet, and but it's hidden, or it's should be dropped behind 2,400 feet, then you should only see 50 feet, right? Am I
Yeah, that makes sense.
am I tripping balls?
But
Like,
I also want to point out
the answer is
600
no. The answer is no, because that's not the sagittal. That's not the hump of water that should be in the way. That's a drop value based
600.
on what you might not see if you're looking straight ahead on a ball. So anyway, I mean
that's what they're thinking they're doing. They're thinking they're looking straight ahead on the ball.
Yeah, that's how
I know this is why I need to actually
far below the hump you should be. Yeah, this argument is redundant, man. The entire point is it should be blocked by curve, and by
Yeah, look at
playing
the
semantical
meme
like this.
look at the meme I just
Listen,
posted.
the Glover done split, dude. You effectively
explains it.
kept it non-productive.
I think none of us
Glover
are sober
split.
enough for this conversation.
I'm sober. I'm upset.
I'm
at
sober.
work.
I'm frustrated.
I don't know, man.
I'll shut up,
because
guys.
Helio.
Well, why now? The damn Glover split.
But here's where
Dude,
the
I've
semantics
been
come.
talking
Here's
about
where
this
the
for a couple
semantics
years.
come in, Helio, right? So we know we're looking straight ahead, right? Okay. They think looking straight ahead is looking into obstruction, while at the same time, for me, it's a bit of
You're roboting, Elijah.
Roboting, yeah.
We can't hear
It
you,
was
Elijah.
600 feet, by the way. 600 feet is the Sagittarius, by the way.
Hey,
According
why don't
to
you
the
type out Sagittarius in the room so people can actually research it? Or give a link.
Oh, yeah, I'll post what I found.
Oh my god, dude. Can you let him reply, Lemon? Why does everybody start their sentence in the middle of somebody else's?
I was done. Go ahead.
It's the most common play here.
Yeah, I cringe every time someone brings up the 8 inches per mile squared thing. As a drop down.
Oh, I know, bro. It just makes conversations non-productive to argue a point when somebody's trying to drive home a point. It's bad enough. It's triggering enough when somebody opens the door for obfuscation or tries to change a point. But then when another person wants to come in and semantically argue about the entire point, hell, how are we supposed to be productive?
You're saying we should never bring up 8-inch per mile squared drop?
That's what he's saying.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, because it's not the whole picture. It's not the whole picture of the argument.
But Helio,
well, did you post that link?
What?
Real
Where
quick,
am I right now, bro? I
here's
swear.
the problem. Here's the problem.
Years of this without teaching anybody where you're at.
Here's where I think is the problem, because we think in terms of the positions that we were forced into by this false dichotomy. First of all, perspective plays a role. Now, if that wasn't the case, what would the ground dropping away from you look like? We don't know, because they've never taken into account perspective in the first place. I know that, Kai knows that, you know that, but why the fuck are you talking about it as if there's a difference between, oh no, they're talking about looking down, we're talking about looking straight. Everybody's looking straight. They're just saying looking straight is actually looking into Earth curve, but who cares? It really is a semantic argument. I don't know why you're bringing, I don't know why you're disrupting the conversation, Helio, honestly. Why is I want to see your video.
So all of you guys that are flat earthers who understand what I'm saying, but you just want to not talk about it.
No, I'm asking you what the point is, because I
no,
want to
that's
see your
not
video.
what any of us said.
I hear people talk about 8-inch drop per mile squared every time I'm on here. And now I'm being told that I'm not supposed to talk about that.
To be clear, I've never mentioned 8 inches per mile squared. I never mentioned that.
They don't like to be held. They don't like to be held to those limitations. They don't like to be held to that. That's why.
Maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm lying. So I'm going to be put on public jury right now.
I'm going to find a clip of every one of y'all talking about 8 inches per mile squared, and I'm going to call you out on your bullshit.
Let me ask my peers right now. Battle Mod, do I ever talk about 8 inches, or do I argue with Vlad at 5 o'clock in the morning for bringing 8 inches per mile squared up with the Black Swan? Like I just said with Kai, but
you normally keep it at the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height, and I like that.
Anyone
I'm totally down with that one too. I'm totally down with that one too. Yep.
I don't have a problem with it. I personally don't even bring it up. That's all I'm saying. Like nobody's gonna say that I bring it up.
Because I realized a couple of years ago that it's kind of bunk.
Hey, may I point out we effectively derailed the conversation now for about 20 minutes, and my job here is to keep it on point. So people, please don't get frustrated when I try to do that politely. Normally I'm triggered by now and I'm cursing people out. Take notice.
We appreciate you.
I'm just
Someone has to do
gonna
it.
keep this conversation in the back of my mind.
I got a... Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. I got a question about the Sagittarius really quick. So what is the point of using a curve calculator? Because don't they just use the 8 inches one? Or do they use the Sagittarius?
No, the Sagittarius is based on the 8 inches drop. but it's the height of the hump between point A and point B.
So which calculator, like, let me put it this way. Which
Metabunk.
curve calculator, hold on, wait, let me finish. Which curve calculator would you be using for determining the height of the Sagittarius? Yeah, exactly. So they're all useless.
None, bro, none.
They're all useless then. Every single curve calculator is useless.
None of them take perspective into consideration either. There's no
Right.
formula for taking perspective into either.
Yeah, that's also true. That's also true.
Man, we're so fucking far off in the weeds now. I'm really starting to get pissed.
No, that's cool. Let's just continue.
Okay.
That up.
No, I said I'm getting pissed. That's not cool, bro. That's frustrating.
Can I take it back?
It is, but see, when I have a problem, the entire VC has a problem.
Okay, thank you for saying
And
that.
who said that?
Thank you for saying that. Thank you. I'm not crazy,
Well,
man. I already feel like I'm crazy.
My
You
mind
guys
on
are...
it, and I'm gonna shut up. You guys freaking have at it. You know, I spoke my mind. I've spoken my
You're
mind
not
several
crazy.
times
There's
on
more
it.
than. Forgive me, Helio.
We need a better curve calculator then.
You're not crazy. There's more way to skin a cat. Is there more than one way to skin a cat, guys?
See, you've been here during my rise. Have you heard me ever use 8 inches per mile squared for an argument?
I have a bad memory, so
blame it on the memory. All right.
Well,
I got a good memory.
Okay. It's not about me. It's not about me. I'm sorry. Mike wants to talk to the globe earther who might have left by now. Can we focus our attention on someone who wants to talk about the earth?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
The X-Fire, I think. Oh yeah, I don't know where he is. Thought that was his name, right?
But you're not crazy, Kai. Nobody's saying it's Helio. Listen, the 8 inches, obviously, what are they going to use in the calculator, right?
Like, so 8 inches per mile squared, bro.
No,
like,
that's chocolate. Don't even do that.
Okay.
Oops.
So don't come in here and start telling
No, I
me
said
one day
that's
to not
chocolate.
talk
I'm
about
not
it, bro.
chocolate. I'm not
I know,
chocolate.
but you guys did a song where that was in the lyrics.
The FE core laser test
I'm
uses
not
8
saying
inches
8 inches per mile squared is not 8. Listen, I didn't tell you not to use it.
Oh, I
didn't say it was useless.
30 minutes of garbage saying I shouldn't use it.
I didn't say that. Did I?
I know, but,
okay.
but that was given a free pass.
I got a question for Helio.
No, I've been trying to shut Helio up since the beginning, since the whole shit
Sorry,
started.
I love you, Helio, but I'm
Okay,
so
never
lost with
mind.
what's being said right now. That's our whole thing.
I was gonna ask why the FE core used 8. Did they use 8 inches or did they use the Sagittarius? Because I'm pretty sure they got the 9
They did.
Yeah. So we have to throw that one out, or we have to get a different calculation.
Okay. No, we don't. There's more than one way to skin a cat. More than one way to mathematically calculate a curve. Excuse me. Go ahead.
No, see, but you can't. How do you hold on now, Helio? This is why I said I want to see that video. Like, I'm challenging what he's saying, because again, if you have a laser, then in order for it to hit the target, it would have to be level with the curve, whatever the fuck that means, right? Like, so that's why the 8 inches per mile squared is useful, because unless you assume that the light is curving to hit the target, then I don't know. I don't know how they do that.
So when
what's wrong with 8 inches per mile squared?
Nothing's wrong with it. I just did sorry to rumpus, guys. I just went on the Earth curve calculator, put eye height 0, target distance 60 miles. It says the D1 horizon, or excuse me, the target hidden height should be 2,400 feet. It absolutely takes in the 8 inch per mile squared drop rate in the Earth curve calculator. So anybody that is arguing for the Black Swan is arguing for the 8 inch per mile squared drop rate in the formula. So it absolutely should be used. in the Earth curve calculator.
I don't know.
Well, I thought
They're not
that was for
separate.
Horizon.
I think the 1.2 thing is kind of, I'm not
go
I'm
on
not
there.
great at math. I know. There's two functions. There's two things.
Yes.
Well,
Because
one
the
is to
radius,
find the horizon.
because the radius around you is essentially flat until that endpoint, and then it's curving away. Essentially, like for all intents and purposes.
But the 1.2
Which is why
is
when I sent that video, the dude cut the fucking orange and was like, "This part is flat." Remember that?
The 1.2
but the 1.2 is to find the horizon.
Yes, thank you. That comes from observer eye height. So at 1 foot observer eye height and 1 mile, the horizon should be 1.22 miles. This still is taking into consideration 8 inch per mile squared. Adding the observer height finds the horizon. Okay. So here, let me say it one more time.
So there's two different calculations. One is to find out what is the
drop rate
hump the hump that's going to be in between, which is not the horizon, but how deep is it going to be behind the curve per se, and then the other one is to find how far your horizon is going to be.
Yes. So
it's like algebra.
You use 8 inches per mile squared every time you're talking about the black swan. So
I said I don't bring it up. What is wrong with? Don't bring it
anytime you
up.
bring up the black swan,
I'm not saying it's not utilized. I do not say, hey, 8 inches per mile square out of my mouth. I didn't say it's not utilized. I said I don't bring it up. I omit it. Is that better? I omit it. How's that?
Because when you're bringing up,
oh God,
if you're bringing up the black swan, which is talking about the horizon can be no further than 1.22 miles, that formula is taking into account the drop rate of 8 inch per mile squared. They're not separate.
No.
They're together. It's the same thing, guys.
No, it isn't.
Okay, but
it is.
Can I bridge it up, for fuck's sake? Simple.
What's that,
If you're trying to calculate where the horizon is going to be, use the 1.225, right? If you're trying to determine whether something should be visible behind the curve, use the 8 inches per mile squared. Depends on what you're trying to do. There's two ways to skin a cat. It depends on if you're trying to skin it from forward or backwards. That's it.
Wait, if Helio's still here, I want to know what the formula is for the Sagitta. I want to know because then we have 3 of them. We can get a, what do you call it? A trinity of formulas.
He's looking for another weapon.
Yeah.
Trifecta curve calculator.
Yeah, because
they don't have
effectively, you have what measurement do you have beyond the 8 inches, right, per mile? If you're at 1 foot and there's no curve between you and that mile. What? No, I'm not talking. I don't bring it up because it's not necessary. I'm not saying that it hasn't been utilized. I'm not saying that I haven't utilized. I'm just saying I don't bring it up. Why can't I say that? You can bring it up. I even defended you. I even defended you.
What are you, dude?
So why are you trying to force me to utilize?
If you're bringing up the black swan argument, you are.
And I just told you how many inches. How many inches between, if you're a 1 foot observer, how many inches between you and a mile is there?
He's not directly bringing it up. I mean, it is because he's not using that formula per se, because all he's using is the horizon, how far the horizon is supposed to be. Yeah, you could definitely say, well, then it's supposed to be yada yada yada, deep behind the rabbit hole or whatever. But he's not using it. All he's using is to say, hey, this is the horizons where it's supposed to be, but it's
right, because the 1.2 is hijacked from perspective. It's the radius or the circle around you.
Honestly,
not actually from A to B.
I
We
think
already
it'd
know
be-
that.
I think it would be a good idea to maybe change the topic. I think it's I don't really think we're really accomplishing anything by arguing. I think maybe later we can have like a more
don't think we're
civil
arguing.
discussion about this.
I just need a formula for the because we have 3 formulas, right? There's one that's 8 inches per mile squared. The second one 1.22, and then there's a third one that Lemon said that it was 1/4 the height. So he was saying the height of the Sagitta is computed by 1/4 the 8 inches, whatever. Is that right or wrong? You got to tell me what the formula is for the Sagitta. And then we could just plug it in.
Is that the one with the sine and cosine? Yada, yada?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Anybody know the formula for a Sagitta on a? Because I already posted an image with it, but it has a lot of division. But it's probably a lot more complicated than.
Bro, I thought we was moving on a couple minutes ago, and
Yeah, there's nobody here because 45 people. It's nothing but 40. There's 45 flat earthers. Well, not counting in life.
On the side
oh, you
note,
ran off to Grover with the.
yeah. On the side note,
So we
I'm
might as well
$2
continue it, huh? What's the side note, bro? Go ahead.
I'm $2 short from reaching my quota, and because it's a principal thing, I can't leave that $2 on the table, man. It's just $2, but my brain is
What
saying,
you got on my 40, yo?
It's $2, but my brain is saying, yo, it's the principal. That's how you get rich, man.
That's
If you cut
what I'm
corners,
saying.
there's a compounding effect of cutting corners. Eventually, you're above at 60. I don't want to be that.
Fuck that's $2.
No, it's not about the $2. It's like what if I make
I'm with you,
$100
bro.
less tomorrow?
You need to
And then
find a
I'm like, oh,
motherfucker.
I
You
can go
need an
home because
extra
it's all
dollar.
right. It's just $100. You know what I mean? So it's really the principle. I could just go
I do.
home. $100. Who cares? All right, fuck
I
it.
do.
So there'll be tomorrow.
It's about
There'll
getting
always be
comfortable with
tomorrow.
loss.
Kind of people will never get anywhere.
Hell no. You can't be comfortable with loss.
It's an intense formula. It's intense.
Never satisfied.
I set my day this morning. Well,
It's
actually,
kind of
no.
bullshit.
Say that again, Mike?
No, I'm saying the Sagittah, it takes from the argument when we sit here and argue the Sagittah. You're effectively saying everybody who calculates what should be hidden at a distance is fucking wrong, and you're the only one that's right. Every curve calculator, every line of sight distance calculator, everything. And frankly, we need a class on it. If we're wrong, get in here and teach us why.
Well, he said he was doing the video.
Here's the formula. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Battle can you increase the amount of people that can be in the server? Because 44 flat earthers here, including the bot and the live.
We can
in
move
the
some
VC, I
inactives.
don't know. I think they.
Yeah, if you're a flat earther,
User limit.
and you're
Nope,
not
I can't do
talking-
that.
But yeah, if you're not a flat earther and you want to,
Yeah,
you are a flat earther.
Anybody who's
Bow
gonna say
out.
crap.
Yeah, bow out and let some new blood in here.
Yeah, all you gotta do is listen in the green room. No problem.
We'll let them in.
Yeah, that's why we set up the green room, bro. I'll just move some people to the green room. That's
Yeah.
all. This is part of my job descriptions.
So
That's why I said I got it. You don't have to make any.
Shit, my bad.
You don't have to make any announcement.
Yeah, if you don't want to talk in here
Um,
and you just want to listen, you can go to the green room. The live stream is coming.
yeah, we
audio
don't
is in
have
there.
to make any announcement. I just covered that, bro. We don't need an announcement. I'll move anybody who hasn't been participating into the listening room because we live stream it to the listening room.
Right.
Or anybody who's muted and deafened, they need to go too.
Yeah, cool.
It's just a new system, and we don't all remember to keep on this.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, there's.
I had to move your ass to the green room 20 minutes ago.
Who me?
that was a joke, bro. It's a joke.
I know. I love you anyway, bro. Whatever. No, I just want to say.
I was actually talking to Zodiac, but whatever.
I found it. The formula now.
So good.
I know what it is now. You guys
Well, I didn't want you to feel left out, bro. I got to pick on you too.
Man, please. I love getting roasted, man. I'm a fan of it.
Damn it! I was talking to Zodiac again.
Damn.
The formula is 8 times distance divided by 2 squared. So there you go. That's the height of the Sagittarius. So
no, I'm with him on this argument. But the problem is,
hey, well, let's do a video about it. One day we'll just have just make a separate recording where we can just talk about this, particularly without disrupting.
And at the risk of sounding like a Gober, the difference is minuscule, but it does explain why the bottoms of stuff is cut off. It's cut off by the Sagittarius, not the drop rate.
Well, I mean, it's like, but flat earthers and Globers don't understand what this is. We're often just said 8 inches per mile square. That's the drop value. But anyway, we're not going to get back into it. Let's actually just have a discussion. I mean, like a 30-minute discussion explaining it, and then just put it up, and you can accept it or whatever. I mean, Globers can freaking come in and troll the shit out of us on the comments or whatever. Just have a 30-minute discussion about it one day.
I will say, if I accidentally move anybody into the green room that wanted to input, all you got to do is come back. Don't get mad, please. We got room.
Go ahead, sorry.
But hey, I'm gonna show the new Eric DeBay level thing that came out today. The level movie I'm gonna show in cinema in about 25 minutes.
No, Helio. Can you wait?
What?
Because I see, Mike. I persevered. Now I'm up 16. I can go home now. But yeah. Can you give me like 45 minutes? I'm going home right after this.
Yeah, I can wait a little longer. Yeah, sure.
Because I did want to watch it.
I haven't seen it yet either.
I heard it was all right. I saw the first. Yeah. I saw the first. Literally the first 2 minutes, and I was like so happy with the production because that's pretty much all I want. Is like some.
Well, let's do it. Let's do it at half past the top of the hour next hour.
Okay, cool. I'll definitely.
And I'll announce the people. I mean, I already announced it in the stream, so we'll do it. Upon recommendation, we'll do it at 9:30 p.m. Central Time. Well, yeah, I can do that. No problem.
All right. Let me just add this one.
I thought of
All right, we're ready.
So man. You're still freaking.
I'm ready for it now.
This is like I was. No, we're not gonna do it.
I can plug in everything.
It's just like, dude. To be honest, I mean, Zodiac, if you understand what I'm saying, and Michael, man, maybe we can just just in a room talking about this, just for like 30 minutes, just to kind of explain. Instead of having a room full of freaking 40 people, where it's like, oh, what do you mean about this? No.
Well, record it then so we can hear it.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm asking. I mean, can Zodiac and Michael and people that understand what I'm saying actually, get together with me? I can record it, and I'll put it up as a video, and we can.
Actually,
what I'm talking about.
I just thought of a cool idea. If you guys want to hear it,
sure. What do you got?
Yeah.
So this whole Sagittarius debate thing. discussion kind of reminded me about FE Initiative, and I think I've seen like some interest in it. So I thought, like, what if we have like actual like classes scheduled and we hand out like little degrees or something? Like, maybe it's silly, but I think it could give incentive to actually make people want to attend. It would just be for fun, but it would be cool if we started up FE Initiative.
The Sagitta Initiative.
Yeah, maybe that could be at the end.
Where's the hump? It's like instead of 8 inches per mile squared, where's the drop? Or it'd be like, where's the hump? Right?
Yeah, it's r minus r the square root of r squared minus 1/2 distance squared. That's it. That's the answer.
You could have class on Wednesdays, hump day.
Maybe.
Exactly.
It's like, yeah, to be honest, I mean, a lot of flat earthers need to know this. And I've been talking about it for a couple of years. Like, the drop value isn't
you know what the Sagittarius is, right?
I think the FE Initiative
the Sagittarius really isn't either.
I think that'd be a good idea, though, to get FE Initiative back, because I know like some people are interested in it, and honestly, like maybe some people may think, oh, it's initiative, I don't need that, I already know everything. But honestly, maybe we could rename it to like FE Lessons instead of FE Initiative. That way, like it doesn't alienate
people who are already classes about some of this stuff. Were you saying, Michael?
Exactly.
You were kind of muffled, bro.
I'm saying the Sagittarius in an arc is the distance from the center to the base. It's not the entirety of the arc. It's the height of the arc.
The height of the arc between point A and point B, right?
Yeah, it's how you calculate. It's kind of like a curvature rate. It's an arc rate. It's a height of the arc. That's it. So if you're setting at one elevation on one side and one on the other, obviously there's going to be a circle in the middle, but a hump, and that's what we say anyway.
See, you didn't commit.
But
come on, bro.
So
no,
go ahead. Sorry.
The Sagittarius is just the. Go
Well,
ahead.
see, when you talk about the 8 inches per mile squared, you're talking about looking straight ahead, and there's a drop value. No, you're not looking down at another object. You're looking straight ahead, and this should be dropping, and then they'll say, well, the bottom of it's obscured.
And that's what I was saying. Like it's obviously this whole globe thing is a bumblefuck.
It is. It's ridiculous. That's why we should do a show. Like a 30 minutes explaining how it's insane. So anyway.
So next time someone brings up an observation, I'm going to ask, what's the radius minus the square root of the radius squared minus 1/2 distance squared, and then they're going to plug in the numbers, and then we can actually determine whether their observation matches the model, right? Because that would be the most accurate value, right?
I'd love to have a talk about this sometime where we can explain, the difference between 8 inches per mile squared drop value or the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height. Just have a 30, 45 minute episode where we explain what you should or should not be able to see over a certain distance, and based on the globe Earth model. And then whether refraction would be considered or not, that's kind of that shit's kind of like up in the air because they don't really have an explanation for all that, right?
Now, see, neither is really a working model, right? Because when they ask us for a model, it's like, show me the model. Like they want it right in front of them. Like, okay, where's the edge? Show me the edge. Show me how the stars and the sun, and show me how all of that works in this model. Like, give me like one snapshot. That's what they're asking for. But when they talk about the globe and the heliocentric model, they're not including all that. They're like either talking about the globe or they're talking about quote unquote orbits.
Hey, and here's another
you know what I mean?
thing.
So hold on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
So what I'm saying is the globe is the only thing that actually, even with what they, because we're really just talking about the Earth. The globe has a definitive shape and a definitive size. when they say flat Earth model, what do they mean? You know what I mean? Because we don't have any of that. So it's like this wouldn't work on the flat Earth model. What is that? And
they can't even get past their own three body problem. The sun, the Earth.
We can ask them the same question. We can ask them the same.
Hey, the worst part about that is people walk right around what you just said to go on and argue what they say afterwards,
No,
bro.
I'm saying, yeah, it makes it.
We have no model.
The main.
We had no model. It ends there.
Yeah.
No, yeah, Fuzzy. Entertain the point for a second. Like the flat Earth, the guy just said when he was
a lot of
looking
people
at.
get mad at me because I cut it off. I cut that shit off as soon as it starts. But they would rather sit there and argue it for a half hour. But what they forget is we get put in a basket with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always want to strawman us, and they can't even show their model to us. So anyway.
No, that's not my point. My point is when you argue a straw man, you put me in a basket with you, and now I got to argue the straw man too. But that's not my style. That's not my debate style. I call it out for what it is and move on to the next premise.
Was it
do the infinite gravity argument like 90% of you. That shit don't prove a globe anyway, and it doesn't destroy a flat Earth.
Truth be told,
sequitur. Why the hell do we still argue it? Because people like to think, here, I'm smart, I can replace it. Then they give you some shit they can't prove or demonstrate.
I kind of agree with
Same with the propagation of light. Same with the propagation of light. Why the hell are you arguing a medium? Who cares? That doesn't. It neither makes us or breaks us. So what's the importance of the argument?
Because first we have to pretend that we have a model.
Mindset, a lean matter of fact. Let's trim the fat off so we don't have to carry all that dead weight around with us, and then we'll work more efficiently while we walk.
We let them do it. We do. We just think about when you can't. When I say you, I'm talking to everyone in general. Like just think for a moment when you first heard that the Earth is flat, or whatever you heard that turned you onto this. For me, the first thing I said was, "What? Wait a minute. So this is what I know about the globe. Is it true?" That's the first thing I asked. The first thing that they made us do is accept a community along with the reification of a flat Earth. I don't even know what that model is. When they say this wouldn't work on a flat Earth, I'm like, what exactly am I working with? What numbers? Like what definitive? There's nothing definitive to work with to say this can't be that. That what? Where is the that I'm comparing to the this? It's ridiculous.
Honestly, I don't see why we have to demonstrate their model for them when they can't demonstrate it themselves. That's the confusing part about all of this to me. I get we're trying to prove them wrong, but they have the burden of proof, not us.
All right. I'll make a meme that has all three formula. No, I'm just kidding.
Sorry for rumpusing.
First time you've done it in 6 months? See, I think finally your turn. But damn, you apologize too. Thank you.
Ineos says I'm over apologetic. He's probably right.
You apologize too much. Sometimes you gotta kick rocks out of the way to get in the river, bro.
Honestly,
there's a current here. See, we keep fumbling over each other, but there's a current here, and you got to jump in a moving river. So you know.
I just want everyone. Shit.
Sink or swim, bro. Just get in there. Elbows up now.
I just want everyone to get along, and for me to get along with everyone. I don't like it when we fight because we're all on the same team.
Hey,
but I also understand discussing these things is important.
We're not fighting tonight. We're just trying to get terms more specific.
I got a question. It's an interesting
term
question.
specific.
It might be an interesting question. Anybody up for it?
The question? Go ahead.
Or battle mod, because I want the shit out of you right alive.
But I think it's more of a connection with us because it seems like I'm coming in like as some. That's why I'm not even stressing it. But okay, so how far do submarines? Oh, how far do submarines travel underwater? Like, is it a significant distance?
I would say yes.
Great distances, yeah. They can go from shore of continent to shore of continent. Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Is there anything in their manuals that say that they have to adjust the attitude with the curvature of the Earth? Because they're in water.
No, I was going to cover that. The only thing we account for.
The only person that's been in the spirit that, as far as I know, in here is Platypus. You can talk to him.
Now, I've had a ride on subs before. What they account for is oceanic topography. So it's the topography of the ocean floor. That's what they account for. And you can read that with sonar, but they got it mapped out, dude. The topography of the ocean floor.
Just make sure they don't run into shit.
I would say they got it mapped out over certain lanes, but not the whole floor. Just my opinion.
Yeah, some places are too deep. Yeah.
I mean, just like with other shipping lanes, I mean, you have to know where you're going. I mean,
but do you understand what I'm saying?
There's mountain range.
Like, if the Earth is
underwater,
it's the same thing with the planes, right? But it's in water. It's floating along, so it's not traveling on the surface of the Earth. So it's not walking, driving. So it's not curving. So I'm trying to figure out: would they have to adjust the attitude? Would they have to dip the nose to stay level with the
only if you're going over a underwater mountain range? Yeah. Listen. Only if you're going over a underwater mountain range, and that's another thing that brings up a good topic. Nobody ever accounts for this when they're doing long distance observations over water, but you can have a hump in the water, and it can be due to an underwater current and an underwater mountain range pushing water up. So it makes an eddy, a surface eddy. And when you say eddies, and people say, well, what's hiding the bottom of that boat? It could be an eddy. They hand wave it away. But you can have an eddy that's 100 foot high because water is creating a current that goes with the heat. It goes from shoreline over a mountain range and straight up. So it pushes the surface of the ocean up for a distance around that mountain, underwater mountain range. Seen this.
All right. Is there any more? Oh, sorry. I think I just rumpus someone.
Nope. That's my dog drinking water.
You're wrong.
My mic's up.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Milo, he rumpus you. Get him, boy.
Did we find the curve of the Earth yet?
Nah, it's still flat.
No.
Hank, your robot.
No, are you cooking fried bologna? I'll take one. 3 slices. Brown to red.
Is it still not moving? Anybody found the core that's held? Nope.
Wait a minute. Yeah, of course not. But since we're on submarines for a second, I'm just curious. as far as when they use submarines, do they base it on the surface of the water, or how far away from the bottom of the ocean that they are? I'm pretty sure the elevation is based on the surface of what the ocean where they're traveling.
Distance to the surface. Yeah.
All right. That's all I want to know.
Hey,
depth. And it's actually depth is we keep track of that by pressure.
You know what's really funny?
Ooh, isn't that how they find the elevation above sea level too? Wow, barometric pressure. Yeah. Oh my goodness. What a coincidence.
Okay, what happens if you tell if I say, okay, wait, what was my question again? I just forgot it.
Oh my God. Refraction, bro.
I was gonna say. Oh yeah. Okay, I got it now. Okay. If I ask a glober, what is the distance to the horizon in a certain photograph, and let's say they tell me it's like however far.
Well, that is refraction.
But wait, let me finish.
Refraction, bro.
If they say that, if they give me a number, I'm gonna say no. You're wrong, because in order to have that number, you need a straight line tangent. So you can trap them.
Oh, that's right. It's looming.
They don't have the number anyway, so it's almost like a trick. It is a trick question.
No, man. Look, we don't need to know the number. That's just the horizon's being loomed in that image, bro.
Not that. I mean, in order for them to answer, they need. They would have to say there is no way to know the distance because they don't have a tangent. That's the only.
They won't admit that they. They won't admit that they need to know ambient conditions invoke looming, but they'll say looming or refraction every time, bro. And then they'll tell you, if you let them define it, it's based on ambient conditions. But they won't say, we don't need ambient conditions to invoke refraction. We can see evidence of it in that image. And that's not true. So without knowing the ambient conditions, is there more than one condition or phenomena that can create distortion in the image? The answer is yes. So to logically infer refraction, we would have to know the ambient conditions. Otherwise, we might want to attribute it to another phenomena.
That not only that, they would also have to know the ambient condition and the direction of the light that is being deflected and the direction of the light after it's being deflected. Both, but they can't draw. I mean, you'd have to literally trace the light.
Here's one. So the Chicago image, right? The sun is setting behind the observer, who's viewing the opposite direction, but the city is being miraged by light across the lake. Well, the light's not propagating that way. It's propagating the opposite way because it's sunset and the sun's behind the observer, and the city we're viewing is dark. So light's not even going that way. It's going towards the city, not from the city to the observer's eye. It's not being, that image isn't being delivered by light beams because the sun's behind the observer.
Yeah.
I brought this point up so many times with that image from Chicago, and they never address it. So I just don't even bring it up there because these guys don't care about science. They don't care about addressing every variable in the situation, in the phenomena, every variable that applies to the phenomena, the observation, the science. They don't
roboting a little bit.
The foundations of okay. Anything you go to the foundations, they don't care about every variable you can come up with that could cause that phenomena. All they care about is what mainstream science says is the cause for that.
Yeah, and
half these guys couldn't be a scientist if they were paid to be. And if they were, we'd be in no better
You were about
condition
it
than we
again.
are now. I say
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
it's like play-by-play with Madden. I would say that a scientist who is undereducated or less educated to ask more questions about a certain phenomena or the variables included would be a better scientist than one who minimalized their variables to make their job easier.
I got a question.
Or their premise stronger.
Can you derive 1.22 without using 8 inches per mile squared, or do you need that, right? Because otherwise you don't have.
No.
So you need it. So you do need it.
1 point. No, you don't need the 8 inches per mile squared, and it depends on what you're talking about. So that's the distance horizon, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. Period.
That's
Okay.
marked off of the radius, so you don't need the 8 inches per mile squared, but it does kind of relate to it.
Okay. So just the radius then.
Yeah, it breaks down to the square root of 2 times the radius of the Earth times the height above the
Is
surface.
1.22 based
I don't
off?
know. I'd have to do the math.
They derive it on Wikipedia under the horizon heading.
So you get 1.22 from
Well, they
the.
explain it on Wikipedia. I don't know if it's derived from Wikipedia.
Wait,
What you
what?
get when you derive out the constant under the square root sign of 2 times the radius of the Earth divided by 5280.
Derive means it's a derivative, right?
Divided by 528 what?
See, it's when you take the square root of 2 times the radius of the Earth divided by 5280, or 5280 feet per mile, you get the constant 1.22 and some change.
So you do need the 80 feet per mile.
What was that?
But you just said it that in order to get it, you are
It's
using
a
8 inches.
derivative. It's a derivative of the radius. He defined that when he said that. You do
Wait, 2
know what
times the radius
derived
what?
means.
2 times the radius 3963 times divided by 5280 gives 1.5 under the square root sign. When you take that out, it's 1.22. So the square root of that.
Right, it's a derivative of the radius. So curve rate is already calculated into it. Yes.
I thought he said 580 or something. Did you say 580?
580 feet per mile. 5,000.
Oh, 5280 feet. So you are kind of using maybe not squared, but
5,200 foot. It's per mile. Yeah.
it does sound like
5,200
they
foot
are
is a
using
mile.
it.
It is a mile. Yes.
Right.
What's a mile?
Distance.
5,200 and how many feet is it? So it's derived from 5,200.8 feet. So it's
that's
by
where
mile
it's from.
radius. Yeah, it's a by mile radius. It's a derivative of the radius. The curvature rate is already calculated into it. It's shortened into 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. The rest of to write it out, it's a differential equation. It's longer. It takes up more space.
Oh, I see. So the 5280 it wasn't the 8 inches. It was the miles and feet.
5,280 foot. That's the mile. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I gotcha. For a second, I thought you were using. Okay. So you're not using it in inches. Okay. Just curious. Gotcha.
No, it's just miles denotated in feet, so it's more accurate. Because they have the exact footage for the radius too. You can use whatever unit of measurement you want to say the same thing over and over again.
So
you can just bust it down into an equation that's a derivative of all that and have a shorthand equation. That's what that equation is.
Wait, so whenever a Glober comes in here with an observation, we can actually correct them on which formula they're using in addition to how far.
Well, not actually, no, because it doesn't account for something that they're going to want to account for, refraction, which will change the radius. The radius effectively changes for refraction.
But it's never enough when they use standards. So they're not even attempting to claim that. When they say atmospheric refraction, they're not even talking about that. You see, you get what I'm saying? So if they're talking about refraction, they're not even dealing with the formula.
The problem is that you literally have to teach persons advanced mathematical premises in a short period of time to bring them up to speed on this argument, bro. How long did it take you to figure that one out, Elijah? A year into the argument?
It took a long time, and I still don't know half the shit. It's like a need to know from my brain.
Yeah, so in college I did 10-page differential equations, and it still took me about 2 years to come to a decent understanding of all this, because there's so many different math. It amazes me that Lemon can actually, I've got this stuff wrote down, he just spits it off his fucking head like it's a fucking sermon he's preaching, like he's got it in the good book. I'm waiting for
I've
some.
asked him multiple times.
Amen. Ha. Yeah, that's all. That's all he's missing. Lemon sounds like a preacher's son who preaches a sermon on every concept he can do. If you just get out of his way and let him take a breath, oh, that boy will go. The only time I try to slow him down, in all honesty, is when there's motherfuckers in here that'll just want to argue every word he says, instead of just letting him say what he believes and then going from there.
Yeah, I've noticed Lemon ever since I first started coming here. The dude is usually pretty on point about most things, and everybody like chops down all of his speculations. So he knows the shit when he's talking about shit that everyone else knows about.
Well,
but when he starts speculating,
like I said, I've went to him for math. I've went to him, on multiple. I think he's a very intelligent dude. Like
he is.
Usually, he's coming in on my argument to say something totally irrelevant. That's why we bump heads. I'm sorry.
Well, Lemon just likes to
But I treat everybody like that.
Everything. Listen, we use science. We use science from the same source that we don't accept science from. And he works on that premise 100%. Given the funding, Lemon would come up with a whole new scale of measurement, I'm sure. But I think all information has been corrupted in one way or another. Math has been complicated. It used to be more simple. Math has been complicated, science, alchemy, all this. They don't want you to know the truth. Same way they corrupt our teachings right now with Common Core. How many of you got children? And how many of these children are now educated by a Common Core math system, where we've learned to break things down fractions? We got systems for this stuff to make it easy, but Common Core makes you do it the long, retarded way, the most retarded way you can.
Right.
So it slows you down.
Now, why would they?
From even coming to an understanding of these shorthand functions. Why? Because they don't want you to be able to do what some of us can do. I can do math faster in my head because it's moving decimal places in zeros. I can do it faster in my head a lot of times faster than somebody on a calculator. But when you're taught it properly, that you come around to the understanding of these shorthand. Math has a lot of shortcuts. Oh damn, bro! Or we're in the toilet bowl now.
Shit, my bad. I didn't even mean to open my mic. That was a slip.
Mr. Clean got his ball head stuck in his shoes. Give me a swirly, bro.
I'm beginning to understand like the ways of the wealthy man, and this is something I've tried to avoid my whole life. Because as men, I don't know how it is for women, to be honest. But as a man, as me, like I've always known that even the minutes count. Because once you start thinking about the minutes, you realize how much time you waste, which is something I never like to think about. So I just ignored it. But it's still there, it's still true. It's nothing, it's not something you can get away from. So when you realize that and you put it into the context of the Common Core, essentially you're taking up mental space of a child and wasting their time.
Yeah. Yeah,
you know,
exactly. You're wasting their time. You're it's like them platelets that cause high blood pressure, and they clog up your blood flow. So they're just clogging up their thought process with processes they don't even need. And you know, you said you're starting to think like wealthy men. Well, wealthy men think, here, I spent 15 minutes fucking with you, and I could have moved my vast fortune 2 decimal spaces in 15 minutes. Why am I fucking with you? I could have added 2 more zeros. Because they know shorthand math. It is decimals. And once you got 2 decimals, 3 decimals, you're now in the multiplication. You don't need to do anything. You can let money make money.
Is there any Globers? Or they? I think they left, right?
I don't know, Morvis. Can you look? Because, I mean, I don't see nothing but flat earthers in here, bro. Radwin, Malik. What's up, Malik? It's been a minute. Malik ain't got a shape roll yet. What does Malik believe in the shape of Earth? Or Malachi. Malachi, I'm sorry.
Malik with an exclamation.
Malik, whatever. Oh, yeah, that's okay.
It's probably round.
Are you sure?
That's good enough for me. You've been here long enough for me. Roll.
Like a penny?
Round like a coin or round like a sphere? Which one?
Come on, guys. We knew what he meant. Ask him why he believes that.
Yeah, why do you believe the Earth is round like a penny?
Round like a penny or a ball?
I asked like you that. Penny.
It's flat like a quarter, man. Yeah, it's your belief. Flat like a quarter. Why?
No, I don't believe it's any of that shit, man. I'm just trolling you guys.
Pressed out like clay under a seal?
But you got the globe earther rule anyway.
I know. He said round, bro.
Congratulations. You are now in the globe earth cult.
The sun worshippers, don't they eat like bread and call it like sun or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But you're here, so at least you know.
This is my globe. This represents my flesh.
What's the green room?
This represents my globe. What? Hey, you gotta have a green room passport. You gotta have a green card to get in there, essay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's kind of racist, man. They're building a wall around the green room, eh? It's a joke, man.
You gotta legally migrate to the green room to get in there, right?
Well, his name is illegal. I thought I'd fuck with him. El Migra, say, run! El Migra!
Fuck with me. Fuck with me, bro.
Vámonos, eh? El migra, yo.
Fuck with me, Chong. Tommy Chong. Fuck with me.
You said
Chinga tu
ese.
madre,
You said
Chinga tu
ese.
madre.
Paramore. It's
punto maricón.
la migra, no el migra. La migra.
Well, that depends on what part of Mexico you're from, bro. If you're from southern Texas, it's El Migra. And you better run when you hear Migra. It doesn't matter what you hear before it.
Tom, I wants to ask you something.
Don't forget them 10 pounds of brickweed you got either, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You better pick that shit up and run with it, bro.
That brick mid. I love me some brick mid. Compressed.
Them Reggies, bro. That shit ain't even, it ain't even mid, bro. How are you gonna give them mid-grade, yo? That shit's, that's Regos, man.
Yeah,
around here we call it dirtweed, eh?
We call it Reggie Miller.
Call that shit dirtweed, eh?
We call it that Bobby Brown.
Hey, that's my Canadian Mexican, eh? S.A.?
Hey.
I call it a bag of Huckabee. Some of y'all got a bag of Huckabee in y'all's pockets right
Huckabee.
Yeah, Huckabees, yeah.
Yeah, you got that Huckabee.
That's old school
that Bobby Brown, that Reggie Miller, that Huckabee.
Let me get a lid of that Huckabees, bro. Give me that cheapo. I only got 10. Yeah, I'm saying. Hook a brother up. Can a white boy get a little something out of you? Maybe put a little something in you?
Huckabee.
What's up?
Reggie Miller.
Didn't Gemsy, I thought you had a question. Okay, never mind.
What was that, Zodiac?
I thought you said battle mod for some reason. I thought I heard you say that.
Oh, I did say Batama because he said El Migra, and I just was saying say La Migra, but I think he's correct on his reply. He was correct on his.
I thought you had a question or something.
Yeah, all you gotta hear is Migra, bro. You know you're Vamonos. Hey, well, fuck, where'd he go? Hey, they said Migra. I got the fuck on, eh?
Oh, we got a new person.
I went to the barrio and got a Coca-Cola, eh? Here, I got you a knee-high.
Is Dash
knee-high? Well, that's fucked up, man. I wanted a Coke. It's grape, essay.
We got 2 new people. Damn
Bring
is
in
bro
the
with
newbies.
me, and Dash the
Hell yeah.
King, Crimson King.
Oh yeah,
Crimson
bring
King.
in the newbies, bro.
But they're not talking right now, so it doesn't matter.
I hate hearing flat earthers argue against other flat earthers. Man, just bring in the newbies, man. We can.
It's a fucking Santa toy, eh? You better get it, eh? I'm tired of arguing and shit, man. You guys are fucking up the program, eh?
Fucking it up.
Oh, I hate hearing that too, though, bro. You're right.
Yeah, I feel you, bro.
We do have them, but they're muting. They're unmuted, but they're muted on their end. So
who is this?
It's
Just
Damn
him?
Bro. It's me and Dash the Kermisen, and Help, but he hop left.
Dash. Oh, Dash, he don't have nothing to say, eh? He's in
And
like
Yemo
5th
Reed.
grade.
Nah, bro, I'm just chilling.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Got any questions?
Chilling on the
Damn, bro, it's me. He ain't even got no rolls. How the hell did he get in here? I gave you a roll, damn, bro. But you can't keep it unless you talk to me, eh? Hey, Carnan, how's it going today?
Express your
the
pain.
Globies, they're not talkative today.
Share your pain, bro. We feel you.
Neither one of them got no damn rolls.
We got another one in here, Yemo Re at the bottom.
Yes, Red. When I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm seeing that. That's interesting too.
Share your pain.
It must be so much smaller, huh? That it can force its way out at that small.
Yeah. So
I just never played
what
with
is
the
this,
vacuum
like
chamber.
snowflake. Hey, funny image. What the? Where'd he go? Damn it. I muted the dude. He split.
Yeah. All three of them left. Yeah.
The ramp is. You don't need to say anything. We're just watching it. It's fine now. Whatever day.
But we got a Glober in here. Malik, are you there?
Today I'm going to.
Yeah, I'm there.
Do you still think it's a globe?
Sure, why not?
Sure.
Because it's not. That's why.
Why are you sure? You said like you're open to suggestion.
But why?
Or what?
Can you prove it's a globe, or is it just a belief a long time held belief?
It's probably a long time held belief. But who said I thought it was a globe?
I thought you said it was round, right?
Zodiac did.
You had a real globe Earther, that's why.
No, I ain't no glober.
Ooh. Okay.
No.
So
Sorry to let you down.
you want to earn which one do you want to earn?
On the fence?
We could earn flat Earth, or you could be on the
First
fence.
off, I have a question. Who's your favorite astronaut?
Michael J. Smith.
None of them.
Oh, that's mine.
He's okay. He's okay, but gotta be a favorite.
I say my favorite astronaut is Darth Vader, eh?
Are you actually a flat? I mean, are you actually not a glober, Malik? You don't think it's a globe?
No, I don't think it's a globe.
Okay. Are you? What do you think it is?
What do I think? I think it's probably not moving. It looks flat when I go on a plane.
Yeah.
What
Do you
else?
think?
Go
ahead.
No, I'm saying like the fact that we have something called sea level, and to me, sea is definitely level, and to me, there ain't no level point on a ball, so there can't be such thing as sea level on a ball.
True. Do you think outer space is real or fake?
Definitely not. I think that was the one thing that I heard the first day I came to this chat. I came here a couple of times and I heard them talking about the second law of thermodynamics. And after hearing that, I was like, there's no fucking way. It can't be real.
Okay. I guess we could well, how long have you been looking into, or I guess let me rephrase the question. How long have you been in the server?
I think just under 2 months. But I did take a break for a while because actually I came here asking some questions and somebody was pretty rude to me, so I didn't come back here for probably 3 weeks. But I'd say 2 months I was here. I joined a couple of times.
What was the question?
Here, hold on, bro. Hey, I already made my decision, Zodiac, so what do you say, yeah or nay? Just tell me that.
Yeah, I think he is. I think he's flat Earth, yeah.
Roll him up.
All right.
I like his answer. If anybody says anything bad, I gave you that roll. Fuck it. Let them bitch at me if you troll them.
It was legit, I think.
First porn you throw up.
I don't want them bitching at my boy Zodiac, so leave his name out this shit. What are they gonna do? They're gonna do to me. Come on.
Malachi likes to color.
I mean, even the owner kicks the pit bull around a little bit, right? But he still gives you a steak and throws you out in the front yard and tells you to guard the house, right?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I'm that flat earth pit bull. Now give me my goddamn steak.
You got any questions, Malik, or no other?
I'm sorry.
Not really. Like I did have some questions on the specifics about the math. I just wanted to understand it. That was the questions usually that I was asking last time I was here. But usually I like to actually hear when you guys talk to people who actually still believe it's a globe. Like I don't think it's a globe. I never really kind of like, I guess I say I did believe it, but I always doubted it because it didn't make sense to me that you could dig a hole to China. Like that shit just didn't add up. So like even when I was a kid,
when you say
about space.
Wait.
Huh?
When you said that you have specific questions about, or you had specific questions about the math, are you referring to the math of an imaginary sphere floating in an imaginary location known as imaginary outer space? Or are you talking about like
no,
math?
I would just like the curvature calculation math. Like I get it. Like I know how to.
Oh yeah, 3 formulas. Well, there used to be 2, I guess, but I guess now there's 3. There's Sagitta, there's drop, and then there's distance to the horizon.
Right, like I don't know if somebody could like share a link at least, and then I can like
I'll
get
just
more
post
in depth
them.
into it. Like, okay.
Here, let me see. Okay, there's the main one. There's the SAG. And there's the distance to the horizon. So basically these 3 images, well, actually, I don't even know if that one has. Oh, that one doesn't even say 8 inches, actually. Does it? Oh, it says R cosine minus cosine. Anyways, I'll just simplify it. Okay, so one is 8 inches per mile squared. That's derived from the first meme I posted. Do you see live stream voice text? Malik? You there, Malik? Okay, he muted himself. And he left.
He got his tag, and here he goes.
3. Apparently. You there, Malik?
Oh, I was muted out for some reason. Yeah, you're referring to the voice to text chat, right?
Yeah, the live stream voice text. You see where I posted the 3 images?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
So,
yeah.
Did you see the one with the chart on the right?
It's like a curvature chart.
Yeah. So, like at 10 miles, how much drop in feet does it say in the chart?
I think it's 66. I know that.
Right. Right, exactly. Yeah. Okay, now in the next image, you'll see a formula. S equals R minus the square root of R squared minus 1/2 distance squared. That would be the height of the Sagitta. There's none of the curve calculators actually have a value where you can just plug it in and get that. So no one's ever, it would be, I guess you could say, take more effort to plug that one in, but that's the Sagitta anyway. It doesn't matter. So the next one is
a Sagitta?
The height of the height of the. Yeah.
The height of the what? Bro.
Sorry.
Listen, Zodiac. Feel free to leave that out of your arguments. The only thing that is the height.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Listen. I want to clear the air on that. That's just the height of the arc. Now, when you're saying you're at this place and you're at this place, and there's a drop in between you, the drop value isn't going to vary that much from the height of the arc. They're almost equal. That's why I can't stand that fucking semantical shit.
What's the margin of error?
minuscule, dude.
Like within 10 or 100 feet, maybe?
I wouldn't even say it would be feet.
Oh, okay.
Inches.
Oh, well then it's
I don't
completely
know why it
irrelevant.
even gets brought up, bro. Don't cloud. Listen, don't confuse the conversation with that crap. The only thing that does, you end up arguing Sagittarius with Glovers for an hour rather than this should be hidden behind this much curve. It's useless in a productive conversation.
Okay, well, I didn't know there was a margin of error was less than an inch.
So,
That's why.
Listen, how you can say the height of the arc is greater than drop value, I don't know. The arc, it's just an arc around a sphere. The drop value represents how far below the highest part of the arc you should be on that sphere. So think about it. You're 1,000 foot below what? The height of the arc or the sagittal. You've already calculated it.
Okay,
That's
so
simple.
we don't have to. Yeah, we can just use 8 inches, and then the other one is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the distance. Of the
Well, that's what the. Listen, this is what he refuses to accept. The drop value is the drop from the height of the arc. What is the sagittal?
The height of the arc.
It's the calculated height of the arc.
Yeah.
That's the drop. You're dropping from the highest point of the arc.
So there's basically no difference, or we should say marginal difference.
In my opinion, no. Unless you can unless you can mathematically show me the difference. Because you're talking about the height of the arc, but the arc only it's not the entirety of the whole, it's a sum of a part.
Okay, so
and you already represented that value with the drop rate. It drops from the height of the arc this amount. That's why it's considered the hidden drop value.
Anyways,
If you don't
what was
drop-
your question on the specific math? Did you have questions on the math specifically, Malik?
Yeah, I was wondering how. Okay, so they came to 8 inches per mile square based on the circumference given by NASA, which is 25,000 or something like that.
Yeah, radius. Sorry, that would be the circumference and the radius.
The radius
39.59 miles.
along with the Pythagorean theorem. Pythagorean theorem.
Like that part, I was wondering if somebody could send a link because I want to be able to explain that. Like, I have friends who are very critical, and they'll question everything, but when it comes to flat Earth, like, nah, the math is wrong. Explain the math. How did they come to this number? How did they come to that? So, and I can't explain it. Like, I understand
show
it,
'em.
but I can't.
This image right here.
what-
Here, I'll post it. I'll post it again. No. This image right here. Just show him this. Show him this.
Listen, dude, I'll give you a 100% explanation of it. With the Pythagorean theorem included.
Yeah.
It shows the entirety of the math. Here, I'll just take a screenshot of it for you. Now, we say 8 inches per mile square. Listen, by the Pythagorean theorem, it's 7.9 inches per mile square. 7.98. We round it up to 8, and so does everybody else. Here's the entire equation. I've had this link forever, so not everybody has it now. I'll just post it so you guys can add it to your library. The link.
Does that answer your question, Malik?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I'll have to just go over it more because right now I'm driving, so I can't like read it detailed. But yeah, just kind of the math thing was the most telling thing for me because I did my own experiments. I went to an island because I live on the coast. So I went to an island off the coast and looked back to the mainland. I'm like, but wait, I can see the fucking city. I can see buildings. That should be not possible. So every 10 miles, something would have to be at least 66 feet tall for you to see it, correct?
One more time. Sorry. Can you say that again?
So every 10 miles, something would have to be
10
the building
miles,
would have to be at least 66
foot.
feet.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Also, if at the same location or in the same instance, you could also see if the horizon matches where it's supposed to be, because you could also test for that as well. Hopefully the island's next to it, though, because otherwise you need a landmark for the horizon.
Arguments you guys have, not arguments, I'd say just how do I get people to realize that gravity is not real?
Well, they have to demonstrate. The scientific method debunks it. Basically, you don't have a viable independent variable. It's not. There's no scientific.
Actually, we don't have to prove it's not real. There's no science that proves it's real, and Flat Earth doesn't need it for their Big Bang creation story.
Yeah. So
gravity is kind of a non sequitur. It doesn't prove the globe or disprove the globe. It doesn't prove the flat Earth. And
Well, they'll say it's round.
So why?
They'll say it's round
because gravity shapes stuff in four-dimensional Euclidean space into spheres. Yeah, I know. They can't prove fourth-dimensional space. They can't prove it is a sphere. So literally, they should prove curvature before they argue there's a reason why it's curved. But you can't demonstrate, manipulate, or scientifically experiment. Gravity is a theory that's not backed by experimentation. They'll tell you, the hell is that? Cavendish, and Cavendish is an experiment. They don't manipulate any variables. It doesn't show a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, I should also mention the independent variable for something dropping down, they believe is the entire mass of the Earth, and there's no way to actually know what the entire mass of the Earth is. So it would be literally impossible to prove gravity even if it was real. Are you familiar with the requirements for an independent variable in a scientific method experiment? Are you familiar with those requirements?
Hey, your mic's doing some funny stuff, bro. Can you fix that? You on a phone? What?
Me? Or
no,
Matt?
Malik, you can't hear it.
Oh, his blinker is driving.
Oh, yeah, that's a blinker?
Yeah, because he's driving.
Damn. You need to change that.
Sorry, I'm just driving. That's why I usually mute out and just listen to you guys, because if I put on my mic, then it bugs people. And usually I listen when I'm driving around.
No, now that I know it's a blinker, it's not bugging me. I thought it was just your mic messing with it. I was wondering if you were hearing what I was
at a turn signal. No, I was at a turn signal.
All right.
Okay, so anyways, we can talk about the scientific reasoning for why they don't have proof for gravity, and the basic idea is that for an independent variable, you need to vary. It has to be the presumed cause, and it has to be the thing that you're changing in the experiment. So in this case, the cause they believe is the entire mass of the Earth.
So say
which no one can prove.
So let me get this on the. Let me try and clarify. So if you put a feather on a table and it blows across the table because there's a fan in the room, the fan is the independent variable, and you would mess with that. You would take the fan away, turn up the fan, turn off the fan, and that's your independent variable is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so in this case, the independent variable is the mass of the Earth?
The entire mass of the Earth, yes.
Right. Okay, fucking bullshit, because they can't prove the mass of the Earth. I already know that.
Exactly. And also, you got it. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm good. I said he's quick. That's all. He caught on quick.
Yeah. There's also another problem with, okay, think about this for a second. If the Earth is not, oh shit, I got attacked. I have to go. Well, I was going to say if the Earth is not moving, but I was going to lead to somewhere with this. Sorry, I got to go. Be right back.
All right, let's talk about the Earth is moving. This is battle mod, right?
Hey, that sounds like a man whose old lady just said, "Hey, psst, look, I ain't wearing no panties." Oh, I gotta go, bro.
I gotta go. Wife's done cooking and it's time to eat dinner.
Hank knows. You gotta have them pre-prepared lies. Right?
Yep.
Okay, homie. I had told my old lady I would take out the garbage. I gotta go. I gotta take it out now. She's home. Later.
So if the Earth wasn't moving, would you be able to tell the difference if it was? Because they say that it is, you can't feel it. So how do you know which one's which?
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. I keep debating like my pals and stuff, and they keep saying, "Well, it's moving," but because we're moving with it, you don't feel it in all this garbage that they give me. I don't really believe it. But so, what is the logical explanation? Like
a circular orbits, or oh, sorry, go
prove
ahead.
it moves. Hey, prove it moves before you give me a reason why I can't feel it moving.
Right.
Right. I mean, right. I don't want to talk about whether or not we'd feel it until you prove to me it's fucking moving. Then I'd want to know, well, how come I don't feel it?
Mm-hmm.
Because we do have, the ability to feel and detect movement. We have systems in our ear that allow us to stay level, to know when we're moving, to know when we're not standing erect, when we're leaning, when we're about to fall, But hey, go ahead, Hank. I want to go get some snacks, man. I got the stoner munchies.
Got you covered, Tika back. So they say that we feel acceleration. Now, acceleration could mean deceleration, or a change in velocity, or basically a change in momentum. Right? So is the Earth taking a perfect circular orbit, or is it elliptical? Do you know the answer?
I think they say it's elliptical.
Right. So if it's elliptical, then just like in a race car, when you're going around the corner and the corner tightens or loosens, you can feel that, right?
Yeah.
So you would be able to feel the acceleration there, but you can't. Because there's no days that you get up on the scale and you're like, wow, I lost like 10 pounds. And the next day, it's back again, right? You would think it would be measurable somewhere, somehow, right? And you would think that centrifugal force would make things weigh different in different places. Like a ton shouldn't weigh a ton at the equator the same as it would weigh in, I don't know, what's that place in Canada? It's like really far up there.
I don't know, up there in the Arctic, yeah? I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You'd think centrifugal force would counter the gravity. So basically what it
Isn't that what they
boils
say
down
about
to...
time as well? Sorry, this is a little off topic. But that's what they say about time as well, that times it's different. What do they call it? Time differential or
Time
something
dilation.
like that? So time dilation. Yeah, that garbage. Like if a clock is higher up in the air, it tells different than a time that's under the sea or some bullshit like this.
Yeah, they're silly with that stuff. So the most sensitive clock in the world, it's not going to be affected by turbulence.
Right. And so how about when you go up on a plane and then you come down? So shouldn't your watches be different?
So check this out. So, okay, the time dilation thing. They say they have to reset the satellites every 8 minutes, right? But when you look into the guy, the cosmonaut, who traveled through time more than any other human in history, right, it boils down to like a very, very small fraction of a second. And he was up there for like several hundred days. I think it was like close to 1,000 days in the ISS.
It was probably 666, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. But it was.
I think
it was a.
I swear.
It was a really large number of days, right? And they said that he traveled through time like a fraction of a second. So why do they have to reset the clocks every 8 minutes if this dude was up there for hundreds of days and it was less than a second? So both can't be true, right?
Nah, time is just another joke.
There's only one way to travel through time, right? You take a nap and you wake up and it's Christmas. You know what I'm talking about? You nap travel into the future, and that's it.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't know. I kind of feel like I time travel when I take mushrooms, though. But it's a different kind of time travel. It's like I don't know. I can't describe it. You have to do it yourself. Anyways, back to the movement. We're kind of getting off topic here. I don't really care about time. That's another story.
Can I ask you something? Okay, so
yeah, go ahead.
If in order for the in the globe theory, in order for the Earth to be moving around the sun, gravity has to exist, right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. So now, if the Earth is not moving, that would be impossible unless gravity didn't exist, right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, to be fair, I am kind of mixing the two models together. There's no flat Earth model, but I'm kind of like mixing them together. But that's why. But there's also a problem with gas, like helium rising next to an open vacuum. There's no demonstration where gravity can hold it in. So, but besides that, if the Earth is not moving, then the whole thing is just like it's just pointless.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention that I always had the question: if the sun is strong enough to hold the Earth into its orbit with its gravity, how come the moon is not in its orbit as well? How come the moon is in our so-called orbit? Yeah. Like that part just didn't add up either.
Yeah, why don't the clouds follow the moon as it moves? Because why does the moon not pick up all the clouds, all the gases?
Right. I don't know, man, but like how do people are so dumb these days? Like seriously, when I watched that recent Mars landing, I was like, come on, this is like the worst CGI they put out so far and people still fall for this shit.
Honestly, I'll tell you this. I never heard about 8 inches per mile squared when I learned about it. And like even just saying that, I would like coming to that realization that's actually, or even just 1.22 times whatever, the square root of the surface height. Those two formulas is so like it makes it so weird that I would never notice any curve. Like I would think you would see that because you can see for like hundreds of miles sometimes. Like let's say there's photographs where you can see the world record photograph where you can see 275 miles. That's like insane. But then again, nobody really thinks about what you should or should not expect, because they all just assume those pictures are real, and they all believe that outer space is real. So,
yeah, man, that's true. You would never suspect they're lying to you. When I found out football was fake, I was like, God, you're fucking kidding me. I'm serious. There's somebody who does analyzes. He does slow motion of all like football games and like professional sports. and you'll see that the star player, the one who's scoring all the touchdown, running all the yards, it's like nobody wants to tackle him. It's fake.
Yeah.
It's like fucking WWF, man. I'm telling you, go check it out. Go check it out, man. It's like WWF. They rigged the games. They rigged the games to big up the certain.
Dude, I agree. I watched a Texas Ranger game with my cousin, because I played baseball in like the 3rd grade and didn't care after that, So I'm like watching it with my cousins, because they're fans of baseball. And like the Rangers are winning. It's like the bottom of the 9th. And they're pitching. The Rangers are pitching. And they just fucking walked this dude and put him on base. And they were like, oh, his batting average is so good that we had to walk him. Like, no. You could have tried to strike him out. Like, that's what you try to do when you play baseball, right? And I just remember them losing and going, what the fuck just happened? Like, how did that happen?
Yeah, man, because they rigged the games. It's so obvious in football because you'll see players, they're like right on the guy. The running back will be running for the touchdown and they're like right on him, like 3, 4, 5 guys. And they'll just like fall down by themselves and like he slows it down and shows like close-up pictures. They're trying to grab him, but they have a fist for a hand instead of an open hand. Who does that? You're trying to grab the guy, tackle the guy, but your hand is closed in a fist? Come on. It's bullshit, man.
Yeah, it's bread and circuses. You're right. There's a lot of it. It's everywhere. Yeah. So I don't know how old you are, but I learned that Columbus discovered America, right? But there was 500 tribes here before he got here. So were they lying to us, or did they actually believe it, right? Because surely the teacher knew about Native Americans.
I think they're not lying. I think they're also ignorant. But see, I already know Black history because I'm
12.
Oh wait,
Demonstration of monotone.
Because I'm
13
Black,
years
so
of
I know
Black
the
History Month,
I
right?
already know that our people was here for a long time. You can't fool me. I know a lot of Black people don't know the true history. They think that we came here also on boats. But the truth is, some of us know the reality. The reality is we were already in the Americas for a long time before anybody came here, along with the other native Indians who were here.
So the way I understand it, the Pope, he basically made this rule or law that any Catholic country had the right of discovery any land they found where there were not Christians.
I wonder if they can hear me.
So, yeah, I heard you. So it's like they did discover, but that's a legal term, right? And it was taught to us in like a layman's understanding. Like he discovered it, like he was the first one to discover it. But the right of discovery is actually a legal term that was invented by the Pope. So there was 5 civilized tribes. I can't remember the names, but you can look them up. I think Cherokee and Choctaw were 2 of them. And they were considered civilized tribes because A, they were non-nomadic, which means they lived by the river, or they lived by the lake, they didn't move. And B, they accepted Jesus Christ because it was so close to their religion that they didn't actually have to convince them. They were like, yeah, that's pretty much what we believe. And then as soon as the United States made like treaties with these people, as soon as they got a chance, they broke the treaty and like marched them Trail of Tears, even though the Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional. Like, who had the guns, right? The president had the guns. Am I still on?
I can hear you.
No roboting? Wow. So it's like,
You're not
okay, so
roboting.
you win the court case, right? And you're like, yes, who's going to enforce it? Let's say you win the court case against a guy who caused you harm, injury, or loss. All right, you got the judgment. Who's going to enforce it now? Who's going to make the other guy pay you back?
A police, I thought, right?
Well, it's supposed to be, but what if they don't? What if they're like, nah, bro, you go ahead? Like, how do you enforce someone? Yeah, stick some tacks in their chairs. Right? A lot of fire under their butt. Well, however you do it, right? But
maybe
yeah, I went off on a tangent. I do apologize. So it's like the things that we learn in school there's a lot of bullshit in there, right? So why are we allowing the teachers to teach our kids bullshit, whether they're doing it on accident, out of ignorance, or whether they knew that there was 500 tribes here?
Yeah, I got cut off when we started the conversation. Yeah, I know, man. There's lots of native people here first, and that's what I was saying before I got cut off. Some of the black people know that we were here a long time ago, before they, like, I know probably some of us came here on ships, but to be quite honest with you, I don't think it was that many, and we already know that lots of us was here because there's actual evidence of it. I mean, there's sculptures, there's artwork, there's tribal history, and everything like that.
Well, it's highly illegal to disturb the Native American burial grounds for a reason, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even the ones that are proven not to be part of the tribe of the Native Americans, like they found some redheaded, let's say skeletons, and it was like, these aren't Native Americans, like these are, redheads. It was like, you still can't dig them up, right? But it's like, well, wait a minute, these guys aren't like your tribe. Like, these guys aren't related to you, right? And it's still like, you can't go digging around willy-nilly and find something and, excavate it. You have to get permission, and you're not going to get permission to dig up Native American graves, ever.
But I think, like, a lot of, like, the teachers in the public system and stuff, I don't think they're intentionally lying. I think they're given the curriculum and they don't question it. And they themselves are being tricked, and they just pass it on.
They just want to get paid and feed their kids.
Right.
Oh, by the way, here's a citation for the independent variable. So, like, because a lot of times the Globers will get into, they'll challenge the definitions of independent and dependent variables. So there's one citation, and there's like tons more. I just can't find the other links, but yeah.
Yeah, I would try to convince your friends, that they lied to us about this and that, and the moon landings and Mars and the rovers first, right? Because you just threw your friends in the deep end, didn't you?
Not really, because I thought for sure that they would be on board right away because they're so critical. Like, they don't believe in government. A lot of them even think the moon landing was a hoax. They don't believe. They believe the tax system is theft. They're anarchists. They believe they don't believe in anything. You generally, like, you know what I'm saying. But then when it came to this, it was like, what the fuck? They started bringing me all this crap, like friggin' Professor Dave. They started bringing me his videos. He's not even a professor, and what he's talking is bull crap. Everything he said has been debunked, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm like, they give all the same arguments. Oh, it's round because of gravity, but then they can't prove gravity. Oh, how about when the reason you don't feel it, they give the fly in the car experiment or the balloon in the car experiment, where they travel with the balloon in the car and the balloon moves one way or the other or whatever. So they say that this is why you can't feel. I'm like, well, the windows are closed, buddy, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you can... Go ahead, sorry.
Uh-huh.
No,
that's all right. Go on.
I was just going to say, if any of them talk about conservation of momentum, or if any of them say, bring up an analogy, you could say none of those analogies prove that Earth is moving. That's really the first thing. But obviously, another way to say it is like, if the sniper is supposed to be accounting for this, Coriolis effect, then that means everything else, like airplanes, drones, helicopters, all of that would be the Earth would be rotating underneath all of that, and there would be a differential, because the atmosphere, you can actually have you ever heard of the idea that people tell you the atmosphere is moving along with the spin of the Earth? Have you ever heard of that idea? Because that can be refuted instantly. I can't hear you. You can refute the idea that the... Oh, I roboted?
I heard you loud and clear the whole time, bro.
Me or you?
Yeah, I think we're both roboting. Go on.
No, it's you, new guy.
It's yeah. I can't hear you, Malik.
Oh,
You gotta-
what can be refuted?
Okay. Have you heard of the idea that the atmosphere moves along with the spin? Right? Have you heard that idea? That's the one that can be refuted like instantaneously. Have you heard of that idea? His mic. Oh, he left.
Well, tell us how it can be refuted.
Okay. Now that he's back, are you there, Malik? This is important that he hears it first. Malik, I can't hear you. Are you there? If you're talking, I can't hear you. Still can't hear you. I can see you're unmuting your mic, but I can't hear you talking. Try disconnecting, reconnecting again, I guess. No, roboting.
Yeah, I got you now.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so do you remember what I said? What did I say?
Later.
What? You're roboting again. God damn it.
Domo.
All right, anyways. I'll repeat it when he gets back, but basically, if the atmosphere is moving with the spin, and the spin is one direction, then what they're really saying is the entire atmosphere. That means every single, layer, part of the atmosphere, all of the air is supposed to be moving in one direction with the spin, right? Do you agree with that? Because that would be the claim, right? Now, if that's not the claim, then...
Yeah, it should be going in one direction. That's right, yeah.
Right, exactly. So now, if there's ever wind that moves in the complete opposite direction, that would be impossible, according to their claim, right?
Yes, that should be impossible.
Right.
I think it's better just to hold their. I'll let you finish. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so the point is, the first thing before making this argument, we got to analyze if they actually believe that the whole atmosphere, not just parts of it, but all of the air is moving along with the spin, and the spin is in one direction. Therefore, logically, all of the air, every single part of the air has to move in one direction. If they agree to that, then it can be refuted just by saying, well, not saying, but you can post proof that there are winds moving in the opposite direction. That refutes it instantaneously.
That's right. I'm sure they'll say something else after that. That's what they always do. When you prove them with just pure logic and evidence, they'll just pull out another red herring.
Just wait for don't worry about it. Yeah, just let them bring up whatever they want.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay.
My tactics are a little different.
That's right. And the other one I said is, well, how come when I fly from east to west and take the same route, like fly to one city to the other and then fly home, shouldn't one of those trips be shorter than the other?
Yeah, it should.
If the ground is moving underneath you, one of those trips should be shorter than the other, right?
Yeah, and in addition to that, if you're taking off in the opposite direction of an imaginary spin, the argument of conservation of momentum does not apply because you're moving in the opposite direction of the supposed momentum, right? So it's almost like you're jumping out of a moving vehicle in the opposite direction that the vehicle is going. Obviously, you're going to go, a certain distance in the other way versus if you jumped forwards in the moving vehicle. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I saw a meme. It was a funny ass meme. It was like a guy jumping out of a moving train, and they were trying to explain like how do planes land, right? And he just like blew up. No.
But go ahead,
If
Hank.
anybody remembers that meme.
All right. So what I would say is I would hold their feet to the fire and let them, explain the Coriolis effect, right? Because obviously they don't understand it if they're saying that the ground speed is the same as the air speed, right? The wind is moving with the ground. And then I would say, if that's what you honestly believe, then relative to, the Earth, right, it's not spinning in either his atmosphere. That's what we say, right? And that's what we observe, right? But what they're saying is that the Earth is spinning underneath the reference frame of the atmosphere, right? So the non-inertial reference frame and the inertial reference frame are two different reference frames, right? So like the merry-go-round, you got two different reference frames. One is the atmosphere above the merry-go-round, and the other one is the merry-go-round, which is spinning, right? And you can demonstrate this easily on a merry-go-round, but you can't demonstrate it at all in Earth and reality. So you got to hold their feet to the fire what the Coriolis actually says, because if they're saying the atmosphere goes with the spin of the Earth, that's not what the touted science, so-called science says. So they're incorrect from the get. And when they do it that way, I think they're either ignorant or being dishonest, or maybe a little bit of both.
Yeah, especially the one about sniper bullets, and also the fact that if you're taking off in the opposite direction of an imaginary spin that no one has ever proven, then it would obviously be shorter. Conservation of momentum doesn't debunk anything.
Yeah, so you really got to watch what these people say, because they're really dastardly sometimes in their explanations of what's going on. Right? So sometimes you got to like, oh, wait. That's not what that says. That's not what the Coriolis says. And they'll want to use something like throwing a ball bearing off of a tower, right? A skyscraper. That's not a very good demonstration for the Coriolis effect. I don't know what's wrong with the merry-go-round, other than the merry-go-round perfectly demonstrates it. Am I getting pulled over? Oh no, it's someone else. Not me. I was about to say I didn't do anything. Yeah. Is that a cop too?
They can't prove Earth is moving either. Well, it'd be funny if they, what I love is when they say, prove the Earth is not moving. That one, I love that one, because, there's like these weird, I've never heard of these so-called, I should say, well, I wasn't there, so I'll just say alleged experiments until I got to the server and I started looking into it. Like, there's like actually a few of them. Supposedly, so one is Ares failure, the other one, Michelson Morley, and then there's like a bunch of other ones that I don't know. But
Michelson, Gale, Sonia.
Yeah. And then there's ones where like you could just have a hovering object like a drone or a helicopter, and if the atmosphere is not moving along with the Earth, because obviously you have winds that don't move in the same direction as an imaginary spin, because winds move in every direction, then there would definitely be a deflection, and that drone or that helicopter would definitely experience that deflection. Because it's hitting the atmosphere and the atmosphere is not moving with the spin. So if it doesn't move, or at least, within 24 hours, if it's still hovering in that one location, then the Earth is not moving, or something's really going wrong with the atmosphere or something. I don't know.
Wilbur's basically saying that you can't tell that it moves. They'll say that you're in back of they'll say go in back of a truck and you're moving with the truck, let's say 50 miles an hour. You can jump up and down, you can't tell, basically, is what they're saying.
What happens if...
That's one of the big arguments, that you're in the back of a truck.
That's a closed system.
What happens if that truck has wings and moves... Sorry, go ahead.
I'm responding to what he said. The atmosphere is a closed system, is what they're saying. It's closed by the atmosphere.
Okay, so the atmosphere is the... What contains the atmosphere? What makes it closed?
The atmosphere. That's what they're saying. The atmosphere.
I'll give you a hint. When you drop something, why does the rock go down? According to the globe theory.
Gravity.
Right. Are you aware that the reason that they believe that the atmosphere is contained is because of the gravity, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I was just clarifying, because when you said closed system, I thought you meant like the atmosphere was containing itself, but it was because of this imaginary gravity. That's why I just want to make sure.
Hey, Zodiac, can I ask for some clarification from you?
Yeah.
So, right as it jumped on, it sounded like you said that conservation of momentum.
You're roboting. Conservation of momentum doesn't debunk the argument that if you're moving in the opposite direction. Sorry, go ahead.
And that negates conservation of momentum completely?
No, I'm saying it doesn't debunk the argument of conservation of momentum. Does not refute the fact that if you're on a spinning object and you take off flying in the opposite direction of the spin, it's obviously going to be a different outcome than if you were flying in the same direction of the spin, obviously.
We can demonstrate this by throwing the basketball back and forth on the merry-go-round. Well, think about it. Right. Okay, hold on, bro. Me and you are on the merry-go-round, right? This dude's pushing us, right? We're spinning. I throw the ball to you, right? It lands 2 feet to where you were a second ago, right? Let's say it's a big merry-go-round, right? So he picks up the ball, he hands it to me, he spins us again. I throw it to you, but this time I have to compensate and shoot to where you're going, right? Because the conservation doesn't affect the ball, right? If it affected the ball, it would keep going in the direction
that's a
that it left situation. In. It would turn. Think about it like a rifle, okay? So let's say it's an air rifle, so that nobody gets offended. I got a plastic pellet BB gun that couldn't kill you no matter where I hit you, okay? And I'm aiming it at you, right? And I shoot it and it misses, right? So think about it spinning like the rifle barrel is spinning, right? If the angular momentum stayed with it, I would actually hit you, right? But I don't ever hit you because I'm aiming to where you were. The thing shoots, it goes across, and it lands where you were, right? But the ground, the merry-go-round, is spinning underneath the bullet, causing an apparent deviation. It's not an actual deviation because the conservation of momentum doesn't actually work. If it did, I would hit you. Does that make sense? Because the barrel is turning, right? As we're spinning around.
Examples.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, because if you take off on an airplane on a runway going west, you're not going to experience the movement of the Earth just like you don't when you jump 2 feet into the air. You're not going to just experience the Earth moving beneath you because you still have the conservation of momentum.
Hang on. Are you a baller? Just checking.
Of course.
Look. So if you jumped up, okay, and jumped down, all right, and if the airplane doesn't experience it, it's because it's stationary, right? Same thing. You're proving it doesn't move.
let's say hypothetically you're on an airplane flying. and you're
1,500,
going
1,500 feet a second.
So you're going 500 miles an hour, and you jump in the airplane. You maintain the momentum. You don't just experience the airplane moving 500
That's a
miles
closed
an hour
system.
away from you.
The
Right?
Earth is an open system. That's a closed system. It's a false analogy. It's a false analogy because the Earth is an open system, meaning that
let's go with
meteorites fall to the ground. Hold on, don't interrupt, bro. Hold on, relax. So, meaning that if a meteorite falls into the Earth, it can gain material and energy. That's the definition of an open system. Can anything fall into the aircraft without poking a hole in it and causing it to be an open system? So it's a false analogy from the get. Go back to the merry-go-round. That is a perfect demonstration of the Coriolis effect. And explain to me, where's this momentum, right? Because I'm missing you every time I throw the ball at you, unless I calculate where you're going to be in the amount of time that the ball takes to fly across the merry-go-round. I miss you every single time unless I do that calculation.
No, I agree with your merry-go-round analogy. I just think it's wrong in this context.
Well, listen, is the Earth...
We're talking about the Coriolis effect.
Is the Earth spinning or is it going straight?
My argument is not about the Coriolis effect. It's about the conservation of momentum. If you take off from an airplane traveling west, you're not going to experience the entire spin of the Earth immediately. You're going to conserve your momentum.
You said immediately, right? So at some point, would you start experiencing the circling of the Earth at some point?
At some point, it would theoretically be experienced. Sure. I don't know how long.
Okay.
Wait, hang on a second.
Let's say,
hang on. He just made a point.
You go ahead, bro.
At some
You're right.
point, you would start experiencing the spin, right? I get what you're saying, because if I throw a ball and if I'm on a moving car, it's going to move with me when I throw it, right?
Absolutely.
It's almost like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
right. But at some point, like if I was to make a left or make a U on that U-turn in that plane, so I needed to, head back down to get more gas. At that point, where did the momentum go if I switched directions?
Right. I understand that you would eventually feel that effect wear off. And
right, and then yes, see now that's your wisdom. It would wear off.
Sure, yeah.
And if we
I agree.
had to land
and I
that
think the
plane,
model would agree.
we had to make a turn, 90-degree angle, and then land that plane. We'd have to land it on a moving runway.
Right. I think so. I would argue that by the time you actually experience the change, the wearing off of your conservation of momentum, it's been far too long, and there's far too many other variables that you wouldn't actually experience the rotation of the Earth in that sense.
But you have to show that and not just say it.
I don't have to show that. I don't. And it's like how you guys had the example of if you have a drone hovering in the air, right? Why doesn't the drone experience the rotation underneath?
Because we're stationary, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
Right. Here's my question. Here's the question I have to you. Stationary relative to what? Motion is only detectable when compared against a stationary object. And if you're just hovering, you're stationary comparable to...
Okay, so that's a really good question, right? So I ask you, where in reality have you ever seen a stationary sun?
Every time I look at the sun, it's a stationary object, which is evidence of my spin.
So, wait a second. You see a stationary sun?
Let me correct. It's relatively stationary.
So you just confirmed the point, which is you're on a stationary plane to see the sun move. So take your own statement and apply it to that principle. You will never see a stationary sun because you are stationary and it's the sun that moves.
Right, but if you're saying that you're hovering a drone above the Earth at a stationary location, it's stationary to the point in question. You haven't isolated your independent variable in this situation.
Again, apply what you just said a second ago. Where do you see a stationary sun?
In my model, the heliocentric model, the sun
The only place you'll ever see it is in a model. You'll never see it in reality. What you see in reality is you're stationary with the heavenly bodies moving. That's what you witness.
Okay, but do you have an answer to my question?
So like the drone is hovering above a stationary surface where the Earth doesn't rotate underneath it. And what's observed is the drone is stationary with the celestial bodies moving. That shows you that you're hovering above a stationary Earth. Another example is when you fly an aircraft. The aircraft itself is flying above a stationary Earth that's not rotating. That's why you can fly That's why you can fly from point to point without calculating for rotation or curvature, and you see what you observe. Another question for you. If you've been on a plane, what do you observe? Do you observe a curved rotating ball Earth, or do you observe an extended stationary plane? That question there will see your integrity in your response, because what we observe is reality.
That's a red herring.
You just said you never see.
Hold on, he's accusing you. Let's let him address that. How exactly is that a red herring? If we're talking about the spin of the Earth, and he's talking about would you observe the spin of the Earth in an airplane? Explain. How is that not following the conversation?
Because we are talking about this drone hovering situation, and now he's talking about a moving object.
A plane would be the same thing as a helicopter. A plane would be the same thing as a helicopter, as a drone. They operate in the same manner where they operate over a stationary level plane. They do not observe any rotation underneath them. That's why I asked you, based on your own logic and reasoning, where do you see a stationary sun? You never ever do, except in what? A model. Thank you.
Okay, so if I could answer that. If you were to hold your drone stationed in the air, and you were to put it, let's say, in alignment with Venus, from your perspective, and you maintained it in alignment with Venus, you would observe the motion of the Earth as the sky moves above your head. That's your stationary object, the celestial body.
So you never see that. You only see that in a model. What you observe...
I would definitely see that.
What you observe, which is, I already asked you, where do you see a stationary sun? You don't see a stationary sun. You see a sun that's moving, which means you are stationary.
Okay, let's just go with the sun then. If you were to put a drone up in the sky that shaded the sun from your vision, that would be a convenient shade, and you were to keep the shade on you over the course of the day, you would notice that your drone moved from where it started at the beginning of the day. That is an observation of motion. That's the evidence of the motion of the Earth.
So I have a drone, and the Earth does not rotate underneath it whatsoever. In fact, what you can see when I hover my drone is it'll stay in the same position, and the sun will move.
No, that's my point. You are not isolating your independent variable of, is the Earth moving? If your stationary object is the Earth.
Okay, so where is your independent variable in your model?
It's any celestial body.
So where is it in your model? Where is your scientific hypothesis in your model?
Scientific hypothesis is that the Earth is rotating.
Where is it? I don't see a rotating Earth. I see a sun that's moving. I do not see a stationary sun.
I think I got you, man. I think I got you. You're saying that if you hold it stationary against the stationary object, against the variable in question, then of course it's going to be stationary. Next, you're going to ask me to isolate gravity.
I just asked you, where do you see a stationary sun? You said in a model. That's what you replied. And then you're trying to ask me for an independent variable? Because I'm using a drone that's on a stationary surface. It doesn't move, and all the bodies still are recorded moving, thereby showing that I am stationary.
Earth is the point in question. You can't say it's stationary relative to the Earth.
So again, where do you see a stationary sun?
Every time you see the sun, it's stationary relative to the Earth.
Okay, so
in reality, where do you see a stationary sun? In reality, when you look at the sky, compare it to your position, does it stay in the same position for longer than 2 hours? Yes or no?
No, that's why it's the evidence of the motion.
The evidence of the
what
sun
is
motion?
the evidence of the motion of? The motion of the sun or the motion of the Earth?
That's the whole point.
No, I asked you a question.
Right?
Hold on. Sorry. What you're doing is called a false cause fallacy, right? You don't know what the cause is, right? So you're affirming the consequent. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. Okay, so how do you know that it's the sun in motion and not the Earth? Because the only way that you can tell, right, is if you have a third reference frame outside of the solar system. Now, if you were outside of the solar system, you could see is the Earth orbiting the sun or the sun orbiting the Earth, right? But because you're inside the system, because of all motion is relative, you can't tell which one is doing which. Is that true or false? Am I still on?
I want to repeat what he said. Okay, he said that if you get a drone and you put it under the sun that's moving, and your drone moves with the sun, so it shades you. He said the moving drone proves that the Earth is moving. That's exactly what he said. So I think there's a disconnect.
So what you confirmed is that the sun.
Hold on, let me say this. Sorry, cut you off there, brother. I was just going to say this. Real world. I'm traveling commercial plane from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to Dallas, Texas, approximately 1,000 miles. A typical cruising speed, 500 miles an hour. 1,000-mile distance at 500 miles per hour. Traveling time 2 hours or 120 minutes. So the question is, how many feet of vertical drop per minute on average needs to be negotiated? For vertical drop over 1,000 miles, it's 677,424 feet, right? So if you take that same flight from take a flight from LAX to South Carolina, you're going to be flying against the spin of the Earth, right? In one direction, and the other direction, you're going to be going with it, right? So it's like swimming up the river. It's going to be slower than swimming downstream. My question is, how does a flight ever take place from Ecuador to Egypt? If the plane only goes 500 miles an hour and the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, it would seem like there would only be a one-way trip. You would not be able to fly the same direction around the Earth, or you wouldn't be able to fly a different direction to get back. You would have to fly all the way back around the Earth because the plane doesn't fly as fast as the Earth spins. So right there, there's two things that I just demonstrated. There's no drop and there's no spin. Please continue, Flatter Tato.
It's all good. That's why I asked them if they've ever seen a stationary sun, because that we're referred to the only time ever seeing one is in a model representation, which should lead them to think, how do they understand whether the Earth is rotating or the sun is rotating? And the silence was all I needed.
Yeah, I enjoy some of the stuff you say. Yeah, I hear you.
Adam, son, I don't know if you're talking about, or if we can't hear you. I don't know if he's trying to talk back, or why me? I see your mic are lighting up, but we can't hear you either.
So 5,645 feet vertical drop over a mile per minute. Do you feel that when flying in a plane?
Can you hear me?
I think
Yeah,
that's
go
the wrong
ahead.
calculation.
Okay. Hank Hill had 2 points. One, that you are not making a correction for curvature, and the other one was that you don't experience the curve or the change in force due to the rotation of the Earth. Is that correct?
You don't experience spin or dropping.
Spin or dropping, correct.
5,645 feet of vertical drop per minute. Because if you were falling that fast per minute, you'd be able to feel that. There's no way that you wouldn't be able to feel that in a plane.
I have an answer for that.
Go for it.
Okay, so the reason you don't feel that apparent drop is that you're experiencing equivalent buoyant forces from the lift caused by the wings in the atmosphere, as well as the pull of gravity, which is the equal opposite force while you're flying through the sky. And they make it feel seamless, so you don't feel an acceleration downward because you're
First of all,
staying
it's not
at
a
a level
buoyant force.
altitude. Number two.
No, you're not staying at a level altitude. Hold on, I got to stop you there, please, because you said something that was wrong.
Okay.
It's not a buoyant force; it's an aerodynamic force. That's how the plane flies. They don't fly like hot air
Right.
balloons,
It's a
right?
lift force.
But
The lift.
Right. So also, you're dropping 5,000 feet per minute. You're going to feel that in your vestibular apparatus. Yes, you're going to feel dropping.
Hang on. He may not believe that the plane dips. He may think it goes straight. Let's see what he has to say.
Okay, if the plane is flying flat and level all the way from 3,000 miles from LAX to South Carolina, right, there's going to be a huge problem because there should be a lot of vertical drop between those two if the Earth is curving. So is the Earth curving?
Yes.
Yes.
Does the plane compensate for it or does it fly level?
It's maybe a leading question in
I've
that
heard this from Welbers that
the
it
pilot
flies level.
does not compensate for it. But
Where do you get 5,000 feet per minute? It's only 46 feet per minute.
Okay, so I can show you my source. This is Global Terminator, right? I will cite my source for you right now.
Well, I mean, we can do the calculation.
I wanted to hear if you think that the plane dips or not.
Well, yeah, you can do the
Straight, does it
calculation.
dip?
That's why I'm citing the source. You can do the calculation yourself, sir.
I want to hear from the Globers if the plane dips or if it flies straight.
He said that it flies straight, and I said that's because the Earth is flat.
No, this was my claim.
There's the source of the math if you want it. Or it's right there.
The pilot does not make the correction, but the forces naturally make the correction.
Oh yeah, this is wrong.
So the force flies the plane, not the pilot?
How is it wrong?
Because it says 1 hour. For 1 hour, it's for one. Okay, so 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Right.
Okay. And so 8 inches per mile squared, a plane flies 500 miles per hour. That's 8.33 miles per minute. And so you take 8 inches per mile squared, it's 8 times 8.33 times 8.33, and that's 555 inches. So it would have to dip 46 feet per minute.
Well, if that's right, I do apologize for citing something that was incorrect. So this is Globe Terminator, so this is Quantum Racer's website. So
yeah,
if that's incorrect, I do. Hey, like I'm saying, if that's incorrect, I will say that it is incorrect. So,
I mean, somebody else could check the math that I just said and tell me where I'm wrong if I'm wrong. But I'm just doing.
Type it.
What's your equation? Well, the math is correct, but you know the problem with it. Say I was flying around a square, right? If I stay 1,100 foot off the square, am I going to follow the contour of the surface as long as I maintain 1,100 foot?
Yes.
Yes, that's the problem with that. See, my cousin's in the Air Force. He's a jet fighter plane. He says they do adjust altitude, and if they don't, they have a computer that does it automatically for them. to say that they're not lowering and rising is actually kind of wrong when they are to maintain altitude.
I think that has more to do with barometric pressure. I'm not sure, but I'm just talking about the 8 inches.
If you're talking about a pendulous vane, yes, but that doesn't have anything to do with the altimeter.
All right, fellas, it's always fun to talk to you guys, but I got to head out. But
okay, I posted in the live stream
the conversation.
What I meant about 500 miles per minute, 500 miles per hour. So 500 miles per hour. At that
covering
speed,
a lot of distance quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, 8.33 miles per minute. Right?
Yeah.
500 divided by 60 is 8.33 miles per minute.
So you constantly have to adjust for altitude.
Yeah. And then the amount that you have to adjust for altitude.
You don't always have to dip the nose, though. There's more than one way to adjust for altitude.
Sure. But accounting
rudder up, rudder down.
Yeah. Accounting just for the curve of the Earth, if there were a curve, 8.33 miles every minute, we'd use 8 inches per mile squared. It's 8 times 8.33 times 8.33, and that equals 555 inches, right?
Yeah, I know. But this is why I asked my cousin in the Air Force rather than my uncle who flies jetliners. Like a jetliner, it's all done by computer, you know?
Yeah.
So the computer adjusts their altitude constantly, so they couldn't tell you whether or not they dip or they don't.
Yeah, exactly.
They take off and they land, you know? And the rest is, you know, they might be sipping martinis while they're riding. Who knows, you know? Only the people in the cockpit. But that's why I asked my cousin, he actually flies jet fighters.
Yeah.
So, like he said, the computers are getting better where they adjust for altitude for you, and you can just steer.
Yeah.
Like you have altitude alarms, you know. If you're gaining an altitude, then the alarm will go off, and the computer will automatically start to adjust for that. But they're now they're having better automated systems for the jet fighters that can keep up with the amount of ground they cover. So they automatically adjust for altitude. Unless you're in, you know, a fight or a chase, and then you turn that off. That safety system will be turned off.
Yeah.
So I just did the math myself, and Matthew is right, and I was incorrect, or the source that I was citing is incorrect, which is very disturbing.
It's also incorrect on Nathan Thompson's flat Earth facts. It's fact number 2 on Nathan Thompson's flyer.
You know, a better place to apply that is when you shoot at 1 mile, 2 mile range, you got like 2.5 second flight time, right, for a projectile, up to 3.5 seconds, and you're talking about distance to travel at 500 miles per hour. Well, each latitude you got a different amount of miles moving, right? So at the equator you got 1,000 miles, which is almost 600 foot per second. So in a 3-second flight time, 1,800 foot would rotate. If you were shooting north to south, then you'd have to calculate for a target that's going to be 800 foot from where you perceive it. There'd be a parallax. Are you with me?
Sure, yeah.
You wouldn't be talking about shooter Coriolis. You'd be talking about shooter parallax because we're shooting at a moving target, right?
Yeah.
And when you break this math down to Globers, they have to deny it because it's so powerful that they can't accept it, or they have to accept that it's not moving, or at least not at the rates they say it is. So I will say that even if we debunk or proved it's not moving, well, we have proven it's not moving at the rate they say it is.
I have a question.
Here's the problem with it. I'm just going to try to appeal to this man's logic. So you did some calculations where it works out to be 8.3 miles per minute, traveling 500 miles an hour, right?
46 feet per minute.
Yep. Do you agree that for a 6-foot observer and another 6-foot observer standing on the top of your ball, As the one observer watches the other one run away from him, let's say, it takes him about 30 minutes, let's say a good run, to disappear over to the edge of the Earth, which is your horizon line on your ball model, that everything seems to dip down past. So while you just did a calculation for a plane flying 500 miles an hour, on the ground, you're saying that a 6-foot observer will disappear over the edge at 3 miles. Does that compute in your brain in scale?
No, because it's hard to tell. Like it's such 1 mile is only 0.007 degrees.
So hear me
of
out.
angular.
Hear me out. So you have a 6-foot observer. You have a 6-foot observer watching. You have a 6-foot observer watching another 6-foot observer. Height's arbitrary in this case, but
okay.
He's watching his buddy run away from him. All it takes is him to do is run about 30 minutes to disappear over the horizon line, according to your ball Earth. Okay? And it means, according to your ball Earth, that it means a 6-foot observer looking in any direction, all it takes is about 30 minutes, a good jogger, 30 minutes to run away from him so he can start to dip and drop over the edge of your Earth. And in the same breath, you just did a calculation with an aircraft traveling 500 miles an hour and dipping 43 feet, 44 feet every 8 miles. Do you not see a problem between those two scenarios?
No, I don't.
So you...
I do.
So you don't really...
I do.
You don't really understand that a 6-foot observer is running from his buddy and it only takes him 30 minutes to go over the edge of the ball? That everything at that point is going to be going downward? And
So I thought the Coriolis point was a damn good point. When you add it with this point, and then he doesn't see a problem with either one, he just displayed what I was talking about. Thanks, bro.
Got it.
Data, let's do the math on that. Let's do the math on where he'll be in 30 minutes and how fast he'll be going. That way you can...
Yeah. So let's do that math on the plane, because Zodiac was saying something about that in the live stream.
So a runner takes at a good pace, roughly, let's say he was running at 20 kilometers an hour. Between 20 and 30 minutes, he's going to disappear over the edge of your Earth. If that is true, you have to now equate that logic with an airplane above him seeing an extended plane for 20, 30, 40, 50 miles in front of that plane. But yet a 6-foot observer is watching his buddy disappear over the edge at 3.4 miles or 3 miles.
Yeah, because the plane's flying higher? What do you mean?
Okay, so it's higher, right? So he's got more of an extended plane. But according to your logic, a 6-foot observer can run 30 minutes and start to disappear, dip and drop over your boundary Earth, or your boundary, your parameter of your ball.
Yeah, because they're right next to the surface.
So you still don't understand, okay? So scale, just try to
say something. Let me say something. When you guys are doing the plane, basically the plane is on the surface of the supposed Earth, okay? Because we didn't measure the plane different dimensions than the Earth. Okay, so it's basically flying on the surface as far as
I see what
the
you're
mass
saying.
goes.
Got it. No,
As far as
that
the
makes
mass
sense.
goes. Okay.
Yeah,
so
it's
just
the same
clarify
as
that part.
Yeah, it's the same as the plane flying at sea level. You're right.
Yes.
Because sea level and like 30,000 feet high isn't that much different on the scale of the whole Earth. Yeah.
So it doesn't. Do you understand that you're claiming a tiny little observer, 6 feet tall, can measure dip and drop in curvature as little as 3 miles away, right?
That's right.
Okay, so you don't see a problem with that.
No.
You okay? So maybe you should think scale. How big is your eyeball?
Like half an inch. I don't know.
24 millimeters. How big is the biggest? How big is a mountain? Like 1,600 feet or 2,000 feet.
Yeah.
And compare your eyeball to it, and now I just don't understand how you cannot see scale here in this case. All it takes is me to run literally 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and I start to disappear over your ball. That's a very, very small scale.
Data, how much curvature do you go over, supposedly, running for 25 minutes? So we
That's That's what I'm trying to get you guys to realize, that you're claiming curvature as little as 25 minutes for a little runner on a massive extended
Right, but how much
plane.
is it though? We need to do the math.
It's about 3
How much
miles.
curvature is it?
It's about 3 miles away to the horizon line for a 6-foot observer. And everything past that 3 mile point will dip and drop, right, according to your ball mathematics.
Yeah, so 3 miles, 3 inches, or 8 times
9 times 8.
8 inches per mile squared, 8 inches per mile. So if it's 3 miles, it's 8 times 9 times 9.
So it's 6 feet, basically, guys. So what you're saying is that a 6-foot observer will disappear 6 feet at 3 miles. You don't see a problem with that?
No.
Okay, so dip and drop is noticeable for a tiny little guy on a massive Earth. Do you live on a tiny cylinder or a golf ball? Do you understand it's extremely short distance, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I think the Earth, if it's, we have to have like salt flats or something that are perfectly the same altitude.
Your eyeball is real tiny, guy. Okay.
What's the eyeball have to, I don't know what the size of your eyeball has to do with it.
Hang on, did you say the salt flats are flat? Are you saying there's no curvature on the salt flats?
No, I said the same altitude.
Okay, but there's a curvature on
What
the
you have
salt
to
flats?
realize is that that person's disappearing into the perspective point. The convergence point has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Here's a question for you. What causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground? Earth curvature or your eyesight?
Your eyesight, yeah.
So it's not Earth curve. Thank you.
That's right.
So there's no way that a runner can disappear over the edge of your ball Earth 3 miles away because he's converging there due to perspective, not Earth curve. That's why when you get up into a plane and you can see much, much farther, an extended plane is what you see as you increase in elevation. You don't see dip, drop, nothing. So when you apply a calculation for an observer on the ground, look at scale. Look at how the convergence happens. It's a massive extended plane.
Wait, I got a question, just not to distract, but in Matthew, in your math, where is the 8 times? You never did the 8 times 500 times 500. Why is that?
Okay, so yeah, let's do that math. So what are we talking about? Like for 1 minute, how far would a plane have to drop in order to, if the Earth were a globe? Is that what we're trying to answer?
That's what I'm saying. You're
I
claiming
know. We're saying what would it have to drop if
it doesn't drop. Now you're begging the question.
Hold on, Data, wait. We're just doing a hypothetical scenario because we're getting he got 46 feet and I got 166, 1,000 or whatever, right? So we're trying to figure out where.
Okay, so yeah, this is good to talk it through. So Zodiac, how far do you think a plane flies in 1 minute?
I would say
8.333 miles.
Yeah, 500 miles per hour divided by 60 is 8.3 miles, right?
Say that one more time.
We're trying to figure out how far a plane flies in 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. What was the division again?
Take 500 and divide it by 60, and what do you get?
Okay.
8.3.
Oh, okay. 8.3. Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah, 8.33. Okay, so now let's do the standard curvature calculator, the supposed curvature calculator, which is 8 inches per mile squared. So it's 8 times. Do you have a calculator in front of you? You could do this.
So 8 times 8 times 8 times divided by 12.
So yeah, no, 8 times 8.33 times 8.33. That's how many inches it is, right?
8.33 squared times 8 divided by 12. Sure.
Yeah, and then and you get 555 divided by 12, and what do you get?
555 divided by 12. Okay, I see. I think.
Yeah, 555 inches, and so every minute it has to dip down 46 feet.
Okay, I see how you got it now. How come when you do it with, let's say you go 1 hour, and let's say.
It's because you're not squaring the time. People are, when you do the division, you're not square. They forget to square the time because it's a squared. It's 8 inches per mile squared. And so the miles per hour has to be squared too.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
Wait. So, is there a way to get to 46 feet by using 8 times 500 times 500? Is that impossible? Okay, how do you get there?
Okay, so
that's what I started with.
So 8. So tell me what you got from 8.
That's 1 hour, 500 miles. So I got in 500 miles. I have 8 times 500 times 500, which gives me 2 million, I believe.
8 inches per mile squared. Yeah, so 2 million, and then then what you do is you divide that. You want to divide that by the time, right?
Right. So it'd be 60, right? Because 1 minute.
It's 60 times 60 because if you're dividing by the time squared, because it's per mile squared, so it's per miles per hour squared.
Oh, right, right.
So take the 2 million and divide by 60, and then divide by 60
times
again.
60. Okay, okay, I get it now.
And then what'd you get?
3,600. Okay, let me check. Yeah, 3,060 times. Yeah, it's 3,600. I think I know where you're going with this. Yeah, I get it now.
So yeah, you get 2.
So I have to admit, I was wrong when I read that. I was absolutely incorrect.
So was Nathan Thompson on his a Flat Earth Flyer. It's been that way for 3 years. I told him about a year ago, but I don't think he ever understood what I was saying.
I have a question on that, Math Guy.
Sure.
Let's go from the North Pole and to the South Pole, right? So we can do it like in degrees and also in miles. You want to do miles, right?
Sure.
So if it's like 12,000, if it's 24,950 to do a 360, right? So if you're going to go from the North Pole to suppose the South Pole, that's 12,450 miles, right?
Okay.
So then at 90 degrees, which is 1 degree to 90 degrees, which is the equator, supposedly, that's 6,213 miles. Am I right?
Okay, yeah.
So I want to know how you figure. So let's do your drop, right? At 90 degrees and also at 180 degrees for me. So we can do the math. What math do you have on that?
Okay, so let's do from 0 to 90 degrees. From the North Pole to the equator, it dips 90 degrees. And that is a total of how many miles did you say? 6? What number?
6,213.
Okay, 6,213 miles. So what we can do is we can take that and divide it by 8.33 because that's how many miles a plane goes in 1 minute.
You shouldn't have. You don't have to use time though, because time's irrelevant. I want to know the dip.
Yeah, So we're gonna do it per minute.
But listen, you just did it per minute. You said it was 60. You said it was 46 feet per minute.
Yeah. We're trying to a different way.
We want to do. We don't need to use time. We don't need to use time. We can do it in a Concorde jet. The point is, how much dip is it from 1 to 90 degrees, not the time. See my point?
I see what you're saying. Not the time.
We're going by the miles. We're going by 6,213 miles. How much dip is it going to be at the 90 degrees? And then how much dip is it going to be at 180? That's my question.
Yeah, well, 180 would be for the full 12,000 miles.
Right.
No, because that would be flying through the Earth.
You're right. No, you're right. 8,000. So about 8,000 miles, 7,800 miles.
No, because if you flew from 1 degree to 90 degrees, then that's 6,213 miles, and then you flew to 180.
That's 1/4 of the globe, right?
Well, should be a fourth, but I want to see what he said.
Yeah, that's a 4.
I want to see what he said. But I want to see what he said. Now he's saying it's a half. So
what's 4? So it's about 1,000 miles.
Yeah,
let the globe do it.
From the North Pole, if you fly around the curve to the equator, no matter how fast, what you're saying, it would be a dip of about 3,900 miles because it'd be the same as the radius. The distance would be 6,000 miles because you're going around a curve, but the dip in altitude would be about 4,000 miles.
I don't know if I can.
3965 dip.
I don't think it would.
Are you saying
From the pole to the
3965
equator?
dip to 180 degrees? Hang on.
Yeah.
Do you say 3965, which is the diameter from the 1
About
degree to
1,000
180 degrees?
miles.
Is that what you
Okay.
said?
Yeah, I was saying if you fly from the North Pole to the equator, the dip in relative to where the North Pole is 3959 miles.
That would mean that you're going to do that again, going to 180.
No,
That's right.
And then double
wouldn't
that
be.
going back around.
Yeah.
You're saying the dip is 16,000.
3959 is the full radius, bro. You're not going to get. How are you getting the full radius from flying from the pole to the equator?
Let him figure it out.
Because
I think he's wrong, but
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
It'd
the
be
radius
about 1,000 miles. It's 1/4 of the radius.
the radius is from the middle of the Earth to the end, not all the way across. It's not the diameter. I'm talking about the radius. The diameter is all the way through.
I know what a radius is, guy.
Yeah. So, from the middle of the Earth, the equator is equal to the middle of the Earth. The North Pole is way up at the top, a full radius away. And so, as you go from
No, not from the center to the pole. That's not 3,000 miles from the center to the pole or the center to the equator.
Yeah, it is. That's what a radius means.
It's 4,000. It's 4,000.
No, it's the radius. It's the full circumference around that central point.
Yeah, so the full circumference
So
is 2
that's
pi
called the
r.
outer dimension or the radius? Yeah, 2 pi r, exactly. It's centered. You're
Yeah.
thinking it's from the distance to the edge. No, that's not the circumference.
It could be that you weren't 100% sure what Zodiac and I were talking about. We're talking about the difference between the dip and then how far the plane flies.
The angle.
So
Yeah,
I think
know.
we're talking about the same.
At 90 degrees, you're flying 1/4 of the globe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
1/4
I'm
of the
with it.
circumference.
I'm with
Okay.
it.
Okay,
So
got it.
at 39958, you can basically round it up to 4,000 and cut it in 4. So it's somewhere around 1,000 miles for 90 degrees.
Why do you cut
Okay,
it in
so
4?
does that? Hang on. Does that?
3,958 closer to 4,000 is to 3,000, is it not? Do you not
Sure,
know
but-
the law of rounding?
Yeah, so I understand. Let's say
3,965.
4,000.
That's just for an approximation. I said somewhere around 1,000. Would I be that far off?
No, my question is, why are you dividing by 4?
It's 1/4 of the globe. It's only 90 degrees.
What do you think it is, Guy?
Yeah, I want to hear it too. Here, just
Let him tell us.
if I'm so far off, then build the bridge on why my geometry is fucked.
Let him tell
Yeah.
us how much it dips at 90, at 180, and at 360, if you want to do that. We have geometry, right? We can measure this.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. I'm not
Does it
sure what
suffice
you're
to say that if the diameter is 8,000, right?
It's not.
I'm sorry. The whole thickness of the Earth is 8,000 across, approximately. When you dip that exact amount going from 1 to 360,
It's
am I right?
not, though.
Then what is it?
I guess I'm confused what we're talking about.
I know. Are you talking about a diameter or radius? And I'd like you to define the difference.
The radius is from the center of the Earth all the way to the North Pole.
It's a circle.
No.
Given distance centered on our, it's centered. That the radius is.
No, the
from
radius
a
is
central point, but it's a circle around that point. It's not one distance from the point to the pole.
Yeah, it's the distance from the center to the edge of a sphere. You're right.
We're doing the 8 inches per mile squared as the curving dip. So a plane would have to stay at those dimensions to stay with the sphere, with the supposed sphere. If that's the case, they would be dipping around the curve, right?
That's right.
So how much does it dip at 90 degrees, and at 180 degrees, and at 360? Please do the math on that for us.
Well, sure. If the plane were to fly from the North Pole all the way down to the equator, it would have an equivalent dip of about 39.59 for the 90 degrees.
Okay, I want you to continue this 39.59, and then at 180.
And then all the way down at 180, it would continue to dip, and it would dip another, double that. So, from 4,000 to 8,000. And then it would be upside down. So as it continues to dip, it would start subtracting and come back up again. So
hold on. But
270.
You're not subtracting because you're still dipping.
Yeah, it's dipping, but it's upside down. So dipping down would actually come back up again.
No, but you're not. You're still dipping the same direction, so you don't subtract.
Okay. Yeah. So it seems. Yeah. So then it would dip another. Keeps going another quarter. It dips another 4,000 miles, and then all the way to 360. Yep. And then all the way back to 360. Then it dips. It's dipped another 4,000 miles. So the whole, all the way around the circle of 360, it would have dipped about 12,000 miles.
Yeah.
You mean 16,000?
Oh, sorry. Yes, you 16. You're right.
Okay. So the problem with that is, if that's the case, 16,000 miles, just round it up, right?
Yeah.
Divide by 5,280. I get 3. Is that 16,000 times 5,280 in feet for miles? I get 84 million feet.
Yeah.
So you'd have to measure that if you're flying around the world on a plane.
Yep. If you flew all the way around the world from the North Pole all the way over the South Pole and back up to the North Pole, during those 30 hours or however long it would take, probably 40 hours, you would dip a total of 84 million feet.
You have to account for that.
Yeah.
Now, can't I put this in degrees? Does that work too? If I do divided by 360.
Sure.
Then divided by 360, I get 234,000 feet per degree. 84 million miles with the extra on there. Divided by 360, I get 234,000 feet per degree.
Yes, that's right.
And a degree, we know, is 69 miles.
Yep.
So I divide that by 69. That's 3,400 feet per mile. So now we have a problem now.
Yeah.
See what I'm trying to do?
Let's see.
Something's terribly wrong with that.
9 miles.
So if you're going to discuss this, we need to know the math. We need to get it right and not be guessing.
Yeah, okay, so let me see. So you had 84 million feet. That's 84 million feet going all the way around the 360. And so, I'm sorry, I'm just...
Yeah, we're listening to you. We're listening to you do the math on this.
And so for every degree that you go around, that would account for about 234,666 feet.
Yeah, we just did that.
Okay. And then that's for every degree. Then what did you do from there? What was the next step?
Well, a degree is about 69 miles, correct?
It's 69 miles across, but we're talking about the dip. The dip is going straight down, not going across the surface.
So you're saying that the distance is 69 miles, but that's not the dip.
Yeah, that's right. That's the lateral distance, left and right, not up and down.
If we're at 234,666 feet.
Yeah, so that's 130, 360th of the distance.
Then what's the dip if it's not by degrees? We want to know we need to get back to the dip per mile, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what you'd have to do? I know what you'd have to do. You'd have to divide the 84 million by the total circumference.
Wouldn't it just be the diameter cut in 4?
Yeah, and then you just keep dividing.
So it'd be about 1,900 miles, and then how much dip would we have at, actually it'd be 1,979 miles.
See, what I'm saying as a flat earther, you would notice that dip, is what I'm saying. So you have to figure out what that dip actually is if you want to have discussions.
Hey guys, I got a question. If you do 8 inches per mile squared, and then you have, let's say, 2 miles, so 8 times 2 times 2, right? So you have 16 times 2, 32. Does that become 32 inches per mile squared, or does that just become 32 inches?
32 inches.
32 inches.
Okay, so then how do you... Okay, I'm going to post this. 1 second. Let me just think.
The problem is we're measuring from a standpoint of the North Pole, and it's going to actually curve more as you continue down, so that might be where we're going wrong.
Well, that's why his calculation is not correct, because it's not accounting for a continuous drop. It's counting for a specific drop at a specific speed over a specific distance.
Yeah, that's right.
Whose calculation data?
The one, not QE's, the one that you were just given. He's only calculating for that 500-mile distance within that time frame of 60 minutes over 500 miles. But it's a continuous drop as he proceeds to go along. It's not just that 46 drop. So that's why your math
46
is
every minute. Yeah.
Yeah, but it gets exponential as you keep going, right?
So did I read it? Did I read
It's from
it
the
wrong?
squared.
Because
Did you get my question?
Every time you cover the mathematical frame, which he calculates, you're into the same frame over and over again. So yes, it's exponential, but it's also just repeating.
Okay, here, hold on.
So my question is, how did QE get that wrong?
It's accurate. So honestly, I believe it's accurate over 1 minute.
Yeah.
Now over 5 minutes, that's the problem, and I believe that's what he's trying to address. Over 5 minutes, it might vary for constant speed.
No, that's a good distinction. I think that makes sense. So 1 minute it drops 46.
Yeah, but in that minute, he starts a whole new minute, and he's in the same frame.
Yeah, here's the thing. You can't restart it every minute, because then you're just moving the goalposts.
Well, actually, you can, because mathematically there is no goalpost.
Where are you getting the other 60 from, Matthew? It only says I'm only getting 1 here.
Okay. Because if you're dividing by, if you're taking the 166,666 feet in 1 hour, then if you're going to divide by, the time, you have to divide by the time squared, because it was squared in the first place. Because it's 8 inches per mile squared. So
So you have to cross cancel it.
That's distance, not time.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to cross cancel it either way, though, right?
Y'all hear me?
Once you get rid of the squared as soon as you go. Okay, here. Let me put it this way. When it says 2 million inches, you convert that to feet. Then the square is gone, right? Because after you do the 8 inches per mile squared, then you only have to divide 160, not 2.
Exactly. Divide the
so he's making up another 60 for no reason. I don't know what.
No, So it is accurate to say that a dip of 166,000 feet would happen in 1 hour. That's accurate. But you can't just simply divide that in 60 to get the 1 minute number. You have to go back to the formula because you
It's
squared
an exponential drop. That's why.
Yeah, because exactly, it's an exponential drop. You squared in the first place to get that.
How much distance you cover in 1 minute if you're going to divide it by 60. I'm with him. He's right. So you divide it by 60, you're saying in 1 minute, how much distance do I cover? So you got to go back to the rate of speed.
Yeah.
Get that down to how much distance do you cover in 1 minute, then calculate the drop for that distance.
Yep. And if you do that, you get 46 feet. And same thing, you could get it from this 1 hour figure if you be sure and divide by the square, 60 squared, then you get back to 46 also.
Yeah, and I was actually addressing that point with what I'm saying. Now we can say that over an hour at constant speed, if that's what we're measuring, it's not accurate. But if we're doing it 8 minute by 8 minute, 4 minute by 4 minute, and it's accurate at 4 minutes, every 4 minutes you're into a new time frame. Now you can say, I'm kicking the goalpost, but the truth is I'm keeping it within a mathematical variance. So it becomes statistically probable.
Balama, let me tell you what you're doing. You're taking the plane and you're flying it around the supposed curve, right? And after 4 minutes, you're re-angling.
No, I'm saying every 4 minutes you cover this distance.
You're re-angling every 4 minutes. You're starting from scratch.
You're not. You're on the same exponential angle all the way around. So in 4 minutes, you've covered the calculated distance, right? That 4 minutes is over, that calculation is done. You start a new one. Are you at the same constant speed? Yes, then it'd be logical to say for the next 4 minutes, it's the same thing. But to go outside of that would be illogical because you haven't calculated it for that distance at that rate of speed for that drop, just like he pointed out. You have an equation, but it's only good for 4 minutes. It's illogical to say, I can't break a 1 hour ride down into 4 minutes. The hell I can. It's mathematically possible.
Hey, I got a question. Okay, so Matthew, in 1 hour, the plane drops 166,666 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, then in 1 minute, if you just divide by 60, how would it not be?
No.
Tell me why dividing by 60 is not the right way.
It's based on the amount of distance that you travel in 1 hour. So the amount of distance you travel in 1 minute is less. You need a curve rate for that amount of travel.
Yeah, so you have to redo the equation, or you could do the shortcut of dividing by 60 squared. That would work also.
Listen, you know how confusing.
You can't just divide by 60.
It's a story problem, Data. It's a differential equation that takes 3 parts, and they're getting confused with the 2 parts.
Okay, so and here's the thing: if you go for 1 minute and dip 46 feet, or if you go back to your starting point and go for 4 minutes and dip, more than that, then if you want to start over, it compounds because the plane is already dipped down a little bit, and so it's angled a different direction than your original starting point. So that's why it compounds, and that's why the formula is 8 inches per mile squared, because it's a exponential formula. So you can't just divide up an exponential formula that way.
But you got to explain. That's why they do the drop rate with the distance traveled at the same time.
Yeah.
And then they say, at this rate of speed, we'll cover that distance that we equated in this amount of time.
Yeah.
So that means every so often, you have to do this to correct to stay on course. How can I say without being rude to people? It's really advanced math, and you have to look at it from an algebraic state of mind. You have to be able to break down each variable and label it. time, distance, curvature rate.
Yeah.
And you have to think in those principles, those variables. You have to think about it in that way. So if there's 1,600 foot of drop in 1 hour, and I'm traveling at 500 miles per hour, then how far do I go in 1 minute, and what's the drop rate for that? That's the question you have to ask first before you can form the equation. Are you with us now?
Yep.
It's a story problem.
Hey,
And story problems are an introduction, a basic introduction to differential equations, linear, whatever.
Hang on, are you the Glober guy with the math? I don't know your name. I'm sorry. What's your name?
Matthew.
Hey,
Matthew. Are you saying the drop is the difference between a straight line? Is that what you're also saying?
Yeah, difference between a straight line and
the deviation between a straight line and what you're doing is the drop around the globe.
deviate. Yeah, if the Earth is perfectly flat, that the deviation between that and if the Earth is a globe, 8 inches per mile squared. That's what we're talking about. That deviation.
Well, the drop value is a deviation from tangent. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I can also give an image for that. So tangent is a straight line of travel.
Yep.
But the problem is when you
are you all hip to all these?
When you re-angle the direction, you technically start over, or you.
Well, not technically, because if you're traveling around a sphere with a given rate of curve, then you're always angled at that rate to go around the curve. You keep saying re-angled, but that's in mathematics. The equation is set up for that. Then we're not talking about the plane that's trying to travel around the surface. We're talking about the equation. If you're saying the plane has to re-angle, that's another issue. It doesn't have to do with the ascension math. It's a whole nother equation.
Yeah, I have a way that may be helpful to look at it. So we were saying, okay, after 1 minute, a plane dips 46 feet, right? And then we were also saying after 1 hour, a plane dips 166,000 feet. And you say, wait, that doesn't match, because if I say, okay, after 1 minute, it dips 46 feet, let's just do 46 times 60.
You can't do that.
And that's 2760. And it's like, it seems like it doesn't match. And the reason it doesn't match is because, it's because it's exponential, just like exactly like you're saying.
It's an
because
exponential function. Yeah.
Each one, it's a slightly different angle, so it's actually adding on to that.
So how do you measure the dip? Because we're trying to see if we can tell.
Yeah, you have to figure out how far you're going. So
the exponential function expresses the dip.
Yep.
It's a mathematical expression of the ascension.
Hang on, but if you're going to stay with the surface of the ball, you're dropping exactly the same amount every mile. That's what I'm saying. So why can't you tell what that is?
Squared function. That's a squared function. It's exponential. It's constant. That's what I mean by the math is constantly wrapping around the center. A central point. It's an exponential function. It does that. That's why it's squared. But it drops per unit of measure or distance.
But we want to find how much it dips to see if we can tell.
If I was trying to teach you how to program a CNC lathe to make a perfect circle, and I was trying to give you the math to do that, and you kept doing this, it would make it very difficult.
Yeah, so Battlemont's right, and the reason you can't. So with linear functions, you can chop them up into equal pieces, and it works the same. But you can't do that with exponential functions that have a square in it.
Yeah.
So Matthew, you were wrong. Hold on, just to clarify, Matthew, are you saying you were incorrect?
No, I'm saying that the Battlemont's correct. That
it's not a linear function.
It's not a linear function.
So I'm asking was I incorrect?
So QE got it wrong.
No.
So
go ahead, Hank.
Can I have a straight answer, please?
Hank, you are correct, except the problem is when you're actually flying, okay, you're constantly changing your direction. That's the problem. And they did it at 4 minutes, for example, and they did it at 1 minute. So the farther you go, the more you're dipping. And I'm asking them, how much are you dipping, per mile? And they can't tell me but I'm not saying some kind of algebra.
He said 47 feet, but Kiwi said.
No, we did tell you how much you're dipping in 1 mile.
That's only the first minute. It's only the first minute, though.
Oh, yeah.
And here's the thing: at the second minute, you're starting at a different spot, and so the second minute is also 46 minutes, but it started.
Oh my God! How can we not get this, man? It's exponential, so it's the exponential function will be equal to the distance. You have to give a distance. You're giving
1
time.
minute.
So how much distance? It's x minus y equals z. What is x, man? How far am I traveling in 1 hour?
Fuck up, Clark. You all.
Without a distance, there is no dip function. Period. There's no exponential equation. Nothing. Because there's
you're
no
dipping around the globe. You're dipping around the sphere, though. And it's the same amount every.
It's not about time. It's about distance in math.
I didn't say time.
Yeah, in 1 hour.
You said 1 hour.
I said mile.
It's 166,000 feet in 1 hour.
Yeah, I already covered this. If we express it in 1 mile, bam, there it is. Now, if we want to go back, and we can't just multiply that by 60 and say, this is it for an hour. We have to see how much distance we're going to travel at that rate of speed for 1 hour. Then we can do a new equation for dip rate at that distance.
But you're
it's
saying,
an exponential function.
That we're dipping a different amount.
Excuse me, I'm not. It's an exponential. It is every mile. It's squared, so every mile it changes. It's double, squared. So it is different every mile, yes. And it's an exponential expression of a curve ascension over distance, not time.
So is Kiwi right or wrong in his flight page? Because according to what you guys...
Can I see his page?
He's incorrect.
I'd have to look at the page. Did he calculate an equation for an hour and then just chop it up into 60 and say this is what you get per minute? Because if he did that, then
he said 2,789 feet per minute of drop.
According to the shape of your Earth in your model, the curve increases over distance.
Exactly.
Yeah, he did chop it up. Yeah, and so it's wrong.
Not over time.
Yeah.
Then how can you tell if you're dipping?
You
I
should
won't be the
tell
one
him.
to say that Kiwi. I won't be the one to tell Kiwi.
I hate to admit it, but I really think this is a conversation I would much more enjoy having with Data than, no offense, everybody else in the room. Because he actually understands the equation.
No, I got you, Battlemod. I agree with you.
Yeah, because...
So what do you mean you agree with him, Matthew? You agree with him that QE was correct, or what?
No, I agree with Battlemod that you can't chop up an exponential equation like that. And I think that Battlemod and I agree that QE's page is incorrect. That a plane drops 2789 feet every minute. Because he's just taking the 60 minutes and dividing it. And that it doesn't work that way. You have to put the distance in every time.
Well, that depends. Did he divide the distance you travel in an hour by 60, or did he divide the curve rate by 60?
Hank, tell
I'm
us
not 100% sure. The link at 20 past the hour, globeterminator.com/.
So at 500 miles an hour, do you know how far you travel in 1 minute? It's somewhere around 1,700 foot. So there would be about 27 foot of drop at 1,700 foot.
It's 8.33 miles. At 500 miles an hour, it's 8.33 miles.
Yeah, but it grows over the distance.
It does, but right now we're talking about 500 miles per hour. How much per minute?
Yeah, so we're taking a snapshot. Because the thing is, the argument is that it's this many feet of drop per minute, so it's a snapshot. Even though it's exponential, we're still getting the snapshot.
That's right. It's just a snapshot.
Wait, so by the end of the flight, or almost like halfway, or let's say 2/3 way through the flight, you would be dropping large, huge, way more than at the beginning of the flight.
That's correct. And from the perspective,
how would you not know that? Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
From the perspective of the starting point.
If you took his calculation, which is correct at that thing, 46 times 60 times 60 gets 165,600 feet. So that's what you would get. If from point A to point B, you would drop 165,000 feet.
That's right.
So you would feel that, brother.
I wonder how much it is in the last like 5 minutes of flight. I wonder how much
QE's
feet.
math is correct. Just so you know, QE's math is correct.
On this page, it's not.
I think it is too, because he divided the distance by 60 and not the drop. And then he did a new equation for the distance.
Okay.
That's why he has 8.3 miles, because he divided the distance by 60. 500 divided by 60 is 8.3. That's 8.3 miles per minute. And then we can take 8.3 miles and drop it into a curve calculator.
8 inches per mile per mile squared. 8 times 8.33 times 8.33 is the 46 feet. 555 inches.
Exactly. So QE's right.
Yes, his math is correct.
Because, and no offense, but QE's just as smart on his math as me or Data, and I would say Data's probably
I'm looking at his page and I don't see.
Not
if he hasn't taken more advanced math classes than me, I think he's studied very well on the math he does know.
Okay, I'm looking at QE's page that says globeterminator.com/flight, and he doesn't say 46 feet per minute.
Yeah, that's why I was saying.
The overall average over 500 miles is 167,000 feet. That's the whole point. It's the position from point A to point B and what the drop is over that duration. If you want to break it down per minute or per hour, you can do so, but the overall drop remains the same.
Yeah, but when
Agreed, but he said which drop per minute was like a mile a minute.
2,700 feet, he says.
Right.
No, I thought it was 5,600.
Taking 167,000 and dividing it by...
The link is at 23 minutes. No, wait.
Dividing it by every hour.
Screenshot.
I gave you the math, man. 500 mile per hour.
Dividing it by every
mile
He's
per
dividing
minute.
it by every hour and not every minute. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Hey, per minute. Look at this screenshot right here. Okay, you see where it says 2,789.6 feet vertical drop per minute. There you go. That's why we're questioning it.
So if you take off the 167,360 divided by 60 minutes, he's getting that drop. So 60 minutes is every hour.
Yeah, but that.
Hold on. Let me just do the 1 second.
Yeah.
But he did not say 46. He see, you're
789 feet per minute. Yeah.
Does he actually say 46?
What he's doing is he forgot to add the other 60 to get the 46 feet per minute. So it is.
Wait, can anybody even hear me?
He's correct, but he has to change the minute to hour or add another 60 to get the 46.
Yeah, that's exactly what Matthew said. Yeah.
Yeah, so I apologize.
That much on the first minute.
So his calculations are there. He's conflating minute to hour, and that's.
But in his defense, let me tell you where you could get the 2789. That is the average from the original spot, from the perspective of your original starting spot at the beginning of the hour. So by the end of the hour, the plane is sort of nose down quite a bit, and you are moving 2,700 feet per minute down.
On average? From the perspective of the original spot, yes. Okay, so he's correct in terms of the average drop per minute.
Yes,
gotcha.
From the beginning, from the beginning starting point.
Because that's the majority.
From the beginning starting point.
Okay, so I see what he's doing here. So That's from so that's from the beginning of the travel time to the point of that hour. And what
yes, but it is also still true that at minute 59, the last minute of that, it will feel only like a 46-foot drop because you're already most of the way through there and you're just dropping 46 feet down from that.
Here's what reality is, though. You've been in a plane, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see an extended plane out in front of you that's stationary?
It looks like that, yeah.
Okay. At least you're being honest that way. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, it looks perfectly flat, even from 35,000 feet.
So do you notice distance and elevation? And that's about it?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. Well, all the maps are distance and elevation, no curve on them. So they match our observable reality.
But speaking of maps, the flight distances are a problem. Either the flight distances are wrong.
Wait a minute, Matthew. Anything you say, like, before but is pretty much bullshit. So you got to agree with what he just said, right? Okay. I mean, because these conversations are no fun if we're not being honest, right? Like, what if I would have kept on, what if I would have kept on and been like, no, QE's not wrong, we're not doing the math. Right? That would have been like zealotry, right?
Sure.
So we don't want you to do it either. So what he just said about observing reality, that's true, right?
Yeah, and I was honest by trying to find a way how QE's page could be interpreted as being correct.
You were. So, yeah, it's a lot funner to have an honest conversation. So go ahead and say what you're going to say, but without the but this time.
Okay, I forgot where we were.
Well, I was just trying to ask you if you observe an extended stationary plane when you fly, and you said yes.
Yes, I said that's what it looks like.
Yeah, and then you have an issue with flight paths now. Now, again, I'm going to, because I mentioned
that's sort of off into a separate conversation. We can go there if we want, but I would say.
Well, here's the issue, though. You're suffering cognitive dissonance because you're looking at a route on a map, and then you're looking at reality and going, well, reality says it's an extended plane, is what I observe is a stationary extended plane. But then you look at maps that you have flight routes that you have no way to verify. Now, I've been in this for a while, and I've asked every single person to send me a paid ticketed stub with these flight paths. Not one I've ever received. Now, have I been told people have done the flights? Yes. Have I been in debates regarding the calculation of 12,800 miles or 12,500 miles? Yes. My experience is that I'll never ever see a ticketed stub with a nonstop flight between those points. But set aside that, the reality is the plane still flies over an extended plane with distance and elevation.
Yeah, bro, he didn't listen. He took the actual drop over 1 hour and divided that. Yeah, he divided that by 60 and came up with an average. So it's not incorrect.
Yeah, I just didn't realize that you don't need two 60s if it's only trying to get the average drop versus specific
perspective of the starting.
He didn't do the exponential function. He hasn't fucked with the exponential function at all. He took the curve that you would experience over 1 hour and he averaged it out for 60 minutes. That is a fair and true statement.
Yeah,
so do you think it could, and this is a hard question to ask, do you think it could be potential sophistry for weak-minded math people like myself?
Yeah, I wouldn't
be putting
use
it kind of harshly.
But yeah, I wouldn't use sophistry, but this is easily confused, and I think myself and Data showed quite a few examples of how it's easily confused. Right. Because you're not thinking in the context of the variables. So in his math, he takes the rate of curve that you experience over 1 hour and averages out for how much of that do you experience in 1 minute. And that rate is not a derivative of it is a derivative of an exponential function, but it's not going to vary.
Yeah, so here's why QA is right.
Drop during the hour of travel.
here's how you can see QE's math is correct. The 2789 feet average per minute is from the perspective of the starting point. So right in the first minute, it's only going to be 46 feet. But by the time you get to minute 59, it's going to be more than, 27, whatever. And so it's going to drop quite a bit per minute, but only from the perspective of, an hour ago, way back at the beginning of the flight. From the perspective of minute 59, because you're already tilted, again, this is assuming that it's a globe, because you're already tilted, from your perspective, it still only feels like 46 feet dipping down. So that's why it's not 46 feet times 60. It's just because you reset yourself at every starting point. If you don't reset yourself
to 30, it's a huge drop, right?
That's exactly what I said. The exponential
I think you would have to feel that.
The exponential function is already there in the rate of drop. So it's fair to average that drop over time and just...
Yep.
I just want to know if you can tell the difference or not.
As long as it's still in relation to the 1 hour of travel. So this is an average over 1 hour of travel, how much you would experience in the first minute. Just like he said, it would ring mathematically true all the way through the entirety of the 60 minutes. And because it was calculated with an exponential function, you're already orientated properly with the squared function that's exponential.
Yeah, here's another way to put it. Let's say it goes for an hour. Let's look at minute 30. From the perspective of the beginning starting point, the plane from minute 30 to 31 is dropping 2789 feet during that minute from the perspective from half an hour ago. But if you start at the perspective of 30 minutes, the plane is already tilted down some, and so that feels flat, and it's only tilting another 46 feet. So they're both true.
Correct. Oh my God, who is that playing with the balloon?
Somebody's echoing too.
Hey, Matthew, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What turned you on to flat Earth?
The idea, being able to understand how people think, the intelligence of the people who argue for things, and sort of the clarity with which people talk about these things. So it's more about the ideas and the mathematics and thinking about these things than any specific idea, I guess. That's not a very good answer.
And Nathan Thompson, they give you a flyer. Remember?
Well, I got a question for you, Matthew. Do you think that we're open-minded to look at it from all perspectives and cross all our T's and dot all
Yes,
our I's?
Yes, we could tell just from our conversation tonight, because you looked at this math and sort of described it accurately, and so I can tell that you're open-minded.
So do you think we're dumb people, or do you think we have a legitimate reason to question our reality?
I think that the reasons for questioning reality in general are a good thing, like suspicion of authority, suspicion of like just believing what people say. Those are good things. I disagree with where that line is drawn in relation to the shape of the Earth, but I wouldn't say. I would say.
So you don't like the imperialistic take on science, as far as it adheres to the place where we live and the reality we build for ourselves.
Well, yeah,
whether it be abstract or concrete. We're trying. So I want to clarify that a little. We're just trying to live in a concrete reality.
Yeah,
and so we know what we state is true about where we live, instead of living in a theoretical abstract construct. So theoretics are good for the advancement of the applied technologies and technology itself, but it doesn't further our understanding concretely about where we live. And the examples of that are electricity. We know how to harness it, use it, and everything, but we really don't know where it comes from. We don't know what it is. Light. We can use light. It's a tool we use to make life easier, but we really don't understand what that is either. And when it comes to these things, people are perfectly fine with ambiguity. But it seems that when we come to the world we live in, and how much do we really know about that, people aren't fine with ambiguity. All of a sudden they need a comfort blanket, or they can't sleep at night and they live in terror. And when you try to question that terror comes out in the way they act, the way they react, and how they deal with things. And we see it every day. And not all of us, none of us are perfect. We don't always react to it in a perfect manner. None of us are perfect.
It is interesting how strong emotions come out around this topic. I will say that I also am annoyed by the idea of scientism. In other words, the idea that scientists think that they are the ultimate arbiter of truth, and I don't think they are. I think philosophy is higher than science itself. So thinking about truth and thinking about philosophy is bigger than science.
I think some of the least educated people make some of the largest advancements in life. Some of the guys who didn't have a wide view of anything, but they had a very specific view of one thing, and it was their love. These are the type of people that advance it, that focus on one thing and one thing only, not everything.
Like Tesla.
Yeah, like Tesla. Yeah,
good example.
The motherfucker said, "Well, I don't know shit about how you can keep a wife, but I can electrify your house from 1,000 miles away. You want to check it out? Here, touch this Tesla ball. Isn't that cool?" Honestly, and Henry Ford, and other guys, it's like gearheads. This gearhead, he might not be an engineer or the best philosopher. He might not even be the best father, but he might do something in his barn that advances auto technologies to the next level. Could be in racing, could be in, suspension, heating, cooling.
Matthew, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Can you have equal points of elevation in creating a horizontal line on an extended plane?
If it were a flat plane and equal points of elevation, is there a straight line? Is that what you're saying? I think the answer is yes.
Can you have equal points of elevation creating a horizontal line on an extended plane?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think that would be the only way to have it on a level plane, because that line would be your central starting point. That tangent line, right? We need an origin from which to take reference for elevation, right?
Yes.
And we use that where? In the oceans? Most people think, sea level stems from a central point and wraps around a sphere. What they don't know is this is only true in a geoid or a hypothetical model. It's not true in survey, land survey. Ocean level, sea level is what it's said to be. Sea level, that's where we start from. Elevation extends from there. We don't calculate it from a central point of a sphere, and there's no need to when surveying the surface in small Cartesian coordinates, which is how we do it. We don't survey large, vast amounts. That's left to geodetic surveyors, who actually take small graphs, stitch them all together, and then wrap them around the math of a sphere. That's all they do. That geodetic surveyors don't go out and survey shit. They use the data that land surveyors provide.
That's right. And they assume that the Earth is a globe, and based on that assumption, they wrap their maps around a spherical model.
Oh, they do. They do. And
I had a guy asking me about
how
that
many
earlier.
people try to use. You know how many people try to use geodetic survey as a proof of a globe when it assumes a globe for the purpose of geodetic survey? Would that make it a proof or just a reification?
Yeah, it would be a reification, but I mean, I think it does count as evidence towards a globe if assuming a globe and wrapping things around and it works out.
Listen, I would agree with you if it works out, but it doesn't work out. There's variances. It doesn't work out.
Yeah, and they're always
not
doing
over a large
adjustments.
distance.
Yeah.
Well, more
You can't-
importantly,
you can
Matthew,
display a portion.
If you like mathematical equations, you're always calculating for a sphere, but they claim that it's an oblate spheroid. Now, did you know there's various calculations for an oblate spheroid and why that is?
Yeah, so it's pretty close, but close in terms of like 4,000 mile radius, but
it's not close, though.
It's
Because
like
if you go
like 20 miles or something, right?
Yeah, so if you go look at the calculations, you'll have to change the radius all the time. And here's the problem with an oblate spheroid is that you can't technically calculate an ellipsoid. You can only calculate the eccentricity of an ellipsoid. That's why they have to use multiple applications to get more precision, if you will. Right? That's why you have various
Bro, in the beginning, they argued whether it was oblate on the equatorial plane or oblate on the polar plane, right? They couldn't decide. Is it wider at the poles or is it wider at the equator? There was a large argument between two families, Cassini and another family for a long Alberuni. And then they did that the survey that Jem Panda tries to use. That he says they proved the curve. Then no, they were working within a model. The model, they were arguing whether or not it was oblate at the equator or oblate at the poles, but they were still. He said they proved a datum, which a datum is just data survey. So I don't know how the fuck you would prove a datum. When it's an approximation due to angles and observation. None of that math is absolute. We wouldn't give absolution to any of that math, not as a surveyor, not as a mathematician. I'm probably a robot.
No, loud and clear,
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, Jem Panda uses can't remember the name of the survey right now, but it's where they did an equatorial survey from mountain peak to mountain peak, and due to angles, they decided it was more oblate at the equator than it was at the poles. And he tried to say they proved that datum, and they proved it was a sphere. They weren't working. They had no other datum, is what he said. And once again, datum is just data from a survey. So they were working within a model, and they were arguing the given datum that the Cassinis had. So yes, they were working within a model. They didn't prove a datum. They just came up with their own datum, which is their own data from survey. And if refraction or conditions had been different on any day that they made an observation from mountaintop to mountaintop, their datum would be different.
Yeah, so I don't think any of those guys were trying to prove a globe. They were assuming it and using that assumption, trying to come up with different measurements. So I don't think they were trying to prove anything.
Yeah, they didn't attempt to prove a globe. They attempted to prove that they already assumed it was a globe, and they were arguing that it was wider at the equator than it was at the poles. But in my comment, I pointed out the problem with those angles of observation. Given weather change, the horizon changes, and so does the angle to the horizon, so does your datum in your data. So you could take it on a different day and come up with different numbers.
Okay, I'm done.
So no man in his right mind would get absolution or physicality to that, or those numbers. only a man on a mission with something to prove. And literally, the only thing they're trying to prove is that they're smarter than us. They don't give a shit about the truth. If they did, we could have a civil conversation just like we're having with you, Matthew.
Yeah, that's why I like Matthew. Matthew come in here and he's pretty cool. I've had Globers not take up for me over their newbie Glober saying that the stars spin opposite direction at the South Pole, and I'm like, no, they rise in the east and set in the west. And I couldn't get one Glober out of 15 Globers to take my side, because if they agreed with a flat earther, that's wrong. Even though that's right.
I like Matthew too.
So I think a sign of intelligence is willingness to listen to ideas that are different than your own, and that actually strengthens your own ideas. If you just are in an echo chamber, that doesn't challenge you at all. You have to talk to people who disagree with you. Now, ideally, charitable people who aren't just out to prove a point. So, yeah, I agree.
At that point, that's when I was pretty much done debating at that point. I was like, I'm not going into these rooms with these morons anymore. And I think I've been over there a handful of times since then, just to ask the question, is light parallel or does it converge? Right? Just to prove a point. Took them 30 minutes to answer the question.
Don't they think everything is being deflected because of ma refraction, right? Or do they think they're in a vacuum, so it's going straight? That's what throws them, I would assume. Because in order for it to be parallel, can you have a refracted parallel light ray?
Dude, they talk about straight curved lines. They might as well be talking about
light ray.
A what?
They might.
The S light ray.
The S light ray.
Yeah, like a wave of water, up and down, like an S.
A zigzag.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, I met a bumpy earther. He used to say it's flat, but then he saw mountains and said, no, it's a bumpy one.
I like that.
And when I saw him see these things wave.
You're robot.
Honestly, I wish the Earth were like a donut shaped or like a halo shaped, like in the game or in the Larry Niven Ringworld novels. That would be much more interesting.
Would you still want space to be real, or would you rather
I think
not?
Fish Tank Flat is pretty cool.
Yeah, I would love it to be real.
I always thought the Earth was like an anthouse for humans, right? Because I grew up reading the Bible.
Hey, did you guys know that? That's a weird fact. I hate to interrupt, but the name Randy can be used to say a man is sexually frustrated. I'm Randy. I never knew that.
I've heard that that's more in use in Australia or maybe England or something. Maybe Australia.
I got this girl messaging me on Facebook. She said, "What's up, Randy?" I just put a question mark. And then she sent me this little tidbit. I was like, oh, what are you saying? I guess that means I'm not getting none.
Hey, listen, I gotta go, but it was really nice chatting with you guys tonight. Good times.
Thanks for not speaking.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Later.
Peace.
Matt and Platypus are the only two Globers besides the one that we made a mod to reach silver here.
You got a Glober mod?
We did have. We converted him. Actually, we didn't convert him. We tried and tried and tried, and we got we got Blue Ball trying to bust his balls, so we just left him alone. And like a year later, he just come at us. Hey guys, I really can't debunk this or that or this, and it's starting to bug me. It's like, yeah, I won't point fingers at him though, because he's not like Sean G. Like, yeah, I'm gonna come in here and be a flat earther. Then we'll build me a big globe channel saying I used to be a globe earther, but this brought or a flat earther, but this brought me back to the globe. He's not one of them. He's just an honest guy. And he was a good guy, or we wouldn't have gave him mod. I mean, we gave him mod a long time ago, back when we first started, and nobody ever knew that he was even, he wasn't a flat earther. Nobody could even guess that because he agreed with a lot of the arguments, and he was trying to work it out in his own head. So we figured him for a flat earther that just didn't want to accept the ridicule yet. Didn't want to be centered out. Didn't have that fuck it mentality. Fuck it, man. I can't debunk this shit. I don't care what they call me. You know what I mean? To be a flat earther, you really got to have that bucket. It is what it is type mentality.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying we're innovators. I'm saying we're not scared to stand on our own 2 feet and be the only white shirt wearing motherfucker in the crowd. Even though we know a white shirt guy is going to get picked on the most.
I think he also, well, this may not be for everyone, but I think you learn from being lied to, even though, the more you get lied to and the more you find out what's wrong, it's like there's like a certain muscle that you build.
I'll tell you, dude, in my family, I used to get centered out by all the other educated members of my family at family get-togethers. And there's only so many of us that have college degrees, and there's those of us that have military experience, but not all of us have over associate's degree in college. So it ended up being me and my naval cousin who's a fighter pilot. He's got a fucking master's degree. It ended up being me, him, and a few others arguing. Well, they got tired of getting crushed, so they quit centering me out at family reunions. Matter of fact, now they just say, "Hey, what's up, Michael?" Instead of, "Hey, I've been looking for you, flatter, for flirt, come here." No, they're tired of getting questions they can't answer, or that are on a level they can't even contemplate. I mean, literally, I literally had to just bury some of my cousins in the fact that, listen, dude, you don't have the education to argue this. And I'll display that. Let's just go straight to the hard stuff. Fuck all that other bullshit. Answer this question. Give them something that shuts up anybody that doesn't have a bachelor's degree. You know what I mean? I start talking about neutrinos and half of them don't even know what the hell they are.
Theoretical particle that supposedly goes through the surface of the Earth.
Right. Or we start talking about special relativity, and most of them haven't read it, and the ones that have are only partially educated on it. Well, then my cousin, the Jeff, he's, Arthur, his name's Robert. He has a master's degree, and he's working on another one, so he doesn't like being showed up in the crowd. So he quit bringing the topic up, too, because he's too busy doing his work and advancing what he's advancing to spend a week studying what I've studied, just to come back and find out I've studied a lot longer on that subject than he has. You know what I mean? He knows I'm 5-6 years into this. Now they just kind of listen. From him, I'll get the, well, what's new? You got any science that might convince me now, Mike? So, well, that's just it, Arthur. I can't get you because I'm not trying to convince you. Trying to motivate you to educate yourself, but you're still in school. You're still educating yourself for advancement in your field. You know what I mean? He's career military. He's already set in his research. He doesn't have extra 5 hours a day to put into this, and that's what it would take to win a debate with, and he knows it. So he's, like he said, I mean, for him, this is why I think academia is our next step, and I don't think it, I know it. Until we get an academically qualified, peer-reviewed paper, we're just pissing in the fan with a bunch of children on Discord. You know, I try not to let that frustrate me and show in everything I do, but it's always there in the back of my mind that we don't need to be writing books. We need to be writing academic papers on specific concepts. If we can destroy just one foundational principle of a science that builds a theoretical globe, then we're on our way. And until we get people that are like that, you know, a group of us that each set our sights on a different foundational principle. They're the Masons, you know, they bless and they place properly and bless their cornerstones, and we need to be kicking these cornerstones. Any good engineer will tell you if you fuck the foundation up, the structure will crumble. If not today, eventually. And if that's the purpose, then it doesn't matter when or how, it matters that it happens. If you want it to happen, you take out the foundation. It's no different with this. Once you kill the foundation of if it was carbon dating, if you destroy carbon dating, that's one thing they can't go back to and try to build their bullshit theoretical model out of. It no longer collaborates with a Big Bang, asteroids, and a heliocentric universe.
Excuse me for interrupting. I've heard so-called scientists argue against, you know, the equilibrium aspect of has it been decaying at this rate for this long, and how do we know? Right, so it's got a determined half-life, but that half-life is a snapshot in this time, right? How do we know? Because not that long ago, there was twice as much oxygen in the atmosphere.
Yeah, we can't continuity, atmospheric continuity. We can't say that it's always been this way, and we absolutely know it hasn't. So you're right. That's one that I was just using that, but that's one that they'll probably destroy for us. But not, I don't feel, before they come up with a replacement theoretical model or equation that is more precise. You know what I mean?
Right.
Quotations on the more precise. In theory. Quotations on theory. But I mean, it's going to take that to, like, the aberration of light. So you can't explain all the lights in the skies and the movements of all the lights in the skies without the aberration of light. So before the aberration of light, the movements of the stars and the lights that we see in the skies, the luminaries, they didn't adhere to a heliocentric model. So if you destroy the aberration of light and prove it's not true in an academic peer-reviewed paper, what happens? We go right back to where it was, and the movements of the heavens no longer adhere to a heliocentric model, right? So we just kicked a hole in the bag. How many holes you got to kick in the bag before the bag will no longer hold groceries, you know? Put a crack in the fish tank, you start to lose water, right? So that's just my way of thinking. I mean, I raise my children like this. I tell them, go to school, get their education. I got where I was because of I do know a little about a lot, you know? And when you put a large picture together, a lot of things contradict them. Well, it's said to be one way when we use it and apply it towards this, but then when we apply it towards the theoretical atmosphere, it's another way. And a lot of people, you know, in here say that the atmosphere defies the second law of thermodynamics. But the truth is, the atmosphere goes against all the laws of thermodynamics and most of the laws of physics. And it's said to do that because that's on the microscopic level, but the globe and the atmosphere are on the megalithic level. So all of a sudden, the building blocks change their inherent qualities and properties. My uncle used to tell me that everything about the atmosphere and the heliocentric model defies the known laws of physics and thermodynamics, but we believe it anyway because the explanations work. My uncle used to tell me this shit all the time. Told me I could be Luke fucking Skywalker. Oh yeah, all I seen were boots on the ground, 1 MEF, 1st Battalion Raider, here on Earth. And that shit's a fairy tale unless you're the guy that follows orders with discipline. If you're a military man, you know what the definition of discipline is. The instant and willful obedience to all orders, respect for authority, and self-reliance. Self-reliance means that you do the two, the latter, respect authority, and give instant and willful obedience to them because you know it's the only way. That's self-reliance. You rely on yourself to follow order, instantly and willfully. Why do they... Listen, this is the DM I always get from people. I was banned for no reason. I didn't do nothing. Why? Like, just because I'm out here, I'm supposed to know why every person that gets banned gets banned. Hell, I don't know. I don't even know who you are.
So I think about, the second law of thermodynamics and the amount of atmosphere they say is escaping every day, right? And that wouldn't be a problem, but they say the Earth has been here for 4.54 billion years, right? So if the Earth has been leaking that much gas for roughly that long, then the Earth must have been a lot bigger. And if the Earth was a lot bigger at one point, then it would have had more gravitation if there was more gravitation. This is all within their model, right? I'm not...
Yeah, but here's another thing. That's where it contradicts itself. The Earth grows new layers every day. What do you mean it's bigger and it's getting smaller? But we're growing new layers every day. Geology, bro. Do you even geology? I mean, are you with me though?
Right.
Those are they're called sedimentary layers.
Right. So the Earth is shrinking and growing at the same time, and meanwhile there's life on it, right, that's flourishing without a designer to design the ecosystems, but yet they appear to have been balanced at one point to where there was just enough predators to keep the population down, and then every once in a while the predators get cold. And this is all about accident. It's like, it's like walking into a forest is like walking into a car lot. Like, who the fuck put all these trees here? Like, look at these bitches, like, just creating fruit and just doing what they're supposed to and making houses for all these animals and these tasty little snacks. Like, I saw a big cat today chase down a squirrel. Up the tree, down the tree, around the tree, and finally got him. And, the cat was probably like, not thinking, I wonder who put this tasty snack here, but that's what I think. Like, who put the tasty snacks in the trees?
That's a badass cat. Most cats can't catch a squirrel.
Oh, it was a big cat, like a bobcat, like, not a mountain lion, but, like a cougar or something.
Oh, okay. Well, cougar, it basically is a mountain, but I'm with you. Bobcats are stray too. I mean, I got a big Maine Coon cat, man. He's a big tomcat, and he can't catch a fucking squirrel. He chases him around, and he gets tired, and he just lays there by the tree. You'll come down sooner or later, you son bitch.
Let me put it this way: is the kind of cat that I would just be like, run. You know, I'm not scared of many things, right? But a big cat, I'm scared of those.
I've seen my cat beat up on mice, and I do not love big cats either. I was deployed and not, well, I can't say. Okay, anyway, I was in this place one time in the military, where maybe I wouldn't be, if I'd have got caught there, I'd have been thrown out of the military because I wouldn't have been part of the military. They'd say, we didn't send him there, but they had big cats. And we're tracking to a certain point. And the dude I was with, we had a guide, and he told us that the cats, the big cats, were tracking us. So here I'm the Marine going in to free and liberate people while I'm being hunted by big cats. I just thought that fucking great. Hell. And then we get to this place. We have to escort them to this watering hole, right? While they're getting water from the watering hole, this big fucking crocodile just comes out and just takes this woman. I mean, there's 2 kids there, dude. Crocodile just takes her mom in the middle of getting water. I thought, oh my fucking God, we're in the wrong part of the world. And then they say, these people aren't tough, they need our help. I'm thinking that this motherfucker outran a giraffe yesterday, and now he's down here fighting with the crocs to get water. These motherfuckers are tough. Don't give me that shit. We just need to equip them with it. To be honest, all we need to do is give them people some military training and some weapons. They just didn't have weapons. It was technology that was keeping them from protecting themselves. There was an uneven balance of power in that part of the world. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't like the fact that I wasn't the deadliest thing on that continent. When you see 4 big cats going and take down a giraffe, man, that's pretty awe-state. You're like, the giraffe is way bigger than you. He could trip over you and kill you. You know what I mean? And then he's gonna get up and run away. You know, he might not die that day because they're gonna eat your ass. Giraffe can't fight all 4 of them. What the fuck would you do? Shit always scared. I thought the desert with them big ass spiders was the scariest shit, but them spiders really weren't. It just wasn't. Yeah, this is the scariest place I've ever in my fucking life. We think we got it hard in America, dude. Listen, we're not battling with crocodiles for water. We're not staring at hippos that you honestly aren't even supposed to look at the hippos when you go out to get water, because the hippo will just get pissed off from a mile away. You looking at me, bitch? And eventually he'll be over there killing you. It might take him a minute, but he'll get there. And then you got lions and tigers. Oh, them people in Africa got it rough.
There's crocs, or I don't know if alligator or croc. I'm not sure which species, but in Texas we got them in the lakes.
Oh, you guys got gators, man. Crocs are southern. In Australia, they'll have some crocs. But crocodiles generally Amazonian. They stick to the areas where they're large and they like larger meals. You know what I mean? So they like to stick to the areas where there's big game that crosses the waters that they're in. So there's Amazonian areas, Brazilian, stuff like that, where bison, 1,000 bison might cross a river and they can just go on and take a few, and nothing really changed.
Well, like I said, I don't know what the species is. I just know that it was a giant lizard.
Yeah, crocs.
I've seen it.
And they can be big as a short bus. I swear to God, I might die of thirst if there was a fucking 30-foot croc in the watering hole, bro. If not, I'd figure out how to be eating croc, you know? We'd be fishing for a crocodile, and then once we took the pond, we own the pond. Then we'll go get water. Hippos are pretty damn mean too, man. You think the lion's the king of the jungle? I'll tell you what. Only till that motherfucker pisses off a hippopotamus. Hippos are pretty badass, on land or in the water.
Yeah, I wouldn't fuck with one of those.
No. I wouldn't argue with him over a salmon, I know that. When I go up north, the closest I've ever been to that is up north here. We usually see mostly black bear, but during the, tip-up seasons, the salmon runs, we can occasionally see a brown bear. So I had a brown bear coming. I caught a salmon, and, I was dragging it up to shore, and he come took it from me, and that's nothing more than, do you decide to fight for your fish, or you just cut the line and say, there you go, bitch, eat the hook too, So I just gave him the fish, dude, and he don't give a shit about me. He's there for the salmon, so he just wants to keep eating more fish. But hell, you're out in the middle of Africa. There's no other wildlife around. You look over, there's a cat. Now you haven't seen an animal in an hour. You've been humping through the woods in the jungle, right? So you might be the only meal around. You know what I'm saying? You might shoot him because you can see him, but there could be another one hiding behind you that you ain't seen yet. I didn't like that. There's packs of lions over, not just one. I ain't like that shit at all. I ain't gonna lie, Hank. I was like, this is fucked up. Couple of guys in my platoon's like, we're fucking Marines. You know what the deadliest thing on the planet is? A Marine and his rifle. And all I kept thinking was, this dumbass didn't see that fucking lion over there, did he? What the fuck? I mean, there's some wildlife over there, bro. You could empty the clip of your M4 and it's still going to be charging it. You know what I'm saying? The sniper, he's got a chance with his 50 cal, but only for what he can see. Now, most of the shit over there is predators. Generally don't see the predator until it's eating you. The circle, like, man, we're part of the food chain.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that we are part of the food chain in some places.
Oh, dude, yeah, I knew it when I was there. Like, dude, we're in the circle of life now. He's like, what? I was like, shut the hell up, dude, and just keep your eyes. Over here, we're like somewhere in the middle. We may be eating those little things over there, but them big things are all thinking about eating us. And look, they're everywhere. That's the thing, man. Freaking everywhere. I see why they go on safari over there, but man, I don't know how they live there, dude. I really don't. I mean, listen, when you're a Marine and you're like, I really don't want to go back to the watering hole today, but there's this little 8-year-old kid that's like, can barely speak English, and he's talking about, come on. If you get 8, you get 8. Like, Really? The kid don't mind at all, but I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't much more than a kid at that time either. I was 24. You can say that's an adult all you want, but I can show you pictures where I couldn't even grow hair on my face at 24. I barely had a mustache, bro. I'll argue that point. Especially now, my kid's 28. He's still a fucking kid. I don't care what freaking kid. I think we need to rethink that adult at 18 and all that. You know what I mean?
Especially nowadays.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, how much parents empathize their children. You know, they don't ever like some people talk about getting roommates and they don't know how to clean after themselves.
Mm.
You know, some people talk about getting roommates and their roommates don't know how to clean after themselves, like they were never taught by their parents.
Oh, I do. My son had one of his buddies stay with him, and he's like, "Dad, that motherfucker ain't did dishes in a year." I was like, "Why the fuck's he still live with you then?" Kick the fuck out. Tell his ass he'll be doing his own dishes at the shelter. I don't play, but I guess he, that's his buddy. Like I told him, hey man, take his dirty dishes out the sink and put them back in his room every time you do dishes. He'll get the point. Buy him his own set of fucking dishes. Put your name on your dishes. I got him some Taylor dishes this year that they say is Tyler on them. Coffee cups, plates. Got him all his own stuff with his insignia on it. Put a T-dub on there. Tyler Wesley. He's T-dub. So that's my nickname. I called him Turtle when he was younger, but he don't like that shit. Call my youngest Tater Tot.
Yeah, I was singing about tater tots this morning.
Yeah, we watched that one comedian, and he said we're the potato gang. I'm potato salad, and this here's my daughter Tater Tot. She don't like it no more. She like, we're not rednecks like that guy, Dad. We're Yankee. I'm like, whatever. It wasn't a redneck nickname, damn it. The kid, when she was like 1 year old, I had a big plate of tater tots and hamburgers and shit. And she was in her high chair, but it was close to me. So she just reaches over and grabs a big handful of my tater tots, right? And just takes them all. So I couldn't have a tater tot. The kid attacked in my plate. So I started calling tater tot. It wasn't a redneck thing. That was what she liked to eat. It didn't matter if it was a big pile of mashed potatoes and gravy, bro. She'd come up and scoop a handful of them, and I'd set the plate down and go to get something to drink from the kitchen, come back, and her and the dog are sharing my plate.
I beat that dog's ass.
Well, it was kind of hard to do when I wasn't beating the kid's ass, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the kid learns from watching the dog get his ass beat.
Yeah, that's what my old lady always said when she beat my dog. Me, I'd just go get another plate and just set them on the floor with the plate and clean the mess up when they're done. I'm not gonna lie. course, I was always tired from working too, Hank. I worked a lot.
Yeah, I don't literally beat my dog, but I got to the point where I don't even do anything but make a certain face, and she knows, oh, you don't like that.
Oh yeah, I know what you do. I had to give my dog a good ass kicking to teach it not to shit on my damn couch, or chew the couch up. Last couch that motherfucker chewed up, man, I beat his ass good, and then I took him out back with the couch, and I chained his ass to the couch for 3 days. Like, here, you live on the couch outside then, motherfucker. Hey, he came in the house, he wouldn't even get on the furniture for a week or two. He was like, fine, you're not touching this couch.
Hello.
I like that couch, so I was kind of mad about it. It was one of the last pieces of furniture I had here that I could sit on that my mom or dad touched. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I got buffets and china cabinets stuff. They didn't sit on that stuff.
Is there any Globries left?
I don't think so.
Gary 1203. Oh shoot. Yeah.
What do you mean 1203? Where do you see that at?
He just left. Or Crispy.
That elephant ain't playing. He's like, bitch, back off me. Don't touch me. Player, you don't be touching the elephant, pimp. I got some rhino videos, man.
Is Ruhated here? Oh, I think I know what his name actually was. But I don't want to say it.
Retarded?
Or Velvet.
Velvet? I'm not with that. Is that a homosexual thing?
No, the guy below the... Sorry, I should not say guy. I should say the username of a Discord.
Oh!
Username.
I thought you was calling retarded a Velvet.
No.
Velvet is kind of gay, though, bro.
Yeah, or lesbian, one or the other.
Shows some pre-latent homosexual tendencies to wear velvet.
Yeah, we should stay pure and stay straight. That's what God wanted.
Just obey the laws of nature, right?
Yeah.
Who made those laws?
The Creator.
So I would agree. Yep. See that one there? Lion's head, terrible power, wide mouth hippo.
Ooh.
See that video I posted? That hippo's like, bitch, king what? King who? Bitch, you better raise up. Hippo running shit around here. Get out my river. Get out my creek. I seen some hippos up and close and personal, a little closer than I wanted to. Before we accidentally walked out in a field and there were 4 of them laying down. And once they realized we were there, they stood up and started looking at us. I mean, this motherfucker had a head as big as a damn couch, man. Oh my God. But we just stayed calm and kept moving, and they didn't mess with us because they noticed we were just passing through, It was, I never seen a head that. That was some scary shit. I was, damn, you got to.
Is KR9 Spy here?
I think he is. That guy doesn't talk.
Oh, never mind.
So I wouldn't know if he's one of them mostly listen people.
Yeah, everyone else is Flat Earth, I think. Unless, is... Yep, everyone else is pretty much FE.
It's a globe.
How come is Taskmaster a flat earther, right? But he has shape roll.
Sure.
Roboting a little bit.
Yeah, I was adjusting my microphone. I'm not sure on Taskmaster.
I think he's a flat earther. I saw him in the chat.
Yeah, pigs can fly if you throw them out of a helicopter. Get me got.
Because of conservation of momentum?
Yeah, I once had a ham sandwich on an airplane too. So.
Nice.
Yeah. With cheese. That's for Lulu. Can't have bacon without cheese, right? Bacon, lettuce, cheese, and tomato.
Don't forget a little bit of mayonnaise.
Oh yeah, you gotta have the mayo. I love mayo on the BLT.
Well, the real argument is conservation of imaginary momentum because they never prove the Earth is moving.
Yeah, I'll never argue conservation of bacon. You gotta conserve that.
Yeah, it tastes great.
I don't argue conservation of momentum because that already gives them a rotation. So if you want to say that there's the conservation of momentum due to rotation, you're going to have to prove axial rotation.
Exactly. That's it. The conversation is a pretty much. Oh wait, have you ever? What do you say when they tell me, like, if I say prove Earth is moving, and then wait a second, is proving a negative fallacy applied to prove the Earth is not moving, or is that not a fallacy? Because if I say Earth is not moving, but that's a negative claim.
It's a burden of proof reversal.
It is because, listen, the heliocentric model has these positive claims. We cover them in the 3 points. Those are positive claims of the heliocentric model. Once you're a glober, you're making that positive claim. So it's on you to say, when you've said, so the negative claim doesn't require proof. Somebody's made a negative claim is in relation to a positive claim. Somebody has said, the Earth rotates, and you have said, no, it doesn't. You don't have to prove it doesn't, because they haven't proven it does. They have to prove the positive claim.
You know, I think, okay, maybe the first thing, well, maybe not the first thing, but like one of the most important things would be if a new glober comes in, we just say, do you know what proving a negative is? And then after we get through all of that, then we can start saying, no, there's no curvature, it's not moving, there's no bagging of outer space. All of those are negative claims.
Listen, bro, you will never get them to admit that any of the claims of the heliocentric model are their positive claims. We talk about the geometric horizon, and they say, well, I never made the claim there was a geometric horizon. even though they gave us the geometric shape of a sphere, which absolutely has to have a geometric horizon.
I just say when I make the black swan argument, I just say the horizon has to be this far, but we see it at this far. So I don't even call it geometric. I just say it's not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, distance to Earth curvature.
Yeah.
You gotta break it down for these globers because they won't understand geometric horizon.
Yeah, wait. Because when they say boats going over the horizon, obviously they're not just saying, why is it over? Why not into or under or around? Light's refracting. How about around?
Boats over the horizon is absolutely accepting a geometric horizon.
But if they say, they really mean curve. That's the thing. They never say curve. But if they actually said if you get them to agree that the boat's going over the horizon,
that produces a geometric horizon, bro. So one's the antecedent of the other.
But they don't understand it.
Yeah, we got to say the curve should be this far, but it's actually in a different place.
I know, and then they ask us if we went to school, and it's like, bitch, you don't know geometry. What the fuck do you mean did I go to school? That's when I lose the King's English. Oh, wait a minute, you little son of a bitch. You're probably in 2nd grade. What the fuck did you say?
Wait, so if negative claims don't require proof, so would that be like saying protons don't exist?
No, a negative claim is almost a state of disagreement with a positive claim in a formal domain. So basically, they made a positive claim that you're saying, I don't believe you, you're going to have to prove it to me. And then they try to reverse the burden of proof fallacy.
So
it's like this. It's like this. If I say there's green grass growing on the dark side of the moon, right? And I say you can't prove me wrong. So there. That's the burden of proof fallacy.
No, you're gonna have to prove that there is green grass. I don't see green grass, bro. I disagree.
Yeah.
Right. So he's making the negative claim. I'll make the positive claim. Who's, the onus is on me, right? I should have to back up that claim.
Yeah, I think that's where it really comes down to.
That's what they want to do. They say, it's that way because I said so, and you can't prove me wrong, and that's science. Well, that's not science. Science is if I don't even make a positive claim until after I've experimented on it and proved it. Up until that point, it's all hypothetical and theoretical.
Yeah. I mean,
if this, then that. Possibly could be. Maybe caused by this.
I would like to. Maybe when one of these Globers come back, I'll ask them, what's the proven negative fallacy? I want to see what their response is. Because
they try to. The biggest mistake I think they make is they say, well, theory isn't just a theory in science. And they try to falsely apply scientific theory to every theory that's been ever propagated in science. But they don't understand that scientific theory has certain qualifiers, like it's backed by experimentation. They think a theory can just be built off of facts. Oh, they're built off facts. No, that's not a scientific theory. It's either backed by experimentation or it's not. Because I can take 5 facts and put them in a lie and make a really hard to, not believe lie. But it's still a lie. Just because it's based on fact don't make it any better, just because I threw 5 truths in with a lie.
It's like if you make a logically coherent fiction novel, it doesn't make it true. Just like the globe, basically. You can make it logically coherent, but it's still complete fiction.
Right.
Back in 2015, they used to say that scientific theory trumped scientific law. And then we had to say, what about the, competing theories? Which one's true?
Right. And law doesn't trump anything. Law is just a statement. It doesn't really even go in the category of theory or hypothesis. Theory and hypothesis are the beginning of forming an explanation that can be experimented on for cause and effect, where a law doesn't even address cause and effect. It just says, yep, we see this happen under the same circumstances every time. So it's just a phenomena that rings true under the same circumstances every time. That's it. Like the rate of fall. Yep, things go up, they come down. That's a law. It happens that way all the time. It's just a law.
We used to say, sorry, bro.
You're good. You're good.
We used to say that it's just a theory, right? And they would say, well, do you know the difference between a theory and a scientific theory, right? Like trying to muddy the waters. Like we're like, no, it's just a theory, man. It's like, okay, well, show me the science, right? And they'd say that thing about, well, a guy had a mirror and he pointed a telescope at it, and then he saw that the star came out from beside the sun during a solar eclipse. Like, that's not science.
Then he filled he filled the telescope with water and he's seen it even better. I know. Since when this observation and assertion become the whole of the science? Like with gravitational engines, they say we observed it and then we asserted the cause. Well, you left out, you got a couple steps of the method in there, but you can't
and
assert
that's the
a cause.
composition. That's the composition division fallacy. So they're saying that making observation is science. So actually, it's only one part of the method. So I don't drive my alternator to work, right? The alternator's not the car.
Are you sure the starter doesn't power the motor? Are you sure the starter isn't the cause for combustion?
Yeah, that's basically what they're doing with the false cause. They do that so much. This is the cause, and that's the cause, and this is the cause. Well, how'd you verify that? Don't ask questions.
Stop at the petrol station. I got to oil up my muffler.
Yeah, that's basically what they're doing. Saying that observational science is science. No, that's observational. There's a difference between a bodyguard and a security guard, right? Huge difference.
Because you actually need to change something. That's why. I think that's the difference ultimately, is if you're just watching something versus if you're actually changing something and then watching it, I guess.
Well, listen, you can observe something and you can say, this caused that. Or you can observe something, form a hypothesis, maybe this caused that, and then experiment it against. But what we're talking about is their model that is in such a large scale, we can't experiment with it. So they don't want to be challenged. So they've created, therefore, a branch of science that can be challenged, and people who don't understand that makes it not science. They think it is science. Well, science doesn't prove anything. So no experiment we've done has disproven our model yet. Well, that's kind of asinine. So let's just not let anybody do an experiment that may disprove our model. There we go. Nobody's done it. Our model's still right. Ain't proved us wrong yet, right? Now we can be selective with what we fund, what we peer review and okay, and what we allow to be researched.
Yep.
So as long as it goes unchallenged or unfalsified, then it's still the standing model. That's not science. Basically, it's saying, let's stick with the best guess. Let's stick with the best guess forever, even if it limits us and keeps us from progressing just because there's no science out there to disprove this guy's fucking guess. That's not science.
Yeah, it's basically unfalsifiable garbage.
And what's more unfalsifiable than the bending and warping of space-time?
Nothing. Maybe God,
No.
actually. God.
Ghosts? No, I think God is more falsifiable. I think
Really?
It's just
Yes.
like gravitational lensing. They say gravity made the light wrap around the moon. Well, you know what I say? I say the sun's bigger than the moon, so we can still see the edges of the sun, and there ain't nothing lensing around nothing. Or
All right.
maybe it's just not the damn moon blocking the sun, and that's just another phase of the thing.
I want to hear why God is more falsifiable than space-time.
because there's too much order and not enough chaos for a universe that's 13.7 billion years old. I think we would have even more extinct species. We would have even more shortages, right? If everything's been here this long, you would see first of all, supernovas happen once roughly every 30 years. Right?
Mechanical perfection. Listen, mechanical
There would be way more supernovas.
systems and system perfections. They absolutely scream creators. So what do we live in? What do we live in? An ecosystem.
A clock.
So we create our own oxygen, destroy our own oxygen. We eat food, but create food by fertilizing everything. We live on a compost pile. It's an infinite system. It's a perfect system.
It's almost like it was designed to be that way, right?
Systems are designed. That's my very point. Systems are designed. It's systematic.
Yeah, like they always ask why it rise and fall. It's like
We are symbionts in this ecosystem with every other form of life in it. And death. That's what you don't understand. We're not only symbiotic with every living thing in here, we're symbiotic with every dying thing in the system because it's still energy input to the system. Death creates life. Decay creates heat, enzymes, proteins, chemical reactions. People say, if it's not for a molten core, we couldn't do what makes lava, right? Well, that's a real easy. That's a real easy one for me as a farmer. We live on a fucking compost pile. Everything under our feet is in a state of decomposition. Do you know you can heat your home with a compost pile? You can heat it with decaying
with the copper hoses.
Well, yeah,
right?
we wrap these. What they do is you build these reservoirs all the way around your house. You fill them with compost. Keep putting certain things in there that are decomposing. This decomposition causes heat. In the middle of it, you have the copper tubing that Hank's talking about. Generally, you pump a fluid through it that is doesn't have a very high or doesn't have a low boiling rate, like antifreeze or something. Something preferably that doesn't boil till 300 and some degrees, and you just pump it through the walls of your house. And you contain it in copper in the compost, but then when you pump it through your walls, you pump it in through a hose, because a hose has a higher rate of entropy, so it'll allow the heat to get out and go into your home. Wherein the copper will hold the heat in and build it up as you pump it to be distributed to your home through radiant heat. But yeah, so we live on a decomposition pile. You know, a compost pile can just ignite one day. I could go out there one day and just my whole fucking compost pile be molten, pyroclastic flow, because I got too much nitrate in it, and I don't have to. That's not saying I put nitrate in it. Nitrate is a naturally occurring, chemical. It can be in flowers, it can be in coffee, it can be in all kinds of living matter. and too much of it can cause a pyroclastic flow when added to a chemical reaction. So that's all that lava is a pyroclastic flow. You put all this state of decomposition underground. Now it's under applied force, right? You got a couple cubic tons of soil on top of a decomposition pile. You apply pressure to that which is already heated. You add too much nitrate, and we have nitrate and potassium nitrates. We have deposits of these from things that died all over the earth. All it takes is for decomposition to overheat and a potassium nitrate, a large area full of potassium nitrate, and then we got a pyroclastic molten flow. So we don't need a core for any of that. All we need is a buildup of the wrong naturally occurring element. And boom, you can melt rock. How long did the
this place really is spectacular, right? Think about what dirt is, right? You go outside and you see dirt. Dirt is like the, thoraxes of all the bugs and the flowers and leaves and everything from the plants that have died and just laid back down into the earth, right? So it's just recycling itself. Like the earth is just constantly recycling.
It's a gold mine of every element of life.
You can almost think of it like a lava lamp, where it just kind of cycles up and down.
Yeah, you could. We have large deposits of naturally occurring chemicals all over the world that would, in certain concentrations, the only thing it takes is the wrong animal or a large enough amount of flesh life to die in that area, and for the chemicals that are in their body to be secreted into the nitrate deposits and potassium nitrate deposits that are already natural on Earth. And then we're going to have a couple kilotons of pyroclastic molten flow. Well, if it's underground, what do you think it's going to do? It's going to move around underground. If it hits more nitrate, more potassium, it's going to keep growing. And it could be a natural, garbage removal system. Because once these nitrates, once they burn up, and there's certain nutrients and elements that are left that are actually stable for the ecosystem. Nitrate for plants, it promotes vegetative growth.
And where does nitrogen come from? The lightning strikes.
Yeah.
Think about that shit.
Exactly. So, area that's high in lightning strikes will be high in nitrogen, and once you put a bunch of nitrogen in the soil, you're going to end up with nitrate. Potassium.
And because it's lightning there, it's going to rain there. So all you need is the seed.
Yeah. Exactly.
The seed is the most technologically advanced if you think about it. And I use that word technology on purpose because think about what a seed is, right? Like a lot of people don't realize that, these are like ovaries that we're eating. Like it's like everything you need to make a forest is right there in that one little seed. All the genetic material you need, right there.
Hell, it could be lost in a speck of dirt too. And it's a good thing. You drop a seed and there ain't a damn thing wrong with that. You didn't pollute nothing. It might not grow where you want it to, but hey.
I eat certain seeds. Like lemon?
I do. Sunflower.
Yeah, those are
pumpkin.
Good. Pumpkin are good too.
Yeah, roasted, salted pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds. There's actually a lot of seeds that are good for you. My mom used to love sunflowers. and seeds. I wasn't always big on them, but I'd eat some here and there. After she was gone, though, I started collecting them all the time, so I ended up with a lot of them. She wasn't there to do it, so I started eating them a lot. My son enjoyed them though too. That's what kept me doing it. Son loved them, still does.
But yeah, so the crater is allegedly to be light and spirit, right? And I think that that's easier to falsify than the space-time thing, because the space-time continuum, like, what would be the effect of that? Right? If there is space-time, then we would see space balls, right? Because that's what gravity does. It creates space balls.
Hey, speaking of space balls, you can eat a strawberry. If you're a deer and you eat strawberries, you're going to shit out a strawberry ball, and a strawberry plant's going to grow there, because that thing about seeds, you can eat them and digest them sometimes and shit them out, and they'll still grow that forest. It's true with ginseng, strawberries, a lot of plant life that deer eat, they spread it around. This is how the corn gets wandering through the forest. The deer. The deer eat corn, and they take all the nutrient out that's in the fluids, right? But each kernel of corn is a seed. Most people don't know that. Seed corn is just corn that you didn't eat. You dried it out and you plant that little corn pellet the next year, and it'll grow a whole nother plant. But deer, that's the thing about corn. You can eat corn and you're going to have corn in your dookie the next day. Well, if you plant that shit outside, it'll grow, bro. One of them kernels will grow. We can eat corn and the same plant will grow back from a turd.
So what kind of an animal is meant to swallow an avocado and have that pit go through their digestive system?
I think bear.
Supposedly is a giant sloth, something that may have existed and is now extinct. But that's just the theory.
I think bears can eat them too.
Are there a lot of bears in South America?
Look, avocados are like from Mexico, right? And I gotta tell you, Mexicans love that shit. There doesn't need to be any animals involved. It's like the Mexican apple. I swear to God. So avocados are so amazing that people would just be like, "What is this? What the fuck? I'm planting this everywhere." Like, it's like an apple. Seriously, they're awesome. You take an avocado and you mix it with salt and pepper and pico de gallo, and now you got guacamole. Like, it's so amazing.
Yeah,
and I say it's so amazing. Sorry, I was just gonna say it's so amazing because it's so high in fat, right? Like, if you're hunting and then you come across this and you need a little boost of energy, that avocado is going to be it.
Yeah, indeed. And it's also one of the more, I guess, inert or harmless to your digestive system in contrast to most other plant material that you could eat. I don't know how anyone can eat avocado without salt. I don't get that.
Oh, I can. I just put the knife in the top, make a circle, split it in half, and then long ways stab with the long part of the knife the avocado and twist it like a lock. And that little thing pops out. Just eat it just like that, man. Just spoon it out. Or you just, if it's not if it's not too ripe, you can get it out whole. But if it's too ripe, you might have to spoon it out.
Some people make chocolate pudding with avocado as the fat base. I've never done that myself, but I'm sure it probably works.
Dude, salsa verde with avocado in it? Oh my god. Yeah, think about like if. So I know that a crater is like a worldview, but if there wasn't a crater, right? I think you would step outside and it would be more like the Sahara Desert, right? But when I step outside, there's like nuts and berries and all kinds of like different foods to choose from, different animals that are there just waiting to be like grabbed up. So I think it's pretty obvious that, you know, the underground aquifers are there for people to drill in, and you don't actually have to drill that deep to get to the water table. And it's not just like little bitty wells of water. They're like huge deposits of ground filtered water. So it's all filtered by the ground. So it's like really clean water if there's no fracking involved. So there's just like clean water and clean food everywhere, as long as, you know, we tidy up after ourselves as a race or as a species or whatever you call us, mankind.
You called it a water table. Tables are flat. Maybe that's just another proof that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, the abyssal plains, the Great Plains, tectonic plates, aeroplanes. Like, we speak as if we all know that it's flat.
Hey, Hank.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to see something weird? I couldn't believe it. I just took a screenshot, but I was just listening to you guys, and you were talking about guacamole and whatnot, and I'm scrolling through Instagram, and I shit you not, I'm sending you the picture right now. This popped up. I kid you not. You can see your little icon from Discord right there, and everything. I shit you not.
Oh, so you had a synchronicity, huh? Did you send it to me, or did you put it in the voice text?
No, I sent it to you.
All right, let me look there.
I can't believe that, bro. I can't believe it. Isn't that stupid?
So, do you think it's because the algorithms and they're hearing what you're hearing and listening to what you're listening to, or do you think it was a synchronicity?
It's hard to say, but honestly, I have to kind of go with they're listening just because I'm paranoid about that kind of shit. So I don't know. Either way, isn't that weird? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, the fact that I was talking about it at the moment that you like scrolled through it. Pretty well.
I'm not kidding. A minute after, literally a minute.
No, you're not paranoid. You just have common sense, bro.
No, I'll send you the picture too. I mean, dude, I can't believe this.
He's
honestly.
agreeing with you. He's agreeing with you that they're listening to what you're listening to.
Oh, I don't get that. How you'll be talking to somebody and then all of a sudden an ad will pop up in correlation to what you're talking about. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, the algorithms know that you're listening to some sort of talk radio, and there's a guy on there telling you how good avocados are, right? So they've been paid to promote this company, so they did.
That's really interesting. But anyways, I just thought I'd share it with you.
Hopefully in the future they won't invade your dreams.
No kidding.
Yeah, that sort of stuff never ceases to amaze me anymore. I'm jaded or whatever. Because I've seen that stuff so many times. It's like, I was just talking about this, and then this shit's what's popping up on my shit.
Yeah, it has to be, man. I've heard multiple people talk about that. It's just I think we're reaching that level of technology where an invasion of privacy and not looking through the fine print on what you're signing up for or downloading, is kind of really coming into play.
Oh yeah, if you got like a Apple phone, like I don't even think you have to sign the contracts. There's backdoors built right in. And then if you got an Android phone, you have to sign the contracts to use it, so either way. Or you have to sign certain contracts to use certain features.
Yeah, just for stuff like that, I've thought about just getting a flip phone and just saying goodbye to Facebook and Instagram and all that kind of stuff. Just because I do think they are invading people's privacy with certain things. Quiet, night.
I mean, I don't really care. If they want to send me like ads for what I'm talking about, I'm not going to buy it off the internet. I'm going to try to buy it from a person, I don't go to the self-checkout lines or anything like that. I'll boycott like places like McDonald's that get their beef from South America. Like, I'm pretty conscious on where I spend money and like how I vote with my dollar and stuff like that.
I didn't know that. What the hell?
Yeah, you gotta look into certain companies. I mean, there's barely any good companies, right? Because the bad guys own most of them, right? Because every once in a while there's like a financial reset where they, make everybody really poor and Great Depression, and then they buy the companies up for like pennies on the dollar. But it is capable. You are capable of finding like good companies to do business with. Like I live in East Texas, so we got like chickens, and up north they do cows, right? And I try to get like local meat markets, right? And I try to get like local, like grass-fed, free-range eggs every single time. And you can definitely tell the difference in the eggs. There's so much more nutrients when the birds are eating like, grasshoppers and crickets and bugs. So different.
I was just about to agree, just based on the fact that, Moral set aside the free range eggs and whatnot. You can definitely, like, my dad has a bunch of chickens, and whenever he sends me home with eggs, man, I'm like, heck yeah, dude. Bright orange yolks and taste so much better. It's just, you'd be surprised.
Oh,
Something to point out about that subject is that when you're eating eggs that are from chickens fed lots of grain, they might have a lot more omega-6 fatty acids in it than you want, and you might be taking in more omega-6 fatty acids than you need.
Well, a lot of farmers feed them chicken feed, which isn't always 100% grain like a lot of people think. Chickens can't live just off corn. But then you got guys like me that, run their own worm banks, set their own cricket traps and grasshopper, and we feed them. You can collect this stuff from the wild. You create an environment for worms to live in. You can feed your chickens red worms and night crawlers all day long. You make a cricket hood. You put certain stuff in there that the crickets like to eat. You'll have millions of crickets all the time. I'll tell you what, you can throw chicken feed in the coop and watch the chickens go after it. And there'll always be some that are like, fuck it. There'll be some there when I decide to get up. So they won't even worry about getting up. But you throw a bucket of crickets out in the chicken coop, and you better get the fuck out of the way while they're eating. Because the entire coop's going to go, what's that? It fucking moved. Oh, shit. Live food. And they're going to be on it. And you will see the difference in the meat, the egg. Not just that, but the quality of life. They're more content. When you starve them, and you just keep them in the cage and they can't go nowhere, they're never happy. But you feed them good. Now you got a fat, happy caged animal.
Yeah, the next time that a leftist tries to feed you crickets, you should just say, I'd rather feed the crickets to a chicken and then eat the chicken.
I'll eat a cricket, bro. I've taken jungle survival. I eat a fucking spider if I have to.
Yeah, you gotta know the difference between poison and venom, right? You can eat venom. You can't eat poison.
Yeah. Nature has color coatings, Don't eat the red stuff that crawls. Don't eat stuff with red on it. Leave that shit alone. And the snakes. Don't eat snakes that got a lot of red stripes. If you're not familiar with snakes, you really shouldn't eat too many of them because you might poison yourself, but snake is good.
If you're stuck out in the wild and you can't find any food, don't eat the white mushrooms.
No, eat the white grubs. The fat ones.
I know. I was just saying, about half of all white mushrooms, or more than half, I think, of all mushrooms that are white are typically deadly.
And what you want to do, though, is you get grubs and night crawlers. You got to squeeze the shit out of them. You know what I mean? Literally squeeze the crap out of them. Pop them like a little zit and let all the insides pop out.
Okay, I'm sorry. What did I come into?
Jungle survival training. Do you know how to prepare a night crawler for an edible meal?
No, not a night crawler.
Yeah, you gotta squeeze all the shit out of it first. Then you want to rinse your crawler. It's called earthal bait. They put it. You eat summer sausage. You eat hot dogs. Hot dogs got a certain degree of earthal bait in them. Start checking your packages. Whenever you see earthal bait, think about it. Earth and bait. Earthworms and fishing bait. Earthal bait.
So do they tell you about this stuff when you're signing up for the military, that sometimes you might have to eat earthal bait and snakes and stuff? Is that part of the sign-on bonus conversation?
No, I signed up for jungle training just because I wanted to be a bad motherfucker. You could drop me in the middle of the woods, and you know what? If you drop me there and I didn't want to be there, just slide me out and kick me out of the helicopter, I'm going to come back pissed off. Probably healthier in a week, depending on how far you live from the jungle. But I will be at your door before it's over. Want to know why the fuck you kicked me out of the helicopter? Or just taking you out, not trying to conversate at all.
Yeah, you'll be healthier because you weren't eating any MREs.
Yeah.
Oh man, hey, grubs and bugs is all protein, baby. That's a high protein diet.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, it is. The conversion rate, protein to energy and sugar is from bugs and grubs, spiders, larvae. It's high. And I tell you what, I get stung by a lot of bees if I have to eat honeycomb in the wild. Shit. That's a treasure.
Yeah.
Yeah, honeycomb. Definitely,
Oh yeah, like
bro.
wild, like raw honey tastes pretty good.
Oh, you guys
For sure. But you need a little smoke. You just need a little smoke can. That way you don't get tore up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you let a fire underneath of the hive so they get all sleepy, and then you could take some of it out of the hive. But you're gonna get stung a few times, even if when you light the fire.
Oh yeah. Hey,
they're not gonna get stung as much, but you're still gonna get
the
stung.
ones that fall asleep, you take them with you. You just mash them up and mix them in with honey. Eat them too.
Yeah.
Wings and all.
Oh, even the stingers?
I had a protein chart, man. I studied this shit before I actually did the jungle training week, and yeah, you'd be surprised that like a lot of people think pluck the legs off the spider. No, that's some of the most protein.
The legs I'd be fine with, but like the poisonous parts.
See, when I talk about being a Native American, coming out of a teepee and like look at all this food, Mike knows what I'm talking about. There's so much food out there that you can actually eat. You just don't know.
Oh. We'd have root seal tea, mushrooms everywhere, fish on the line. We'd have fish jerky, venison jerky. We wouldn't let a turtle. We would never let a turtle even crawl near our camp, our wigwam, or anything. That turtle would be dinner, and its shell would be a cereal bowl. The natural grains that grow wild in the wood, the spuds, or potatoes. There's more different kinds of potatoes in the woods than city folk know about. And the funny thing is, we don't take advantage of this stuff in agriculture. We farm cabbage, but field cabbage has way more nutrient in it, proteins, healing properties, anti-inflammatories. And so it seems that the stuff that we do farm through agriculture is the least nutritious stuff, and that the wild stuff should be actually taken advantage of in an agricultural setting, cultivation. Mushrooms, field cabbages. There's 80 to 160 varieties of spuds, which are all chocked full of more nutrient than the spud we now use for a potato.
Yeah.
And we're, instead of going out in the wild and getting these spuds that are healthier for us and taking advantage of them, what do? Anybody know?
Buy one from the store, or like?
Well, no. I mean, if we want a bigger potato or a better potato,
we just crank it up with different genetic stuff.
Yeah, we GMO that shit rather than just go into nature and say, "Fuck these spuds. We're gonna start farming these other spuds," because it all works the same way. It's no different than morel mushrooms. if you're a morel mushroom hunter like me, you know, I'll go out and rape my property every year and find every morel I can. But then there's some patches that I'll find, and I'll only take half this. I'll rip them, the spores. I'll leave the stalks in the ground, and I'll take the spores and spread them around the entire area.
The ones that are
Because
already
I know-
sun-dried.
Yeah, because I know that the next year I'll have an entire field of mushrooms there. I already know that it's a proper environment for them, or they wouldn't be there in the first place. So, but we could take these spores, and you can create environments. That's what we do in farming. I create an environment that's perfect for tomatoes, and then I create another little sub-environment for my peppers, my carrots, celery, melons, you know?
Yeah.
People don't realize how easy it is to grow potatoes. Like, all you need is just to put them in the ground and they basically just go.
Yeah.
Dude, in 2 square foot, I can show you how to build a potato box in your basement where you never have to buy potatoes again. The potatoes you have stored up in your house, say you don't use them all, right? And they start to grow, because that's what they do. Most people think they rot, but only a portion of it will rot. And then it'll start to grow another potato plant out of it. You know what you do with that? You take it and put it back in the potato box. And it'll grow another potato. It'll grow a larger spud or a dual spud. You have 2 potatoes on one plant. Literally, you don't have to waste potatoes at all. You stick them back in the ground rotten with the plant growing out of them. And when you pull it back out, it's not going to be rotted. It'll eat itself. It'll eat that rotted portion
Yeah,
of
it's
it.
it's perfect fertilizer for other potatoes.
Well, yeah. The plant itself will eat all that, the old spud, and then create a new spud or grow a new spud around that old rotted spud. That's how you end up with a dual potato.
Yeah.
Dude, I never. Potatoes don't hit the compost pile. They're not supposed to. They go back in the muck field. And the swampiest, shittiest land will grow the best potatoes.
The swampiest?
Well, muckiest. You don't want standing water, but it can be pretty wet soil.
Okay, I got you. Because my backyard kind of has like a hill. So I was kind of wondering where to put my potato patch. But I got a tiller attachment for my weed eater, and I was just going to make some potatoes out there.
Anywhere works, man. I mean, if you're gonna, are you in the city or a small amount of property? I put the compost.
Yeah, I'm in the city.
Before I till, I'll put the compost pile right on top of the ground, and then put, fertilizer or potter's soil you get from a gardening department. And then I'll till it all underground and mix it the best I can with it.
Yeah, I'm seeing the food prices are going to go up like crazy real soon. So
Yeah,
I'm
but-
definitely going to have to start a garden.
Potatoes are good. Do you drink a lot of coffee?
My son has super rare coffees that he gets from all over the world. He's like a coffee connoisseur. He spends like $1,000 on his coffee equipment.
Excuse me. All right.
So yeah, we drink coffee.
Coffee grounds are high in nitrate. Those are one of the things you want to put in your garden for compost fertilizer. Directly in your garden, just till it over. Eggshells.
Seashells.
Eggshells, seashells, rotten meat, cardboard, paper.
Cardboard?
Yeah, it's a natural. Cardboard's made out of. It's natural. It's biodegradable.
Yeah.
It has wood pulp in it that has nutrient in it. Plants will eat that.
I always just make airplanes out of cardboard. That's a good use for cardboard.
A lot of city folk don't know what goes in the compost pile, but we mix all kinds of stuff in there. Now, cardboard, it creates a medium that holds water, it also
Yeah.
has wood pulp in it, which has nutrients from the wood.
All right,
It would
yeah,
also be good to use to start your seedlings with too, right? Because it'll hold the
Oh,
water.
Yeah, it'll hold.
Yeah. Well, if your soil is best when it holds a certain degree of water, it doesn't just keep going down to the water tank, you know? That helps maintain a healthy garden that doesn't. That's why they do them gardens where they put all the wood chips on top of the ground. Because you put your soil on top of that, you plant in the soil, the water goes through the soil and sits in the wood chips. And the roots grow down in the wood chips, and the roots always have easy access. So it does. If it rains once a week, your plant's still getting water all week long. But you can till this stuff right into your soil. We do this for our berry patch.
Dude, the last week I was delivering working, right? And I see like all this stuff on the road. I pull over to see what it is. It's red wood chips. I got like 2 like 50-gallon trash bags full of the shit. And I just picked it up off the road. So what do I do with it?
A lot of farmers, we use them in our berry patches, sometimes in our melon patches. The berry patches, you just put them on top of the ground around the berry plants. It puts a cleaner medium for the berry to sit on, so it's not just sitting in dirt, strawberries, blackberries, blueberries. But it also holds water. And as the water evaporates out of the wood chips, it just goes into the soil and the root. So it keeps a continuous feed of moisture to your soil. Now, you don't want to over water your plants, get root rot. But that's what it's good for. It's a slow, consistent, it's evaporation. It's a natural watering. So you don't promote root rot. That's why it's on top of the soil for the berry plant. For some other crops, it's better to have it underground. And, like carrots, they grow underground. But you're not going to rot the root, but you'll definitely promote the growth of a carrot if you're holding moisture underground. Same with potatoes. You don't want the water puddled up, but a good mucky environment just promotes better growth because they'll absorb it. How much water you get out of a fresh potato? You know what I mean?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah, it has a lot of water in it. So that's not true if it's in real dry soil, right?
Right. Potatoes are easy to grow. I've seen people just take the little spud, right, and cut it off of the rest of the potato, and they just like stick it barely in the ground after they like poke a hole with like a can of soda, and they just barely put a little dirt over top, just barely enough dirt over top of it, and then they take straw, like hay, mahea, and they lay it down and lay sticks over it, and then the straw breaks down and provides nutrients for the potato.
Yep. Plus it holds moisture. My brother grows potatoes. He's instead of potato boxes, he's got like 10 garbage cans that he just keeps full. Just grows potato plants in the cans. Grow each one for so long. Busts out like 50 pounds of potatoes every 45 days, 50 days.
Yeah, just in plastic containers, like you don't even have to put it in the ground. You can just put it in like a plastic container.
Yup, I know people that do it in wooden crates in their basement. Carrots can be done like that too, but they need a lot more light too for the carrot, for the plant part of it. Radishes. There's a lot of tricks. I'd say for each thing you do, if you're going to grow a garden with 10 things in it, read up well on every 10 thing. Get the best you can out of each thing. I mean, when you got a large amount of property, you can just plant a lot of stuff and a large variety of stuff and take whatever you get. But in a smaller area, you want it to be more efficient.
Honestly, I wish I could get 10 neighbors to plant 10 different crops, and all of us just go in there like community grow to where everybody pitches in, nobody sells.
Well, yeah, I'm a part of a group. It's called community farming.
Right.
And we have a thing in Jackson County. We had a lot of houses get taken down. You know, as the auto industry went down, and lessened, a lot of people lost their homes. So a lot of houses were torn down in the city where you can adopt a lot. You got vacant lots all over the city, and we don't want it to end up like Detroit. So we tear the homes down so kids aren't getting raped in vacant homes, and, you know, drug addicts aren't just plotting them. So we tear them down, and then the neighborhoods can grow whatever they want. So a lot of the farmers come in, and like when we start our crops in the spring, we'll also start a certain amount of crops in buckets, 5-gallon buckets, or just in the planters, and we'll leave them in the planters, and we'll bring them in and give them to the community gardening group, and they adopt these lots. We're getting neighborhoods to grow. Like I do a neighborhood it's in the hood. A lot of people won't do it, but I will, because I'm coming from a mixed families. But I found black people are way more into gardening than white people when it comes to city people. And they pay attention well, and they do it well. And they work together. So they've got lots where they're growing a certain amount of this on one lot, certain amount of that on another. They work together as a community. Like they got one lot that's nothing but tomatoes, cherry tomatoes, big tomatoes, small tomatoes. They got melon patches. They're building a strawberry patch. We're trying to promote that throughout our whole county.
Yeah, the less people you have gardening, the less people you have trying to kick in your door if shit hits the fan. And that's a big if, right? Right? Shit's never really hit the fan that many times in America, but you never know. You never know.
That's, you know, I've been doing community gardening. It's been going on for 8 years now, but I've been doing it for 3. And I've heard that the most. Well, if shit hits the fan, you know, I'll just have to defend the strawberry patch. And Melvin, he'll be down there defending the melons. And we'll be sharing ammo. Because when it comes down to it, we'll be trading strawberries for melons. And I'm like, yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. You guys want to come out and harvest with me, and you know, I'll share crops and ammo too. But
if shit hits the fan, you should collect it and use it as manure.
Collect what? The dead bodies?
No. If the shit hits the fan, use the shit as compost.
I'm with you.
Okay, I got you.
I'm with you. I was thinking about that with the dead bodies. I'll come through with a tractor and pick them up. Hey, don't mind me. Food for the wood chipper in the compost pile.
Yeah, the chickens in the compost pile kind of go hand in hand, right? Because all the worms and stuff thrive in the compost. And the chickens...
And the chicken shit adds a nitrate, but you got to be careful about it. Can't let the chicken shit too much on the compost pile or you have a fire. There's a lot of nitrate in chicken shit. You can make it, well, let me rephrase that. If you feed your chickens nothing but chicken feed, don't let them shit all over your compost pile. Because their shit will be full of nitrate. It's not so much true when you let them forage. That's why, that's how we end up with feral chickens, you know, and roosters. Because a lot of people don't like to feed them just chicken feed. Then you got to buy I literally think it's the chicken feed that makes them sick. And then you have to buy medicated chicken feed. Then you got meth heads out on your property trying to steal your anhydrous and your medicated chicken feed because it's got, you know, whatever the shit is they're extracting from the cold medicine. ephedrine. It's in the chicken feed.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I've
Well,
almost had to shoot people over bags of chicken feed, Hank. Yeah. Because I literally said, look, there's no big deal. Just put the chicken feed down and get the fuck off the property, and, I won't shoot you. And the guy was already running with the bag of chicken feed. Like, motherfucker, didn't I say put it down? But then the dog took him down, so I didn't have to.
Oh, good.
And the dog's smart. He didn't maul him. He just took him down and then stood on top of the bag of chicken feed.
Heard farmers. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, the dog just said, "That's ours, bitch."
I heard farmers. They'll put the first 2 shotgun shells will be like salt.
Yep.
Yeah, and then next one is like birdshot. Right? They'll just pepper people. Like, get off the fucking land. And then the last shot is a slug.
Well,
rock salt. Yeah.
Rock salt, or you can use what I like to use for my 410. They sell powderized ammunition for skeet shooting, and it's a lot like rock salt, but there's no real solid heavy pellets in there. It'll come out more of a dust, but it'll shatter a clay pigeon,
And it'll pepper someone's ass.
And it's got a big spread pattern too, right out the barrel. I mean, it'll spread 5 foot, 2 foot from the barrel. You're hitting whatever you shoot. So that's how you do the trick skeet shooting for anybody that says, man, how's he shoot all them skeet? Well, you get special ammunition for it. And it spreads out real quick. Covers a large area, so you can be 2 foot from the clay pigeon and still hit it. And that's
actually
3 foot out of the barrel.
I actually had to learn how to shoot the moving target.
Skeet shooting's good for that. If I give you a regular old birdshot, then you get better at shooting because you don't get as wide of a spread pattern. I can put it in something with a modified choke, and I can tighten the spread pattern up, make you aim better, give it a real tight pattern. But yeah, I don't waste so much time doing the rock salt anymore. It takes and that shit's hard to pack in the shell. It really is. You get annoyed and then you just want to shoot somebody. So I just buy that skeet shooting ammunition. I mean, literally, you basically get powder burns and rashes from it. I mean, if you're too close to the barrel, yeah, you're going to get hurt. That's even true with rock salt. I can blow your arm off with rock salt if you're only 2 foot from me. Rock salt's a motherfucker, too.
Wait, like this, rock salt that you would put on, your food?
Yeah. Could have been it could have been the salt from my water softener, and I might have just crushed it up. That shit's gonna burn like a motherfucker when it gets inside you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's eating your flesh.
Like salt in a slug.
Yeah, if you've ever rubbed salt in a wound, that's why they use the salt. Because the farmer doesn't want to kill you. He just wants you to remember, don't ever.
Yeah, you've heard that, rub salt in my wounds. It's like putting salt in my wounds. You've heard that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I shoot you with rock salt, you're never coming back to my farm again.
Yeah, that's a pretty big brain idea.
Especially if you got, the tooth marks from my bull terriers or my Labrador. Now, generally, I can keep the bulldogs from attacking a person. The Labrador is real possessive. He thinks he owns the farm. He owns all the animals, even the bulldogs. He owns you. Everything's his. So when you say stop, he's not going to listen to you. That bitch got our chicken feed. I'm biting him, Dad. And he's already bit. I mean, literally, the lab don't argue. Labs are mean. A lot of people think bulldogs are the meanest dogs. I'll tell you what, you better watch my lab. You come out here, the lab is a mean motherfucker.
Yeah, I used to have a lab before she passed away, and if like someone got like close to our property, she would go ham on them.
Your property? It was her property, man.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, they're really possessive, dude. It's their shit.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, my lab gets mad if I yell at my horse, dude. I gotta watch his ass.
Yeah. No, my neighbor's German Shepherds don't even get that crazy. This stuff.
And the thing about Lab can swim. Shit, you can't cross the river to get away from his ass. He'll swim over there.
Oh, yeah.
Labs are good dogs.
Yeah.
No, I bet not California. I had a lab made 17 years old, man. She grew up with my youngest. The best dog I ever had. Took specific instructions. That lab, she had I breed Staffordshire Bull Terriers and Worcestershire Labradors. And a male pit got in with a female lab. And this lab that I kept was a result of that. To me, she looked like a lab. She had web feet, you know. She was golden like a lab, but she had a little bit of a bull head and a shorter snout. But I don't know, the mixture of labs, she listened. She wouldn't just bite all of a sudden. That dog took specific instructions. Could give her a list of instructions and she would follow them if you said them all clearly. It was the best dog I ever had. I could tell her to babysit the kid at 3 years old, and I swear the dog wouldn't let the kid wander out of a certain area. Keep her herded in a circle. Just, nope, you can't go by the river. Nope, Dad said you can't go in the apple orchard. Nope, stay out of the woods. I can't see you in there. Oh, get out the driveway. Cars drive there. And the dog would not do it meanly, just get up and get in the way of her so she couldn't wander off.
Oh, yeah.
I used to set this dog out here with my 3-year-old and set the 3-year-old down on a blanket and just walk away and then watch just to see what my dog would do. And it just amazed me. I'd let her do it. She loved it. Staffordshires were nanny dogs. I mean, it's in their blood to pull carts. They were used to pull carts on farms in England, and they were also used to babysit the children and protect the children. So it was already in her blood. And because she's a lab, she was damn determined and smart. Labradors are smart.
Mm-hmm.
They are really smart. I mean, you can teach them the chair, the front door, the back door. Play, yes, no. You can teach them to shake their head, yes. Shake their head, no. Blink twice for yes. Blink once for no. You know, they're really smart animals. Mixed with a Staffordshire, it's just a damn good dog.
Yeah.
Before that dog, I never had a dog that I would trust to babysit my 3-year-old. And don't get me wrong, I didn't trust her to do it for long, but I'd do it and watch, just to see, so that I knew if it took me a little too long, if I ran off and the dog was there, the dog's gonna watch the kid, you know?
Yeah.
Like we got 2 stairways. Actually, I got 3 at my house. But one's a spiral, but I sealed that off so nobody can. I got like a tower. I got an old Victorian style home. Well, my kid used to like to go up the front stairway and run through the house and come down the back stairway. And the dog would get tired of going up and down the stairs and chasing her. She'd get tired. So she'd just block her. Wouldn't let her go down the stairway. And then the kid would be at the top of the stairs yelling, ah! And I'd come to see what it is. And the dog just got tired, didn't want to chase her no more, and didn't want to let her go up and down the stairs by herself. So she just blocked the stairway where she couldn't get down.
That's silly.
I mean, the kid would go up and try to open the door to go up the stairway, and the dog would go up and lean against the door. Like, no, you ain't going up there. I don't feel like climbing them stairs and watching you.
Yeah, that's silly. Yeah, my little sister, she's 6 right now, and I have a golden retriever, and he's not the smartest dog, but like he's smart with like, all right, she needs to be protected, so like whenever she's outside, he'll follow her around everywhere, and I mean like everywhere. Like she'll go like just like right out behind my door. He'll go out there with her, and then if she goes like pretty far out, he'll be over there with her. And he's a chill dog, but he's protective as he needs to be. So if like there's someone who tries to like hurt anybody, he'll really get on them. But if they're just like the mailman or something, he'll be fine. He'll just love on them.
Yeah, that was the thing about that dog there, Sassy. Her name was Sassy, I had her when my daughter was born, but if she was familiar with you, you were just fine. She knew your name. That dog would literally take a stance with people until I told the dog their name. I got her in the habit of that. Oh, that's just Jim. Leave Jim alone. And she would leave him alone.
Yeah.
That's a picture of my daughter and the dog together. They literally grew old together.
Here, where's the picture at?
In live stream voice tag.
Oh, there it is. Oh, that's a good puppy.
Yeah, she played dress up with the dogs. I had 2 of them. That dog got with the Brendo pit bull, and Robert De Niro. Okay. Okay. This is her baby, Sassy's baby. His name was Bandit. And my daughter used to play dress up with all the dogs. Bandit and Sass, they would just follow her everywhere she went. Look, took a funny picture of it. But this is my dog. And look, if you see the look on her face, I came downstairs, I had my phone, and I was like, oh, look at you, ain't you cute? Taylor done dressed you up. And she gives me that look like, bitch, do you see this shit? You see this shit, right? I let your daughter do this, motherfucker, but damn it, I'm wearing a hat, Dad. You see this fucking hat on me? Like, the kid put a Kango hat on the fucking dog.
I love those hats.
Look at this Hank. She just looks at me like, you see this shit, right, Dad?
He's got a yellow hat on.
And then I came back, and I had a box. I was getting rid of Mardi Gras, and I had a box of beads, boobs for beads, I like my pictures. So the kid had 1,000 beaded necklaces on the dog. The dog was just mad as hell, like, I know you fucking seen this, Dad, but you ain't making her quit. Put a pair of shorts on her. It was, but the dog just laid there and take. Yeah, I guess. I give her a treat, just give her a treat. You put up with a kid for an hour here's a steak.
Yeah, one time my little sister dressed up the dog for like a little tea party, and I came in. I play hockey, so I came in after hockey practice one time, and in the middle of the living room, I see my sister and my dog has like princess crown on, and everything like that. I'm like, okay. And he just has the most embarrassed look on his face. Yeah, I felt so bad for him. But
Yeah.
My mom didn't
The
get off
man.
of work till late that day, so my younger brother had to watch her.
The male, that bandit. I used to come home from work and I'd take off my work shirt, throw my hat down and my sunglasses. And my daughter'd put my work shirt on him, put his legs in it, button it up, put the hat on him, and he'd walk around the house like he was cool. But I used them wraparound sunglasses, while I'm doing asphalt. And they just hug your face. She'd put him on him. And that dude, he'd come in the bathroom like, "Look, Grandpa, do I look cool or what?" And he'd walk through the house tippy-toeing, trying not to knock the hat off him or the sunglasses. That shit used to crack me up. Both them dogs passed, but miss. I still got their bloodline. The dog I got now is from their bloodline.
Yeah, that's good.
He's a good boy too. This is here picture. His name's Milo. I call him my donut hunter. This is him at 6 months, sitting on the couch with my daughter, hunting donuts. She's on the phone and he's just staring at the donuts on the table. I come through, I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And then I looked at him and I was like, "Oh, you staring at them donuts?" And he just started shaking like, "If you know, are you gonna give me one? Give me a donut. Damn it. You know what I'm doing."
Mike, you and I said donut at the same time. The first time you said donut hunter, I said donut because that's the name of one of the cats.
Oh, is it? You got a cat named Donut?
Yeah, I got a cat named Donut. He's one of those cats that's like got just a hint of orange, but he's mostly like cotton. So he kind of looks like a donut, like a pastry.
Oh, I bet he's cute. I couldn't name my cat Donut, man. I always got the stoner munchies. I'd end up a fat guy. Every time I wanted the cat, I'd be like, "Damn it, I need a donut." The donuts are my weakness. I like them fruit-filled donuts, Boston cream, I don't care, custard, I don't care. Stuff it full of something and put some chocolate on top and give it to me. And she just tortures him. You see, she's just on her phone. She'll eat one donut. She's like my sister, man. We'd all get a candy bar at the same time. My sister would take one small bite of hers, fold it up, and put it back in her pocket. Me and my brothers, we'd eat all ours at once, an hour later, my sister's over there nibbling on hers like a squirrel, smiling at us, tormenting us. She do the dog like that, like eat one donut an hour. I swear that fucker would sit there 8 hours trying to get just one donut too.
My kids are growing up so fast. My oldest is about to turn, my youngest is about to turn 18, so I'm pretty much off the hook.
Yeah.
There's child support in Texas, but there's no alimony.
When they're younger, we're like, yeah. When they're younger, we're like, I can't wait till you grow up and take care of yourself. But then when they do, I don't know about you, but I'm like, man, I wish you were still younger and relied on me for everything. I miss it. I love seeing them grow up. I just miss it.
My favorite part is programming them when they're at that age where you get to program them, teach them how to walk and how to talk and how to run and how to fight and how to play not too rough, but just enough rough that you can guarantee that they'll be able to handle themselves.
Yeah, and one day they come back and snatch your donut when you're not looking and sock you in the eye and use it all against you. And you're like, hey, it's my donut. No, not unless you can catch me. Yeah, I hear you. I love them until they say no. No, I don't want to, Dad.
Yeah, that's when I'm like, oh, really? After I just did like these 10 million things for you, bro, you gonna tell me no?
Right. I literally, I got lots of pictures of her torturing him. I don't know why she does it, but she likes to torment that dog. Like here, she got the piece of cake and she didn't eat it for like 2 frickin' hours. She just knew the dog wanted it, so she just left it sitting there. Yeah. I think she just likes the company. She's scared if she gives him all the cake at once, he'll split.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I enjoyed talking to you. I gotta go to bed, so I'm gonna leave.
All right. Peace out.
But thank
Have a
you.
good one, dude.
All right. You too.
I tried to tell her that dog just loves her company. He don't give a fuck. He ain't gonna leave just 'cause you gave him all the cake. There's still the possibility that you might go get more cake. But they're loyal, you know what I mean?
Yeah, dogs are awesome, dude. I got a pet. She's amazing. She's so fast and so smart. And, really it's my kiddo's pet, but, I worked with her every day for the first year of life. Like I said, I like to do the programming.
Yeah.
And, man,
I do
she's
the
such
same.
an awesome dog.
I programmed him, but he fell in love with a girl, He's a boy,
Yeah.
The female now, she follows me.
Yeah, same way with me. She's a girl dog, and she loves to cuddle. Like, she's a pit bull, so she's like a badass tank dog. Or maybe not a tank dog, but she loves to cuddle. She's so cuddly.
Pits are aggressive at anything they do. If you make them a lover, they're an aggressive lover. She gets offended when you get up and you break the cuddle to go to the bathroom, don't she? Come back and she's looking at you like, man, motherfucker, I was comfortable.
Yeah.
Lay your ass back down here so I can hug you.
Yeah,
That's
she
the way
literally
my
does
female
hug
is.
you. She literally does hug you. But I always
Yeah,
tell her, no kisses. I don't want no kisses.
In the winter, my female does that. She'll get up to me, next to me, and sit on her butt and keep itching over until she can just hug my side and lean into me. She'll go to sleep sitting right up, leaning on me. My old lady don't like it, but what? You don't want to cuddle? Fuck it, I'll let the dog cuddle. It's when my ex left, she wanted it. Dude, I won in court. Even though I could have just said her, screw her on everything, I still offered her alimony under my discretion. But she started crying in the courtroom about her dog. I told you could take your dog, Fuck, everybody in the house got their own dog, dude. I trying to take her dog. I trained the motherfucker to kill anybody that fucked with her, you know what I mean? It's your dog.
Yeah, that's right.
Couldn't believe she did that. I was like, Christ, your dog's at the house waiting for you to come get him. Don't fucking cry. Fuck, I'll put alimony on there for dog food and treats, and I'll keep you in what you're accustomed to. But taking half of what my grandfather built, and that's owed for our bloodline, it's not mine. You're not getting it. You know what I mean? That's it. She just tried to go after my company like, I helped do this. No, you worked for a company my grandfather left to me that wasn't left to me. It's an estate left to the bloodline. You got paid for that. You know what I mean? You got a paycheck and bonuses. can't say I built nothing. You worked a job. That was your job. I paid for it. But I proved infidelity any fucking way, so it didn't matter. Take what you get. A lot of my friends say, you shouldn't pay shit. But me, I care about what my children think about me. So what would they think about me if I just kicked their mother out on the road, made her a broke nobody? You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's always that.
So the
I've been
value
fortunate so far.
Right. So for me, I always tell them this is theirs. I've worked for what's theirs. Well, if it's theirs, then I just take care of their mom with it because that's what they want, right?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes
So
sense.
I didn't make them ask or beg or plead. My daughter did start to say at one time, well, Dad, when it comes to my mom, if this is my money, I said, stop right there. I already know that. I'm just trying to make sure your mom don't take from you. Got no problem keeping her in the life she's accustomed to at her parents' house because she inherited her. Well, she didn't inherit her parents' farm. It was split between 5 people, and when they died, I bought it from her sisters and brothers and kept it for her. So she had something to leave to the kids too that she could say was from her side. So my daughter will get this farm, and my son will live a lot across the street on his mom's farm. Now my oldest daughter, she's like me. She wants what her grandpa left her, but she don't want anything mom and dad had to pay for. Besides what grandpa left her, she wants to build on her own. And I respect.
Yeah, it's awesome. I got to do some family planning pretty soon. I'm wanting to do it because it seems like my mother just wants to get rid of everything, sell everything off, and I'm the type of person what are we gonna do? We gotta keep this shit. Yeah. And I don't know why. She's got a nest egg. She got cash put away, but she wants to sell her land and buy some other land. And she's making up this story about some neighbor bothering her and shooting his weapon on her land and driving his 4-wheeler. I just think she wants to sell the land.
You better just move your ass out there, Hank, and get rid of that 4-wheeler and get your own shotgun.
Oh, I got more than a shotgun. Shotgun's a pea shooter compared to what I got. But yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in shotguns.
Were you born and raised on that property?
No, I wasn't. It's something that she and my uncle acquired, but they're wanting to sell it, and I'm like, why would you want to sell it right now? The cost of land is just going to go up and up and up as more people move here. So, we got to talk them out of it.
Maybe they want to be taken care of, Hank. They just don't want to say it. Maybe you should just offer to go live with them. If it will accommodate you, your family, and them.
No, my wife don't get along with my mom. Neither do my kids.
I liked living at mom and dad's. I started my family here with mom, dad, and grandpa was still alive. My wife didn't get along with my parents either. But I threw it in her face that you're gonna want to move here when they're gone. So at least you could do just do it now. They know you're gonna show them that respect. Right.
If she sells the land, does she give the money to the family, or does she keep the money?
She keeps her half. Really, I don't have any say in it, right? Because it's hers, not mine. But I don't want her inheriting my grandparents' stuff and selling it. I wish there was a way that I could put it in everybody's name. That way everybody would have to agree to sell it like some sort of contract where every single person would have to say yes before it could ever get sold.
Litigation?
You can do that. Put it in a trust and then assign people be equal members of the trust.
First, it has to be left to him from his grandparents or his mother. Yeah.
I just joined in. Okay, my bad.
That's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to me.
But you're right, though. See, my family takes advantage of trust and estate laws and all that.
Well, what's nice is I'm going to be going into gunsmithing here in the next sometime this year, and if I own anything like any machine guns, because you can legally manufacture machine guns if you have the right licensing, you can use trusts for basically a company that would be able to manufacture machine guns and allow employees or family members to be able to possess them in their home without having the necessary licensing to manufacture them.
Yeah, as part of
you're legally
family
liable.
business. Yeah,
exactly.
As part of family business or an estate or a trust. You can also, under the same premise, own antique firearms that are fully automatic, as long as they're antique.
Oh, they're pre-86 machine gun ban, and then they normally cost if you want to get a Mac 10, it's $10,000 minimum. Like for most machine
bro,
guns.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, if you wanted to do something though, like lend a suppressor to your buddy.
I never went to school for gunsmithing, but I have a degree in mechanical engineering, and I have gunsmith. I can make my own suppressor, thread my own barrels, rifle my own barrels. I can do a lot to a gun.
Oh, you're in good shape then.
But, I mean, I was in the Corps for 12 years, and my dad was a do-it-yourselfer guy. I got a 300 mag single shot with a suppressor on it.
Oh, that's nice. No,
they're not that hard to make, but I'm sure you know that.
Yeah, they're. Well, it's ridiculous how cheap they are to make.
Yeah.
And how
for
much
what
they
you can get for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Until you go to, you don't have that federal. You're selling without a federal permit, and probably to people.
Oh yeah, no. If I'm not the entire cost of them is the licensing. If you could go ahead and get kits and just go ahead and make them yourself, that wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
Now, hopefully, one of these days, there's a company making polymer suppressors. Hopefully, at some point, they end up coming out with something where it's like, oh yeah, just buy this block of plastic, drill out all the blue bits, and then you have a suppressor. That would be ideal. Or drop it in acetone and it'll dissolve.
You can just print it out. Hey, there you go. You just coat a suppressor in plastic, stick it in an injection molder, seal in plastic.
Yeah, and then just say, hey, to manufacture this, you have to do a $200 tax stamp, sell them for $200, and just make a ton of them.
That's smart. Yeah, dude, I got guns laying everywhere. My dad was a veteran and a survivalist. My family they go way back. They were Indiana survivalists before they were Michigan militia, but they were kicked out of Indiana,
All right, well, I gotta get in the shower, get ready for bed. It's nice talking to all you guys. I'm getting kind of weird. like saying goodbye and shit. I normally just pop out.
Oh,
All right, Hank.
have a good one, man.
Yeah, my family, my bloodline goes all the way back to the Ridge. Ruby Ridge, Waco, Texas.
Yeah.
I've definitely heard of that.
Some of us were Davidans, Branch. I'm Seventh-day Adventist, but I'm not I don't agree with their doctrine, and I'm definitely not a Branch Davidian. And I don't believe in rapture.
Me neither.
How would we see the millennial reign if we get raptured?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's funny about that. The way we perceive. I don't know, I think the whole New Testament's kind of funny. I'm still trying to figure out what happened there.
Yeah, I would agree. They threw the law out. And they based it on the life on the life of a man that adhered 100% to the law and said, "I didn't come to destroy the law or the works of the prophet." How the hell did that happen?
Oh, this is, I don't know. If nothing else, Christianity got a whole bunch of people that were pagans out of child sacrifice. So if it ends up being that, Jews are right and we're heretical, or, whatever the scenario is, still pretty good. I'm happy with it.
Yeah. We'll see that war between Gog and Magog before it's over. You know?
Oh, yeah.
See, you look in live stream voice text?
Oh, nice.
It was before it was finished. I had to manufacture the other side of the prop. So I used a pool stick, no broken cue. Prop it up. I showed my brother that. He said, "What's with the cue stick?" I said, "Hey man, I'm not done with that side. Putting together out of spare parts. Come on, man."
A buddy of mine is putting together a custom bolt action on a was an action he just bought, all left-handed. Hence why he's making it custom, because he can't find anything right now. So it's gonna be cool.
Left-handed bolt action. Is he got a left-hand rifling? Or
I did not know that was necessary.
A left-hand rifle.
I would presume you need. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
No, it's not. It's not necessary, but some left-handed shooters prefer a left-hand curve. You know.
Oh yeah.
Are you with me? The Mangus effect. So if you got the left-hand rifling, it'll spin left and it'll create a drag left, and the bullet will pull left, then come back right. With a right-handed bolt, right-handed action, right-handed rifling, you get a right-handed spin, it drags right, and then it'll curve back left. So just some left-handed competition shooters prefer everything left-hand because that's their dominant eye and their left-brain thinkers, you know?
Okay. No, I wasn't aware that was really a concern for a lot of people. I'm
just competition, more of a competition shooter.
I gotcha.
I know some guys that have shot for the Olympics. I mean, I'm pretty good at doing a perfect match ammo myself, so that I get a tighter spread pattern and a longer distance. You know, you got to shoot the exact same round over and over again to be awesomely accurate.
Oh, you're mastering like multiple things. was that you basically have to be very good and very attentive if you're doing the reloading element, which a lot of people are. You have to be a good shot. You have to be able to keep that on target. You have to so on and so forth. Know how to do
It's
the
just
math.
easier to do when you, if you can almost perfectly, because I won't, they call it perfect match ammo, but we know you're not 100% perfect about anything. But every bullet's close to the exact same weight for the projectile. Every casing's almost the exact same length. You want to get the gunpowder load the exact same. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah. No, I gotcha.
I'm an avid shooter. But I hunt, I prefer game meat over processed meat.
I don't have any other good pictures of it, but this is one of the shotguns I'd like to restore whenever I'm in school. 108-year-old Winchester, 109 now, Winchester 1897.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that model.
A lot of fun. The action is still solid enough to be able to slam fire, which is pretty cool, but I don't run it that hard, so.
It's in pretty good shape, bro.
Yeah, some guy,
I got a Ithaca Featherweight Edition that's actually a little newer than that not in that good a shape. But I don't want to take away from the value, so I'm not gonna reblue it or anything,
Well, the nice thing about that one is that the guy who owned it prior, he I actually know of the first person who ended up buying it. I was able to find the hunting license in the back of the stock whenever I was refinishing the wood, because somebody was smoking a cigar while hunting out with it, so you just have cigar whatever ash down the side of the stock, and there were some patchy elements where it looked like someone tried to clean it up and ended up stripping the finish, and somebody tried to recoat. So I ended up doing some work with that. Found that hunting license, looked back at the gun, tried to see where it was purchased, and I was able to figure
that
out
one got that one got a storage stock in it, or a little compartment in the stock.
Nope, just a screwdriver. The guy just had it back there for the state he was in, but I was able to figure out whenever he would have ended up buying it, he would have been in New York. So basically, fresh off the boat, ended up getting the shotgun, ended up going out to, I think it was Kentucky. Later on hunted with it, and it actually resided in the same town that he was in for a good while, so I think his family probably had it before they ended up selling it to somebody, an FFL, who ended up then selling it on Gunbroker. So it's just like, I can track the story even though I'm so separated.
Nice. Yeah, I like to look at the older shotguns. My Model 37, that's the Ithaca. It looks a lot like.
Oh yeah, that's I think that's a copy of a Model 12, or it's very similar to, right? Or am I thinking of a different? Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with how they operate. They're very nice shotguns too.
Oh yeah, the police used them for a long time. Mine was my father's, so.
Oh, that's
it
pretty
was
cool.
my grandfathers before that. I mean, they came from the Depression era. Plus, they were survivalists. I still got ammunition that my grandfather loaded. He's really meticulous about the way he stored it too. So I use it, and there hasn't been too many times where I pulled the trigger and all I got was a click. Hey, who's this? Oh, okay, Lou. Where's he at? Is Boogums in here? Where's he at? Looks like he split.
He's not in here yet.
Alright. How come you're being quiet? I like it better when you talk. Mentally deranged. Oh no, don't emoji me. Just talk, woman. I gotta pick on you. You saving it all for... It's Friday, damn it. It's already Friday. Yeah, that irritated me earlier. Kai came in to warm up, get her a little practice in before Friday, and they destroyed her argument and started arguing the argument within the argument. I was like, man, god damn it. I mean, I get what they're saying, but you don't confuse people who... The argument she was using is strong. You don't confuse people with semantics within the argument, you know? Yeah. We should do a live stream on it, because it's my contention that is compensated for when you do a line of sight calculation. A line of sight calculation absolutely addresses the Sagittal. That's the reason why you can see at a certain distance. That's why you need the observer height and the elevation of the target height. So they can calculate the Sagittal, or the height of the arc in between you two. That's where you get the drop rate from. That's where it comes from. They do account for it. I don't know how that argument ever came up, but it is accounted for. It's part of the equation. But he'd have to build the reasoning for me of why it's left out. Without the Sagittal, or the height of the arc, there is no drop rate. So how is it not calculated for? If there's not an arc, there's nothing in between you and the object, so you'd be able to see anything. It doesn't make sense. Oh, guess let's use all we got in. 16 spotted, what's up? You're unmuted. You want to talk?
Nah,
you
I
don't
just
have
wanted
to.
sit here, bro.
Well, I'll get you off that listening pass. You're not gonna start dropping racial slurs in here?
No, I'm good, bro. I'm not gonna do that.
No, you're not gonna go cracker, 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 Peckerwood, honky.
Nah, bro. I'm not like that.
You're not gonna post no gay porn?
Nah.
Why'd they only give you a listening pass?
I don't know. I asked for a VC pass, but they never gave it to me.
Well, you got it now.
Alright, bet.
Some people are really picky in VC. They want to debate in there and all that. But me, all I want to know is what I just asked. If you're not going to do that crap, then hell yeah. How about you, Bobster? You want to talk, or you swinging with 16 spotted? Just wanting
Yeah, I
to
want to
listen.
talk sometimes, yeah.
Well, I gave you VC verified, so you can
Awesome.
now. Cool.
Thank you.
I'm Battle Mod. I'm one of the nicer guys here. Only thing really I want people to do is be civil or original. If you're gonna troll me, make it funny. If I'm laughing, I'm not gonna ban you. But because we got women and kids here, we do try to keep it not so much pornographic, you know what I mean? Try to show some restraint.
Yo, how you doing?
We'll tell a dirty joke every now and then, though. Don't give me. What's up?
What's up?
What's up? Trying to get some people in here to add to the conversation.
Well, what are you talking about right now? Oh, guns, right?
We were talking about guns, yeah, but we can change that subject. I'm not a dick.
The guy that spoke before, 16 putted, he's playing Lunar Client.
Lunar Client, what's that?
That's, I had to look it up, it's like a Minecraft mod.
Oh.
I suppose it makes it you play on the moon or something.
Was it give you that zero gravity effect or?
Yeah.
Nah, it's nothing like that. It's nothing like that.
No.
No, it's just like a thing to help you play better on Minecraft.
You play Call of Duty?
I used to, like on my Xbox, but I like kind of sold my Xbox.
Well, man, you can get it on mobile, dog. You can play with us.
Nah, I don't really like COD, bro.
Man, do you know Photoshop?
Oh, gun game with your ass, man. You know you like COD. He called it COD. All they gotta do is keep pressing his game, and he'll want to show me in a minute. I heard you didn't know how to play COD at all, bro.
So do you know Photoshop maybe? 16 putted.
Yeah, I know what Photoshop is.
You know, I'm asking, do you use it or have you ever used it?
Oh yeah, I do use it. Yeah.
Like on a basic, you know. Okay, so if you wanna see some real fucked up shit, then you should go on the NASA's website, download literally any picture that they put up about, I don't know, any planet, the moon, Saturn, about any planet or any picture made from the moon, for example, when they were there. And you should put that in Photoshop and just crank up some levels or curves that you can crank up and see for yourself how it's actually fake as fuck.
Alright.
Like yesterday I was talking to two guys who didn't believe me that the photos from NASA were all, like literally all, composite 3D composited images. But when you know, download those pictures and then look at them in with a photo forensic eye and try to, you know, debunk if they are real or not, you find they are not real at all. My god, what the heck are these?
What, them videos? Are you talking about what I'm posting?
Yeah. What are these?
These are FE-Core, FE-Core. Flat Earth Corps of Engineers. These guys are all engineers. Quite a few of them are members here. Mike Kavanaugh, Bob. One is the laser experiments, it covers multiple laser experiments and tests at from 18 kilometer to 42 kilometer. The other one's a long distance microwave transmission. So if you know anything about microwave transmission, it doesn't propagate, it doesn't ping exponentially. It's a tangent line. It's direct signal. So it's a line of sight transmission. So this long distance microwave is a line of sight transmission of a microwave signal that at a distance which isn't possible on a globe of 3,958 miles. It's not possible.
Well, yeah.
You wouldn't be able to go from antenna to antenna on a globe. And because it's a tangent line propagation, that's the only way it can be propagated. Straight line of sight.
They say that, for example, the how you call it?
Microwave doesn't work like ham radio wave. It doesn't bounce off the ionosphere. It doesn't bounce off the ground. It penetrates. That's why microwave was chosen.
Oh, so it's the microwave doesn't do what the TV satellite does. It's a different kind of wave.
Nope, it's line of sight only. The force level, that's another experiment. If you read through them, they got good abstracts, data collection. They're all done professionally.
That's very interesting, actually, that some engineers took their time and money and, everything to actually prove that, guys, we are not on a globe.
That Oscuna, that's a pretty quick to say nothing from FE Core. Can I ask you why you would throw out FE Core when you haven't even had time to read the first 103-page experiment that I posted?
What?
Mic check. Yo, is my mic working?
Yeah, it's working.
No, I meant to say, are there any experiments not from FE Core, but that still prove flat Earth?
Yeah, there are. There's observations and many other experiments. So these are just the first ones I got to, and then I started.
Yeah, I don't even have time to read those, but if there are any more experiments not from FE Core, link those too.
Those
I'm trying to gather resources.
That's a few days worth of experiments. Okay. Well, we have lobbies. Let me see. What role do you got? Where are you at?
I'm sitting next to the server, but I've actually been here before.
Okay, you only got VT verified. I'm gonna give you Globe Earther. Cool with that, Globe Earther, bro? How are you? Well, I'll give you on the fence for now, and then we can interview for that later. But
and I'm definitely a flat earther. I was been part of this Discord probably for like 2 years ago under a different name.
What was the name? I've been here since the beginning, bro. I probably remember you. But
that Goon 24.
All right.
That was my previous name.
So we got a lot of lobbies below you. If you scroll through them, you can see there's a lot of stuff in these lobbies. They all got headings.
Yeah, I'll check it out. But I'm at work. I can't really be on here. Appreciate y'all.
It's cool. It's cool. I'm with you.
Alright.
I'll get you that flat earth roll once you've been here a couple days. We got rules I gotta follow. I remember you.
Alright, cool.
My name before Battle Motto was Michael J. Smith. That's my real name too.
There were some really vocal guys. I can't remember their name, but there was just really vocal guys, really smart guys. I can't remember their usernames though, but man, I love this Discord.
Indio
Indio is familiar. Yeah, Indio 006, something like that. That's familiar to me.
Me Morvat, Jose Mesa, Judas Sleaze. I know all the guys. There was 6 of us that made this voice chat popular.
Yeah, I remember. I remember your name. Your name is familiar. And Ndio006. I think I'm subscribed to his YouTube channel too. But yeah, for sure, I fuck with Flat Earth. And I fuck with you guys. But I gotta mute my mic. I'll be back.
It's cool. I get it. You're at work. When I'm at work, I don't have to mute my mic. I'm the boss. I'm the owner. I debate Glovers on here while I'm driving a 10-ton dump truck, hauling a 160-foot trailer with a paver and a roller on it at 90, smoking weed. I'm a multitasker. Yeah, I like it. I take the new guys with me and make them all nervous and shit. I send them in the store to get pop for me, right? Then I throw a hooter on the seat, a joint. I'll put a joint on the seat where they were sitting. When they get back in, I'll be like, man, what's that? Is that yours? And they'll be like, no. And I'll be like, you sure? Yeah, that's not mine. I'll be like, oh, it must be mine. Then I'll pick it up and light it. Make them all nervous like they just got in trouble. I've seen dudes pat their pockets down like, man, did I drop that? I had one guy say, yeah, that is mine. I was like, well, it is now. Fire it up. One guy, he didn't give a shit. He's like, yeah, it could be mine. I smoke weed. I was like, yeah, cool. Fire it up. We had a 4-hour ride to the job site. You might as well do something, you know. Yeah, that kid he still works for me. He was cool too. He kept bugging me. When do I get to drive? Like, dude, you don't have a Class A license. You're not licensed. I don't care. I'll drive this damn thing. I eventually taught the kid how to drive it and then pressed him. I paid. He flunked the test the first time. I paid for him to take the test twice until he passed. Because I knew he could do it. He just couldn't remember everything he needed to remember to pass the test. That's all. But he did remember it on the road, you know, operating the equipment. He's a good kid. He still is, man. Asphalt is hard work to get employees of. We work 16 hours a day. In the summer, you can work 24 hours. I mean, it's seasonal. We do the work when the weather allows us to, and we don't stop till the weather no longer allows us to. So I can hire 10 guys in a day and start at 6 in the morning, and by noon, 8 of them will already walked off or left or got a ride home. So the 2 guys that are left, you know, I normally try to treat them well. This kind of work is for a certain type of person that can beat their body up. They don't care as long as they get a good paycheck. Those kind of people, they work out well here because you do get good paychecks when you just work all the hours you got to work. It sucks. I did it, 24 years myself, but hell, you can make $3,000 a week all summer long or more. You make more in 7 months here than some people make all year long in a full year. Then you get to sit on unemployment all winter long. Still make more money on unemployment than the average guy makes. And if you don't want to take unemployment, well, we plow snow. We put plows in the truck and we plow snow in the winter, so you don't have to take a layoff if you don't want to.
What's the
No.
Go for it. I was just gonna say, what's the barrier of entry getting into a job like that?
15 an hour as a general laborer.
Oh, I was saying, like, what do you like? Do you typically hire people who don't know a thing about it, or?
Oh, you're asking if no, you don't need any experience. $15 an hour, no experience.
Of course, I'm not here in your neck of the woods, but I might consider looking for something like that around here, because I been out of work for 5 months. No, 4 months now, and it's just impossible to find anything or get back at my old place.
The asphalt jobs should be plentiful here in a minute, because the nation is going to start repairing all their highways, byways, and infrastructure.
I'll look into that.
Yeah, and don't let them guys lie to you. A lot of them will act like they want to put a bunch of, you got to do this, you got to do that. Listen, these guys got the same problem I got. You look, it's a hard job, and if you show up every day, you're gonna advance, and they're gonna teach you stuff, and it doesn't really matter if you have experience when it's hard to keep people just coming to work, you know. A lot of companies around here, they like to be dickheads, and then they just cry when they got no people. Well, you know, I put it right on there, no experience. Come to work every day, that's it. If you do that, I'll give you a job. Hell, if you say that, I'll give you a job, and we'll see if you come to work every day. It's just that simple. It's hard to get people to stay. And it kind of sucks because, you know, it's not like a $7 an hour machine shop job where you're doing way more work than you're getting paid for. A lot of times in asphalt, you're making $15 an hour to stand around with a fucking shovel in your hand, or stand around with a sign in your hand and direct traffic. But I don't leave a guy on that all day long. I make them, you got to rotate the sign guys, because that job sucks. You just stand up all day long and say go or don't go, go or don't go. It sucks. Most people would rather be moving around than standing still.
Yeah, I was working as a janitor for 2 years, and that was the same type of thing, but to a lesser extent. You couldn't find people who wanted to keep that job. And that's pretty minor.
The guys that stay here love it too, especially man. You know, if you got a license, Class A, you're making $20 an hour. You drive 3 hours to a job, you just made $60 for driving a truck. You know. And then you're going to be operating the truck at the job sites. 10 hours, you made $200. You know damn well you're going to make that every day you show up for work and stay all day. Definitely going to get 10 hours a day. Probably get more hours than you want. I myself, as the owner, have put in over 109 hours a week. Got 112 hours in 1 week. And that's actual work. I've actually worked 7 days straight, slept in the truck on a state-ran job site. My employees did too, but they made good money that week, you know. They make good money every week, but that was just it was a pickup job. It was a job we took even though we were overbooked. We took it because they'd pay whatever the hell they had to, because they needed to get Ohio needed workers. They were willing to pay up to $70 an hour for every one of my employees, and you know, and rent for my truck. So, and I pay my employees $60 an hour, so I make $10 an hour off them. I make money off the equipment. So basically, I'm just renting equipment and men, and they pay for all the gas, materials, all that. Can't pass like that up. Mostly because it hooks my people up, because I make, free profit too. There's no way to lose on. That's a good state job. Can't lose on it. Most state jobs you can lose your ass on. My employees don't all make $60 an hour, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that.
And so in the middle of a hot ass summer, you tell them, hey, we're not going back up north this week. You guys are going to Ohio. You're going to be sleeping in the trucks, but you're making $60 an hour. And you don't hear one bit of bitching. You actually hear, did I hear you right? Did you say $60 an hour, Mike? Yeah, $60 an hour. Fucking A, when do we leave? Can we get 80 hours in? I'm like, dude, you're going to be sleeping in the truck. We're there till it's done. And they're happy. They're all happy.
No, a buddy of mine, he's in a similar spot working, he's working 10 to 12 hours a day. Was it building, trains for a company in Pennsylvania? Well, you already know exactly where he works, but no, they're a good company. They're only paying 15, but you're getting easily 20 hours of overtime. If they need any more, you're getting some by on the weekend too.
Yeah. Oh, dude, if you got a family to take care of, you definitely can't bitch about it.
I'm looking, by the way, at some of the few of these companies doing asphalt. Some of these are most certainly like some kind of shell company or something like that, because I'm looking at the looking at some of these descriptions, and they just don't look at all right.
What, in your state?
Yeah, I've known there's been like a whole bunch of a whole bunch of scheming with various different road companies and what money's going where.
Well, a lot of them will get contracts and then they don't never do work. They sub it all out.
That makes sense.
And they try slicing it up and paying less for it in in bits. You know what I mean? Like a 100-mile stretch of highway, $50 million contract. Instead, you cut it up into miles and you try to divvy it out for $25 million. You know, and then you already made $25 million right off the top. So when you're doing state contracts, there can be big money on the table, but where that subbing it out comes in, if you got state inspectors, you can lose material, you can lose your ass. If they can't get the damn asphalt to the work site at a certain temperature, then you just keep losing material and going behind. And part of state work is you have a period of time limit. They don't shut their shit down forever. Not going to shut a highway down forever so you can take your time making money. You're going to get it done in the time you said, or you're going to start losing money, period. And I'm sure I do know where he works. It's probably more than likely it's the Pennsylvania Crane and Hoist Company.
No, it's
They
a different
build
one.
well, that company they build them out and ship them all across the nation. Build you a custom crane if you want it.
Yeah, no, he's doing good work. No, he's
Is he
second.
Is he a fabricator? Is he a fabricator?
Right now he's just doing inspection, and they're gonna move him up to welding in the future here.
Yeah, fabrication's where the good money's at.
Oh,
You know, any crane company has definitely got fabricators working for them. They're probably the highest paid people there because they actually make it happen.
Well, the nice thing is, it's another one of those high turnover jobs. So if you just, basically
Sit back and wait.
to work. Yeah.
Right. Go to work every day and wait. Yep. Yeah, that's the guys I do got that stay to work. They're always asking, how long's that guy been here? And I'm like, oh, you already looking at his job? Yeah. Well, that guy's been here so long, he's getting close to retiring, but he says he ain't retiring. He says I'm going to have to pay him till he dies. Like, I got a guy, my general foreman, he's been here since my dad ran the company. He's damn near 72 now. He still works. That's a tough son bitch. He said to me once, when he was like 65, he said, Mike, you ain't said shit to me once about retirement. You're not going to force me into retirement? I'm like, John, you do your job, and as long as you want to do it, you come to work. The state says you got to retire. I don't.
No, that's good.
He's a picky bastard, man, and he runs the state division. So my highway paving crew, he runs most all that, and he keeps on top of that to make sure I don't lose money. But the kid wants his job, and the funny thing is, that guy John's son already works for me. His son does, and his son is taking the same schooling his dad took, so his son is getting his job. That's just all there is to it. I like the kid. Promised to him, like the day he was hired here.
Oh,
He
yeah.
said that's what he wanted. And I said, all you got to do is show up to work every day and show me that's what you want. And that could be your job. This could be your career.
Well, the nice thing about someone like that is if they know what they're doing, they're able to go ahead and keep on top of it and whatever, either keep you from losing money or provide you a good product. There's no reason not to, put them in a good spot.
Yeah, that's a good kid too. On his off time, he goes to school, and he takes a certain amount of classes during the summer too. So he's definitely worked hard for it. He wants it. He shows up to work. He always does his job, and he keeps his schooling up. Gets good grades. And I pay for his schooling. But my son is going to run this company. And for me, the company is about employees, not equipment, not contract. You can have all the contracts and equipment you want, but without good employees, there's no longevity. You can't maintain any of it. But with great employees, you don't have to worry about maintaining anything. They do it. You got to keep your employees happy. They're the company. My damn Tomcat. He cracks me up. I'm on the second story. This cat climbs roofs. He goes to the door at 3 in the morning, and I'm not there to open it. He climbs the roof and comes to my window and taps on it. Dad, let me in. I fell asleep in the barn, man. Let me in. He scares the shit out of me every time he... Not as much as the first time, though. Just chilling in the upstairs, and all of a sudden there's a tap at the window in 0 below weather. Like, who the hell's on my roof? Oh, it's a cat.
Was it you talking about the older guy who's still working? Reminded me the guy who he wasn't a manager, but he was basically running the janitor staff at my old job. He 72, I think, at this point. And he's in the same place where he's just, well, he's gonna end up dying in his job. But he freaking works hard. He's got was doing, I think he was smoking since he was, I want to say he said 14 or 15. Did heroin for 14 years. Whenever he lost his job ironworking. And grew up with basically a dad who told him, hey, you're gonna go collect debts. And his dad did horse racing, so that was like, he was always involved in like shady stuff there. Ended up getting involved with his extended family, making and making PCP, and just like freaking all these crazy stories. Dodged 80 years in jail very, very narrowly. But like, at this point he's a good guy.
That's crazy. Manufacturing PCP.
Yeah. No, he was how he ended up getting caught, by the way. He was doing bounty collection. He was on a on a road, or sorry, it was on a bridge, and there was a shootout in between him and the person he was collecting debts with. Collecting debts, collecting him for his bail, that's what I meant, because he ended up getting bail and then skipped town. So he ended up getting in a shootout, got his wheel shot out, and apparently Frank at the time had a 1/4 pound of PCP in his truck and 2 handguns. So he was just like, oh, well, I'm screwed.
Shit, in Michigan, he would have been screwed.
Oh, he almost got 80 years, but his he ended up getting taken into a substation, got the crap beat out of him, ended up suffering brain bleed, which led to a stroke. And then they didn't know what was going on. They ended up giving him an x-ray instead of the proper scan. This is like in the 80s. And he ended up getting the wrong scan, ended up going for bail, and he was passed out, wasn't able to be conscious, ended up finally being able to get sent back to the hospital because he wasn't waking up right. They got him checked out for seeing if he was actually fit to stand trial with a psychologist, and said, how are you doing today, Frank? And he says, I'm doing fine. Heard the stutter and asked him, did you always stutter? Did you stutter before the accident? And Frank faked the most outrageous stutter, and he ended up getting the psychologist to go ahead and basically say, yeah, I don't think he's able to stand trial. I'm going to go ahead and send this over to whatever people. Things ended up going back and forth. He ended up getting in court, ended up continuing to fake the stutter. Meanwhile, his lawyer was there and knew exactly what was going on and was pissed with him. And he said, "Oh, well, unable to stand trial. Do you think he'll ever be able to stand trial, or do you think he can? He's unable to do so." The psychologist determined that I don't think he'll ever recover, even though there's nothing wrong with him. And I said, "Okay, well, he's free to go on this charge." Ended up going back to court for the PCP. Ended up getting 7 years served by the time he was done with it. Just complete miracle. Like, not a miracle, but anyways.
Man, I unmuted a guy and he got banned as soon as I unmuted him. I had to look around and see why.
That's strange. What happened?
He was in lobby talking shit to somebody, so they get in the live stream, but they're in other text lobbies telling people they're retards. And then they'll message me and say, "You sound nice. Why was I banned?" And I'm like, why would I know? Just because I'm a mod don't mean I'm aware of every ban and why. I didn't do nothing. Unban me, please. As soon as they say I didn't do nothing, I know damn well they did something. You don't get banned for nothing here. I know they like to say that, but it's just not true. You gotta at least call somebody a dumbass or say dumb shit over and over again, something like that, Nobody here just bans you just for being here.
Yeah, that's... I don't know. That some people are ridiculous with going into a space that's not theirs and then just making a ruckus.
Yeah, well, it's kind of the nature of Discord, They go to all these servers and have fun there, and then they get here and we're like uptight and serious, I do have some consideration for that, but I have to also consider that 90% of my friends are not here for fun and game. So I can unban you, but you just get banned again if you're just going to be a dumbass, So I tell them that. Sure, I'll give you one free unban. If you get banned again, don't message me. Depends on what kind of mood I'm in. Some days I'm just like, huh? What? I don't know. I don't do nothing. Some days I just play dumb back at them. Some days I just don't answer my message. Unless it's somebody I want to hear from.
There's a... There's a server I ended up getting banned from a few weeks ago for hosting alligators in the chat that was designated for puppers, as in puppies. So, that was fun. I'm about ready to head off, but what were some of the Bible verses that were indicating flat Earth? If anybody knows those off the top of their head or knows where I can find them.
Most of them refer to a fixed stationary Earth or dome, firmament.
I know there's Job 38, I think 14, I think it is, but I'm trying to remember the others.
What's up, Jimbo? I ain't heard you talking in like a month, dude. What's up? Jimbo.
Yo, what's up, guys? Hello? Is anyone on? Jimbo?
Yes, there's people.
Yo, what's up, Jimbo?
What's going on?
Yeah, what's up? I just I was wondering if it's not too much if one of you guys that are modding that can VC verify like a friend of mine is in VC Chicken and he's a Glober. So yeah, I thought it would be interesting to bring him to the server.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Is he gonna jump in the conversation?
Yes, he is. I just presented him, like he showed me a video of like a guy diving from space who was doing like a Red Bull thing. And I was like, dude, I can give you like 20 timestamps in the video that proves that they're using a fisheye lens in the video. And he's like, what do you mean? And I just sent him like various screenshots and he thinks I'm insane. So yeah, I was like, you know what?
Peso bag?
Yeah, peso bags. Yeah. Okay, he's verified. I'll let him know.
He's in the live stream. Welcome, Peso bag.
Oh, you bring him in?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yo, what's up, Peso? Yeah, you good. But yeah, I just told him basically the complete truth of what just happened. Nah, you're good. But yeah. So can one of you, because I'm not really good at explaining this, like about how airplanes fly, because I'm not well versed in that one particular point yet. Can one of you guys please explain to him like how airplanes fly? Because he says it doesn't make sense for airplanes to fly like on a flat Earth. Because how would they go around the globe? And you know what I mean? Like I can't describe it to him because I know like the way airplanes fly is not in that particular manner because they fly in ways that aren't actually pragmatic. Yeah.
So lift and drag wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Is that what he's saying?
No. He's just saying the particular routes that airplanes fly. Like flying an airplane wouldn't work because it's globular and you have to fly around the world. And the way. No.
When they teach our pilots, they basically tell them that for all intensive purposes, you can assume it to be a locally flat plane. So they assume a local flat plane for the purpose of navigation and flight. They teach us in the Army training manuals, Naval Air Force training manuals, pilot training manuals. All nav charts are printed out in the flat local coordinates or Cartesian coordinates or just sectors. So that's just not true. They don't teach you to fly around the globe. They teach you to take off, fly across the flat plane, and land on a flat plane. They don't teach you to land on a moving runway. If the Earth was a globe spinning, then you'd have to beat the spin and catch up with a spinning runway and then land on the spinning runway. Well, wouldn't they have to teach you that? But they don't. They just teach you to treat it as a flat local plane. I mean, are you with me? If you were flying east to west, you'd be flying towards a runway that's rotating away from you. The other way it'd be rotating towards you. So it'd be way shorter to fly from west to east. I mean, like 50% the travel time because your destination would be spinning towards you. Show me the training manuals for a pilot that teaches them to land on a rotating, moving runway. I'll wait. I know you won't find.
What makes you assume? So wait. So you're saying if the world's rotating, that you would be? It would be.
It's not an assumption. No, it's not an assumption. I didn't say it'd pull you back. I said the Earth spins east to west in your model, right?
I mean, I suppose so. I mean, I don't think it's a perfect east
So
to west.
if I'm flying east to west, and the Earth is rotating west at 1,000 miles per hour, say I'm flying on the equator. My plane only goes 500 miles an hour. but yet the runway at the airport I want to land at is rotating away at 1,000 miles per hour. How's that work on the globe, on your globular flight? Because just listen, globular flight or flight only working on a globe, it's just ludicrous. It's even the premise is ignorant. We teach our pilots to consider it to be a flat, local, non-moving Earth for the purpose of flight.
But I was just wondering, like if you were just flying straight forever, like couldn't you just get back to the same point where you were before? Or what? You just when you go to the edge of the flat Earth, you
I don't know what you mean by that, because we only fly approved flight. To go outside of a known flight path, it's not going to be okayed. So people don't.
There's had to be somebody that done it.
So excuse me, but people just for a long time haven't just flown around at will any way they want to. We have what is known as a port authority. You have to have an okayed route. Generally, we fly from continent to continent directly from airport to airport, not outside of that. Amelia Earhart, did she come back?
Hey, Battlebot?
Well, hold on now. We asked what happens when you just fly around with no course and go wherever you want. Ask Amelia Earhart.
I think he might be.
Oh, wait, she never made it back.
I think he might be thinking that if you fly straight, you would just like fall off the edge or some kind of assumption like that.
Yeah, but nobody does fly straight, so that premise is really a non sequitur. There's nobody out there just flying any way they want to. They fly known routes and okayed pathways.
So, do you get that if the compass was pointing towards the north, that they would just fly around in a circle? Doesn't matter if it's flat or
what about sailing?
If it's round, if it's round, you're going to fly around in a circle.
The same premise applies to sailing.
You're going to be flying around a circle no matter what, bro.
You sail known ship routes.
Sail around in a circle.
And both flight and sailing are contained to non-restricted areas. You know what restricted waterways are? Restricted airways. They're policed by the militaries of the world. Travel isn't just free on Earth, right? You're not free to go wherever the hell you want. You got to have an okayed route by the port authority, or you just don't leave port, whether it's an airport or ship port. It doesn't matter. If your path isn't okayed, then you will be directed to land or port, if you're a ship, by the militaries of the world. Here in America, it'd be the Coast Guard or the Navy. If you just take off and start flying wherever you want. We got restricted airspace all around here in Michigan, right here in my county. You can't fly over the state prison.
Anyway,
you'd be shot down.
Tell them about the stars.
Well, that's an escape risk. That's why. But
well, think about it. The stars.
Well, listen,
they've navigated by the stars forever, right?
I get into how navigation would work on a flat Earth when we get past all these non sequiturs that don't really apply and shouldn't be asked. It's about applying logic to your questions. That's how we get to the better questions. They always say, what if these people just go and do whatever they want? And we got to remind them that they live in a restricted world where travel just isn't free.
But couldn't it still be?
Are you new to
but
this?
how does that make it? But how does that make it flat? I'm just saying, like the world
we haven't got
both globular and flat.
We haven't gotten to that yet, but we started with the premise that flight wouldn't work on Earth because pilots are taught globular flying, which is it's idiotic.
It's not even sure that all the flight manuals say it.
I'm just trying to keep my mind open to like I need to figure this out because I'm at the moment I'm a globie. At the moment I'm a globetrotter, but like I'm trying to see if I can become flat.
What if you saw some manuals that were for flight training and they all assume a stationary?
I would like to see that. I would like to see that. I mean,
somebody put it in the live stream.
See, now we're progressing in logical.
Send it to him. No, I'll send it to him. I know what guys you're talking about.
Hey, just just post them in the live stream, bro. A lot of our members like to collect that for their playlist.
Okay, I'll put it in live stream.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in here that want to be like us. When I say us, I mean those of us who are talking right now and have most of the answers. So they want to collect their little notepads. I got them. I got all this stuff in notepads.
Posted it in live stream, Peso.
Memory slots, you know.
What's that?
I posted it in live stream voice text. You'll see above this VC, there's a VC called live stream voice text. There's a link.
I see it. Yep.
Hold up.
What made you interested in this? Are you South African?
No, I just literally I told you guys the complete story. He was showing me a video of a guy that had a Red Bull suit on, dived from down the earth, and there was various examples of a fish islands. I pointed it out to him. He said that it's really weird. Everything that I said, basically, everything that I said was just the reality.
What's your buddy's name? Is he Peso Bags?
Yeah.
Peso, yeah. I just want to see what his role is. I can give him a better role and give him access stuff. So you said you're Globe Earther right now. I gave you the Globe Earth role. What role do you got, South Africa?
I'm on the fence.
And you're bringing people in here. Here, welcome to Valued.
Yeah, I've been bringing I probably brought more than 15 people by now. I don't know. I think it's a good server, and especially in the philosophical sense. For me personally, it was very beneficial in the philosophical sense mostly. But yeah.
Yeah, that's why I gave you Valued. I wanted to give you some Go ahead, Perspectives. I'm gonna give your boy a link perms too, so he can post images. Please, no gay porn. Don't make me regret giving you perms.
Oh yeah, I don't do none of that.
That's cool. Thank you.
So the person that said they're on the fence is that.
Go ahead, bro.
Are you South African?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up? Yeah, you're on the fence. How long you been looking into this?
I've been part of the server for approximately 2.5 months now, I think. So yeah. Excuse me?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
My headphones just died. Have you looked at the classics like 200 Proofs by Eric Dubay or the ODG Flat Earth Trilogy or Wakey Wakeys?
No.
I'll put some links in the live stream for you that are kind of the main ones that we all started with that did a pretty good job of, capturing that time when we were all just fucking figuring this out.
Okay, thanks.
I watched the new one. Eric Dubay put out a new one. It's called Level. Just came out recently. It's very good. It's better than the old stuff. It's more entertaining, more music, less Eric Dubay.
I have to say, I thought they were unnecessarily a little bit offensive rather than informative, at parts. You know what I'm saying? I thought they didn't need to include some of the stuff that is probably going to just make the normies turn it off. Because all they need to do is, put the information out instead of the dramatics that make it seem like they're trying to. But I liked it.
Like what? Give me an example.
Well, just with Sandro Fibonacci, they're calling people stupid, and then the Flat Earth Millionaire sitting on his car was like he was trying to, he doesn't need to do that, just give the information. I liked it, but I guess I was just being overly critical when we were watching it earlier. There's a few things they could have done without that would help if the normies didn't feel like they were being yelled at and called stupid or, because everyone believed it at one point.
Information, man. It's all about information.
Exactly.
It doesn't really matter about the feelings. I felt nothing when I watched it. It's just the information's there, and it's better. It's more. It's more concentrated than all the other.
Like somebody
shit.
else said on here, I think they were saying that they didn't even mention air pressure without a container. but that's
Well,
okay. I mean,
did they have to? That's the question.
not necessarily,
Exactly.
but yeah, it was good. It just, I think that if it's going to go on, I heard it was going to go on Amazon Prime.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know. So it's already on BitChute. That's where I watched it. It's free. Why in the fuck would you want to pay for it?
So what's up with Bitcoin, Vlad? We're not going to start this conversation, I know, but what's up, dude? 45,000?
Amazing. That means that correction. I've been waiting for this correction for so long.
How low does it go before you buy in?
Buddy, I don't know. I'd buy in right now if I had money. If I had money, I'd be buying now.
What's your guess about the bottoming out? Where's it going to bottom out?
Oh, buddy.
Maybe 30?
No, it doesn't bottom out. No, man.
I think that is way too low. I think it's probably going to go to 50k.
You really think
That's
it's
what I'm
that low? I mean, it's below 50.
Yeah,
We're at 50 now? No way.
Yeah.
It's at 47,000. Yeah.
The thing is, crypto right now, people don't realize it, but crypto right now is in a bubble. Like this past few weeks has been a bubble. The reason why it's in a bubble is because the over-the-counter stocks were in a bubble, and the SEC and the government basically popped it with capital gains and the SEC restrictions and shit they're gonna have on over-the-counters. People pulled their money out and they switched to crypto because they said fuck the stock market. They're sick of all the corruption, and that's why it's in a bubble right now. A lot of these people don't actually believe in crypto. They're just in it to make a quick buck.
Right.
So a lot of this stuff. That's why you see why shitty coins like Dogecoin are going up so high. If you look at every single coin right now, every single coin is making money. Every single coin. There's no coin that's failing. Maybe one, but it must be really rare. That's why I'm saying, like, when this correction hits, this correction is going to hit hard. Like, once people get out, it's going to hit hard. That's all I'm saying. That's why it's like hard. It's really risky to get into some of these. Like, I mean, it's good long term, but at this moment in time, like last year was the best time to get into anything. But right now, it's like you never know, dude. Like,
yeah.
Well, you never knew when
fiat's failing. Don't get me wrong, fiat is failing.
You gotta understand that even when it was $300, people were still like, "Oh, do I get in or do I?" Because $300 for some people.
I understand that.
You know what I mean? So I mean, like, it's always, especially when it drops like how it drops right now. It's always good to get in at this time. Because you never know, it's probably gonna go higher, dude. They're saying 200,000 by.
The only thing that was stopping me at 300 was when I was too young. I had no money. You know what I mean?
Well, there you go.
So what's the bet on the bottom out? Everyone thinks that 30,000 is too low.
Yeah, it's too low.
I think it's possible, unfortunately. Maybe, but I think it's more realistic to see at least 40k.
Bro, as soon as it goes down like this, all the people that missed out and they were waiting for a drop like this, they're gonna start buying in while the idiots are selling.
But look at how fast! Look at how fast it rose up. It can drop just as fast.
Listen, I've been watching this for years. I've been through this so many times. I've been watching Bitcoin for years. I've been invested in Bitcoin for years, and I've watched this shit for years. And this happens. It's not a big deal.
Oh, I know it happens for sure.
No, it happens like on a regular basis.
It happens on stocks too.
Well, there you go. So I don't know why people are tripping balls, man.
I'm not tripping balls. I'm saying that it could be overvalued right now.
No. Bitcoin overvalued.
Crypto's in a bubble right now.
No, Bitcoin's not overvalued. Bitcoin is undervalued. Extremely undervalued. You gotta understand how Bitcoin is, man. Bitcoin's supposed to value, the true value of Bitcoin's like over $1 million per Bitcoin. That's the true value. The adoption rate isn't there. Nobody's adopting it. Well, it's being slowly adopted, but in a certain way. Do you know what adoption rate means?
No, I don't.
You don't know what it's the amount of people that are using it, the amount of people that are in crypto. We're still in the beginning phases. Not a lot of people even know how to set up a wallet, bro. You get what I'm saying? So now imagine if everybody and their mother started using Bitcoin. Well, then the value just goes up, skyrockets. So the adoption rate is what we're looking at here. We're still in the beginning phases. And I'm surprised it's still at 60,000. 60,000 is so much just for how much it's being used. But it's gonna go up even higher though. No doubt about it. I'm just waiting for Ethereum to just tank. Ethereum's garbage, man. She needs to die. That wasn't being inflated. Somebody was artificially inflating Ethereum. It was upsetting me.
What do you think about Cardano?
Cardano's safe. Cardano is one of those coins you just hold. Buy a whole bunch of it and hold it. I made money on
Cardano. Looks like it's future proof with the smart contracts.
It's still backed by Ethereum. That's the only issue, man.
Yeah.
It's all Ethereum bullshit. I hate Ethereum garbage.
It's my favorite long term.
No, long term's always Bitcoin, bro. Man, do you guys see BitTorrent token? BitTorrent token took a dive, like massive dive.
The whole thing took a dive.
No, I know, but some of them are above what they were, but BTT went down, like below what it used to be.
I lost like $493 on BTT. That was a massive dive.
Yeah, don't sell yet. It's gonna go back up.
Yeah.
Wait, it went up to over 10. You should have sold there.
Yeah, I didn't sell.
Anyways, no financial advice.
Exactly, not financial advice.
Yeah, there's always a chance to make your money.
So just don't sell that low. Like if everything goes down, just don't sell. Just stay, chill. Relax. It's gonna go back up, and then pretty soon, a couple months later, you open up your wallet, and there's like thousands of dollars, and you're like, "Holy shit! Thank God I didn't sell." People move. Like,
I'm holding in.
Huh?
I have a lot of my profile in Kusama right now. Should I just hold it, not pull out? Because I've been.
Which coin?
Excuse me.
Which one?
Kusama. It's like a polka dot. It's like a polka dot chain.
No, say that name again.
Kusama, KSM.
Kusama. No, never heard of it. What is it about?
Oh, it's basically just like a chain for like it's an alternative to Ethereum. So Polkadot, like Cardano and Polkadot, was supposed to be like replacements for the Ethereum because of the high gas fees that Ethereum uses.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's basically what Kusama is. Kusama is like a chain for those Polkadot services to basically exist. Like Polkadot is using Kusama right now, and people say like Polkadot, according to just hearsay, people say Polkadot is equivalent to Cardano because Cardano and Polkadot are fighting for that position to replace Ethereum, and they need to use Kusama services. So I just basically put my money into Kusama, both of them.
Good plan. That's a good plan.
But Kusama obviously tanked because Bitcoin's tanking now, so I should just hold, right? I'm just gonna hold and not pull out.
You just hold, man. Hold steady. That's the thing about these coins is like as long as you're holding these coins, even if they drop in value, you still hold the coins, right? In the future, they go up, get back your money. But here's the deal, right? Bitcoin, like you gotta understand that once Bitcoin drops, everything drops. This is the one thing about these cryptos. So the main motherfucker, the big granddaddy of it all, it's always gonna be Bitcoin. Fuck Ethereum, fuck everything. That's why everybody holds it. Anybody that's into the crypto space, they know fuck all the coins, the altcoins, it's all like nonsense. Although you can make money, I'm not saying you can't make money, but if you want a long-term investment, 100% fucking Bitcoin. A lot of people just hold Bitcoin. That's it. They don't want anything else. They're like fuck everything else.
What's interesting though is before this tank that we're experiencing now, like there was this real stationary period of time where Bitcoin was like at around 53,000 to 57,000, and then it skyrocketed up to like 61, 62,000. Before that happened, and before the tank that happened before that stationary period that I'm talking about, when Bitcoin tanked, the only cryptocurrency that remained stable throughout that entire tanking was Cardano. Cardano actually remained stable.
Yeah.
While all the other coins were dipping, Cardano remained stable. Yeah.
That's good.
So that's
Yeah,
interesting.
I like Cardano too. So I have.
I think
some
it's future proof when it comes to like actual application to society.
No, Bitcoin is the big deal because you got the banks. You got all the world banks using it now. You know, so once the bank
but smart contracts gonna be used for banks too. They're gonna be used for loans, mortgages, bills. Like you can make deals. You can have transactions for deals like interest rates and shit. Like it's like they're gonna have all that. In it.
Debt settlements as well. They're gonna be using small transactions between commerce, people doing small transactions, and even video games doing transactions in video games and that kind of stuff. But we gotta bring it back to flat Earth.
Oh, the Earth is flat. Holy shit! Who knew that?
I didn't know.
I'll say the one issue I have with any kind of virtual currency is just the state banning it. Whatever country you're in, it's bound to happen, I think.
No, it's not going to get banned. Don't worry about it.
I think there's way too much institutional investments into it for it to get banned by the state right now. Like it's yeah. Wall Street is even writing about it right now.
China doesn't ban it anymore, so it is what it is. Okay, where's the Glober? We got Presto Bag. Pesto Bag.
Where's
the Glober? Yeah, there's the Glober right here. I'm looking at him right here. Mr. Pesto, you there?
Hey, what's up, dude?
You still a Glober guy?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Man, I don't fucking know what I am, dude. I just don't know how like everybody would have the answers on whether it's flat or not unless we actually travel across the fucking world.
No, measure it. Why travel it when you can just simply measure it? Like, why do you have to travel, right? When you're actually just like concerned with only the measurements of it. There's no need. What the fuck are you traveling for? You know what I mean? Like, bro, we're measuring it. There's nothing else needed.
Why is nothing else needed?
Okay, so they give us numbers, right? So these guys from NASA, these fucking...
How do you know if those numbers are legit, though?
Because they say they're legit, right?
So why would you believe what they say if you're already not believing it?
I disprove them. That's the whole point here, bro.
You can't believe what they say.
And you disprove it. Yeah, obviously I don't believe
but you're only believing what benefits you. That's it.
That is wrong.
Coming from their mouth.
That is completely fucking wrong. What's the dimensions of the globe you think you live on, bro?
I'm just saying. Well, I don't have the dimensions in my face.
Well, yeah. Well, then Google it, because Google has all your answers. No,
they don't. They lie too.
Well, exactly. So then, how the fuck do you believe you still live on a globe?
I'm not saying, but how do you believe that you live on a flat? So you're using their numbers.
Flat. It's observably flat and it's measurably flat. Like literally measure direct measurements. Do you know what direct measurements are?
I'm sure everybody does.
No, some people don't. They have no fucking clue what a direct measurement is. There's a measurement and there's a direct measurement. What is a direct measurement, Peso?
I'm just saying, dude.
Well, what is a direct measurement?
I'm just saying, dude.
I don't care what you're saying. Now I want to know. Do you know what a direct measurement is?
Like
you don't have to get a hostile and shit for no fucking reason. Answer the question simply. That's it. What's the radius of the ball? What's the circumference of this ball? Right? And then we go outside and then we measure whether we find this curvature. Do you know how to calculate for curvature or drop rate when you get a radius of a ball? Okay, I assume you don't.
Right. Measuring the drop rate. How do you do it?
You take a laser, a high-powered laser. You line it up parallel to the ground, right, at a shoreline, and then you shoot it across this lake, right? If the water underneath starts bending, then there's curvature. If the water underneath the laser is perfectly parallel for 40 miles, kilometers, whatever, then guess what? There is no curvature. And if there's no curvature, then what? It's flat. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro. Any more questions?
I don't know. Honestly, I got pulled in here. I got pulled in here to be introduced to this. I wasn't coming in guns blazing.
No.
You're fine. Listen, Vlad is a high energy guy.
I'm just saying, Vlad, you already have all the questions and answers because you rehearsed this. You've already done the research.
How do I rehearse this? I don't rehearse.
I'm just saying you've done it enough times to where you can have your questions and answers. I'm just simply coming in as a beginner. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I get you. So
that's fine.
You should humble yourself and listen, maybe then.
I am humbling myself.
I don't know. You're kind of loud and all kinds of like. Well, how do you know the answer?
Nah, you got a chip on your shoulder, dude. I'm just saying, like, man, I didn't come at you with nothing. You're like looking at me like you're coming in like a terrorist group, like saying I'm an infidel or some shit.
This is, bro. Listen.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
this is you're fine. You're fine. You spoke to Battle Mod a little bit and other people. And Vlad, he what he's telling you is true. It's just that he speaks like that.
He's being true about it.
No, don't take it personal. It's not personal at all. It's just
I'm not taking it personally. It's Discord, man.
Yeah, it's Discord. Yeah. You're fine, bro.
Why are you tripping, guy?
I'm not tripping.
Better not be. It sounds like you've been tripping this whole time, bro.
Nah.
Listen,
you gotta relax.
Did you understand what I said to you, though?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so what did you understand? Let's.
You said for example, when you shot a ball, like you shot a ball up, and you're basically trying to see if it's if there's any curvature when you're lining it up with the water. You shoot up in the air. You try to see if it's
no.
You're trying to basically test it to see if there's any curvature when it's parallel to the water.
Can somebody else tell him because he completely missed the mark with this?
It's a laser.
Yeah,
it's a laser beam.
Yeah.
I'm not using a laser beam. You're talking about like fucking.
I never said a ball once, man. I said laser. You take a laser, you put it parallel to the water that you're standing on, right? Like at a shoreline, at a big lake, a massive lake, right? You take that laser and you shoot it across towards the horizon.
Oh, so you're talking about like surveying land?
This is a little bit more than surveying.
Like I've done surveying before.
Yeah, I understand that, but these theodolites and all this other little surveying equipment, that's not precise. It's like it only goes up to a certain point.
I know.
Right? So I'm talking about 40 kilometers. Do you know how far 40 kilometers is?
Yeah.
Huge.
Okay. It's massive, especially if you have a drop rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Do you know how much 8 inches per mile squared is? Like, do you understand what that means?
8 inches per mile squared?
Yeah. Do you know, did anybody ever tell you about this? This is the curvature rate. Remember when I said...
Well, did you ever take the curvature into account?
Man, look, I ain't here. I'm just here to learn, dude. Y'all labeled me as globe earther and shit.
You are.
I'm just here to fucking learn.
That's just a role so you can see the other channels and the information. It's not a big deal. It could be changed whenever. It's not a big deal.
Well, say if you were playing like pool, right, snooker, billiards, right, and one half of the tables like level, horizontal, and then the other half of the pool table, they've cut the legs off so it's like down and you can see it's like slanting, and you just let you're at one end of the pool table and you let the balls go, it's going to roll down, right? Because there's a drop from where you are. Where you are on that one side, it's level, and halfway through then it drops down because the legs are off. And the balls are just going to drop down, right? It's the same with what he's saying with the water. So you have it horizontal and you shoot the laser over and there's no drop. It's just an even surface all the way around. Like you look left to right, straight out in front, shoot the laser out. The laser's straight.
It's parallel with the water the whole way. Parallel, that's the most more parallel with the water. Right? So when you have a ball peso, right?
Yep.
No matter what point on this ball you're standing on, no matter which direction you start moving, it's going to start curving down. Right?
All right.
Do we agree on that?
What if there is no curving?
Then there is no ball.
That's it. You
That's
get
simple.
it. You get it. Because it would have to be right, Piso. Like if it's a sphere and we're standing on it, out on the exterior of it, it's curving in every direction down from our feet. Because it has to, because it's a ball. You know, like an elephant, like on a ball.
Yeah,
that's us, apparently.
But the thing is, they gave us the dimensions, right, Peso? They told us the size of this ball. The so-called people in space, those NASA guys, you know?
Yeah.
But we're just disproving, and we're saying that they're lying.
Oh, I think in every field of science and everything they lie. I don't believe a fucking word they say about any of that shit. Even medicine, I don't believe none of it, dude.
Good. Because I don't either. I think they're all fucking retarded.
They get paid to lie to you.
Can I ask you, Peso, what made you start thinking like that? Did anything happen, or are you just suspicious? Are you intelligent? Like, what's the deal? Why are you thinking that sort of thought?
I don't know, man. Ever since you could basically tell just by like observing society, like not trying to conform. You know, I never conformed in society into what they want, like what people want you to be, and you start thinking like, why does everybody think the same way? And then you can tell just by like the way they say things on the news. And then you got to wonder why. Why do they say this stuff on the news? And then you look at the stock market and you see a correlation with what they say and how it affects prices. And then you think like, oh, maybe there's definitely a lot more to this, to what every single word that they say to you. Like all these people in positions of power, like why do they say the word like what they say? And there's always a reason.
Yeah. And
there's always a reason why they say things the way they do.
Can you guys hear me right now?
Necesito la muleta.
Yeah.
Hello.
And they're very smart. They're very smart verbal engineers too. They're very smart. Like every single word means something, dude. Every single word.
I like that
mañana.
verbal engineer.
Gemsy mañana, and yeah, new perspective. We heard you.
Sorry about that, bro.
Before I was caught. Did you hear me at all before? Because I had trying these other headphones out.
So you know what? You know what? I may be more on the fence than I thought I was when it comes to something like flat Earth.
Yeah, well, you know about 9/11 or any of that kind of stuff yet?
I mean, I've looked at a lot of that stuff, and I've even looked into I've looked into all kinds of shit, man. Like the list goes on and on and on. The main thing right now is fucking me up is the whole like, just how it's just funny how they're just fucking the market the way they did last year, man. Like, all these billionaires 5 times their cash, and now they're gonna make they're gonna create a bear market because they got all their money's worth. Why would they give us money?
And they're reinvesting in assets, not keeping it.
Yeah. And they're gonna own crypto too. They're gonna own all that shit. Everybody went into crypto thinking it was gonna be deregulated. And
well, it is Bitcoin. That's the thing you got to understand. Bitcoin's still decentralized, and as long as nobody owns the 51% of it, it's decentralized forever.
Oh, they're gonna own that shit.
Nah, man, it's impossible. Trust me. Chances are
they can't let it go. They can't let it tank for too long before they come up with their own global currency.
How do you know the CIA didn't make Bitcoin?
Exactly.
Sure.
They always make things and have things make it appear that it grows organically. Dude, I've heard people talking about Bitcoin when it was like a fucking dollar, dude. Like, dude, fucking, it could be something planted in here to like grow, like make people think it grew organically by some random ass dude in the basement. They did that with Facebook.
Right.
They did that with Facebook. They made it seem like it was made in the basement. No, it wasn't.
Yep. Nope. Well, there you go. You're already on board because then you can realize that the same thing with Elon Musk. He's put there as an actor to make this all of what he's doing seem legitimate with SpaceX.
Yeah, like all this stuff isn't growing organically.
Never.
Listen,
if it did, they would crush it.
The internet was created by CIA. You got to understand that. Fucking internet and all that other shit. It's all CIA, right? And you're still using the internet, right? You still got to understand that they're listening to the conversations. The NSA is recording fucking everything. You got to understand that, right?
I mean, when it comes to this conversation in Discord, they're not really going to give a fuck about listening to it.
Oh, they do.
But I'm just saying, like, the amount of resources that they have, like, there's not enough people to listen to every single conversation that goes on.
They don't need that. They don't need that. You know what they have? They have bots. They have these bots. They're listening to every fucking conversation anybody has, right? As soon as it hears a word, like kill somebody or something, right? And you're talking about political figures, then there's a red flag that gets raised up, right? And then it's sent to somebody's computer, and then some asshole at an office desk is looking at people and listening to the conversations, right? It doesn't. You don't need to listen to everybody all the time. You just need a bot to look for keywords and then flag people, and that's it. It's all the work is done for you with computers. And
All
that's
right, so you're ready to realize something on the next level as far as the spider stuff goes?
Yeah, I'm ready to step to the next level.
All right, here we go. So if you were born on this earth, right? You were just like never told anything about spinning ball and going around the sun or anything. Just imagine yourself like a grown man, never been told any of those theories. Your experience is a level stationary plane, right? Like you would only assume that's what it is, right? Because that's what it seems like, right? Would you ever imagine that you're flying around the sun or spinning in several different directions without feeling it, unless you were made to believe that?
The sun's really fucking hot, so I think if I was close to the sun, it would fuck me up. That's what I would think.
You mean if the sun was close to us?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but then you're assuming that you know how hot the sun is.
I mean, it just seems like it. It seems like
Well, does it
it's
seem
so
like
far
it's
away. It is
93
far
million-
away from
does
us.
Does it seem 93 million miles away to you? Really?
It seems pretty far
How would
away,
it
but
grow
I don't know
anything?
about
How would it
93
grow
million
anything?
miles, but it
How would
seems far
Let
away.
me ask you this. Well, when the sun changes just a few degrees in the sky, right? Like from high noon to like 2 o'clock, you know, you're going to feel a big difference in the way that it feels, right? But from 93 million miles away, why would it make that much of a difference just a few degrees angular change? Think about it. Think about the relativity of that. 93 million miles away. And just a few degrees, all of a sudden you feel a different temperature.
You're breaking some of the rules though, Dave.
What am I begging the question?
No, you're not. Like the Socratic method, you ask the questions, you don't give the answers as well.
I'm trying to walk them through it quickly because there's so many points to hit. I'm just trying to go through them. Like, okay, so then you would assume that that's why we're saying it's not a belief. Like when you came in, you first started saying, well, you believe in the flat earth. That's the way we were all taught to think about this before we realized that all that gaslighting is to direct us in another, to think it's stupid or to think that it's ridiculous. To think the most sane thing is, to think the most insane thing is sanity. That's basically what they did. Because if you were actually spinning in several different directions and going around the sun at 93, that's 93 million miles away, 67,000 miles per hour. And the sun, they say, is going 500,000 miles per hour, so 500,000 miles per hour, which means we'd be displacing ourselves in space and time by 12 million miles every day. Times that by 365 days a year. Think about how many millions and billions of trillions of miles that is, that we'd be displacing ourselves from our original position. But then we still see the same constellation spinning around in the same exact order every year after year. How is that possible? When they're supposed to be, suns from other galaxies moving in their own direction.
Like come back to your first question because it's powerful. Come back to your first question.
Would you have any reason to believe that you were on anything other than a stationary plane unless you were told that it's moving and you just don't feel it?
Like, how does
unless I was told otherwise?
Yeah,
I mean,
you were told otherwise. You would assume.
How does it seem?
Possibly
reality
just
is like
because of the way that the world like it goes between day and night. You know, like
But would you assume that the sun is underneath your feet at some point?
is
Why would you
underneath.
assume that?
I mean,
Yeah, it
well,
would have to be underneath your feet at some point, right?
well, I suppose so. But I'm saying like
through the ball, either side of the ball. Do you think about like the people hanging upside down in Australia, you know, relative to where you are on the ball, and how they're just hanging there and they didn't feel any difference than you do, but they're hanging upside down on a ball? Think about that. Just like on the surface, you would think that seems pretty crazy, right? Like if that's true, then wow, there's got to be some magical thing going on here that totally has all the proof in the world to show me exactly, and we would have all the indications that this is totally the case. This subject wouldn't even have gone this far if we were on a spinning ball, bro. The only reason this argument even exists is that one of us at a time is realizing that the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not. That's all this is. One person at a time realizing, not believing, but just realizing there's only one answer to this question. One of two answers. Either you don't feel the spin because you're not spinning, which Occam's razor would lead you to think, right? Or you're spinning in several different directions and the speeds are actual, even though they get you to think of them as increments and that as a long vector that just is it's so slow, but then the speeds are actually so fast literally, but somehow they get you to believe it's so slow you wouldn't feel it. Like if you went to a doctor and he told you take these pills, you're dizzy, but you knew you weren't dizzy, would you believe him?
No, I wouldn't believe it. If I wasn't feeling it, why would I take it? Why would I take something that I don't believe in?
But you know you're balanced. You have a vestibular system in your ear that tells you when you're in the back seat of your car, you got you know, as a kid, and you got your eyes closed, you know when the car turns. You feel every movement. And if you were going millions of miles per hour in several different directions, you don't think you would feel that? It's ridiculous.
I mean,
they make the numbers so
with the
insane
size
that
difference between us and the planet. I mean, I don't know.
Well, because the planet's big, the speeds don't change, dude. Like if you're
I'm
going
not
around
saying
a
it
track,
doesn't change.
Right, well, I'm saying if you're going around a track at 100 miles an hour.
En ese cuarto. Yo lo pido a pedido, yo se lo busco.
What? We got a hot mic. Who's that?
I'm saying when people are like microscopic, let's say like the germs on us like microscopic, we move like are they gonna feel the change of
That's
us?
how they get you to think about it. Yeah, that's what we all go to eventually. Yeah, that's the comparison that we all have in our heads that makes it all make sense somehow without thinking into it any further. If you're going around a track at 100 miles an hour, it only takes you 5 minutes. Now you want it to take like an hour to get around a track. Like you still want to stay at 100 miles an hour. What do you need to do? You need to make the track a lot bigger so it takes you longer to get around it, right? Now, if you're going around the track and you want to take 10 hours to go around, you have to make that track really big, but you're still going 100 miles an hour around that track.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going 1,000 miles per hour around the perimeter of the 24,000 circumference of the Earth, you're going 1,000 miles per hour. It does not change the speed to think of it as one revolution, what they do. And a circle, as well as many different directions, is not at all comparable to the only example they'll give you about why you don't feel it, because you're on a plane, you don't feel that, right? Not even comparable, bro. Not even close to comparable. It's laughable. One linear direction in a plane isn't even close to millions of miles per hour in several. It's just hilarious once you realize this.
It's faster.
It takes a while.
It's faster than the speed of sound, Peso.
Yeah, 700 some miles an hour. Just the spin of the Earth, they say, is faster than the speed of sound.
It's like sonic boom, constant sonic boom.
Dude, think about it. When you're taking off on a plane in the opposite direction of the spin, like Battle Moz was saying from the very start, like what does that make any sense? Think about it. You do not spin with the Earth when you're in the air. And if you did, you would have to fight that 1,000 miles an hour spin to go the opposite direction. Think about it. And they would have to hit a moving runway when they land if they're not aimed with the direction of the Earth spin. It's silly, dude. It's silly. It's the most silly thing. You're going to laugh your ass off if you want to know. That's the first question we should have asked you. Do you want to know if we're right about this? Would you rather know than not know? It seems like you said you want to go to the next level. Seems like you want to know. Because it's not like there's two answers. It's not like you decide on your answer for this. It's like anything else when you look into it. You're like, oh shit. You already. Go ahead.
Peso, like, what do you think the next level is?
Just getting answers, dude.
Yeah,
being able to ascend as a human. But that's beyond that's beyond even this. The next level is beyond even this. This discussion.
Would you say though it's this life, like it still involves being a human and being alive as you right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to die, right, to get this info.
No, you don't need to die.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. 'Cause I can hear it, and I can see that you're like on that path, that journey.
Yeah, for everybody here, we always kind of agree that figuring this one out gives you a basis for discernment about a lot of other shit. They're lying about the spinning ball. Oh fuck, that's how big it is.
Well, I mean,
there's not really.
The Earth isn't going to be the gateway of me questioning everything. I already questioned everything as is.
Exactly. Well, yeah, most of us did before we got here. Most people, this couldn't be their first thing to realize.
I mean, it could.
This is where I can come in, then I'll shut up if I promise. Because I had a similar process to you, Peso, where I was questioning everything, and I used to think, man, that's a bit paranoid. Like, question everything, what? Right? But I started that process myself too, and I felt like I'd questioned so many things. But when I got to the flat Earth question, I was like, fuck, man, I've questioned everything, right? Government, media, history, the whole aliens, all the stories. And I was like, man, I've never questioned this Earth. Like, I've just taken that for granted that that's it. It's a given. I hadn't questioned that. And that's why it kind of stopped me in my tracks. I was like, fuck.
My real question behind it is, why would they lie about it? I just want to know why.
Think about if they have more land with all the resources in the world, and it's a never-ending, like, infinite plane where the resources are never scarce. What would that do to the price of gold and oil and everything else that they tell us is scarce?
But
what about $61 million a day to NASA? What about that part of it?
Like, wouldn't it tie in with everything you've questioned already? So if you're aware that, like,
it would, but if the world was flat, like, I'm just saying, like what happens to resources? Like what's up with that?
Potentially, there's more, right? So that there's not. They say the Earth is running out of the resources, and we've only got one planet Earth, and we've pillaged this. So now we have to go into the universe and find more resources, right?
I'm saying there's got to be bedrock at some point, right?
Yeah.
Is water limited? Really? Is oil limited? Food?
I think to an extent, yeah.
Well, if we're on a ball, yeah, right. But if we're not on a ball,
I think in general, even on flat, like, why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be limited?
Because what if it's an infinite plane, which is most likely what I think it is.
You think this is an infinite plane? There's no end?
Why would there be an end to reality? How could there be?
Imagine what that would look like.
Do you know they can make drinking water from the ocean water? Do you know that?
Well, I know they can do that, but like,
can you imagine what that would look like in end to reality?
But there's a drought. But there's always a drought, right? Every year.
I mean, some areas are far away from water, like from water sources.
You're talking about why would they lie about water, about dwindling resources, overpopulation?
No, I'm not saying they're lying about that. They of course they lie about that. Because it ups the price.
Exactly.
They can charge for everything.
Dollars and cents. They can sell you water, dude.
I was never saying that. I was never saying that. I was just saying, how does that affect the amount of resources, like the different structure
That's just
of having
one thing.
a?
What about more land that we could go to? What about,
So I'm just wondering about the infinite plane. Like where are the other lands like going further and further beyond? Like why have none of us even like
Because
gone to see anything?
we're not allowed out of the area we're in yet.
Right now, you cannot even travel anywhere you want. So
Yeah, got a lot on lockdown now.
Yeah, it's true.
so how can you go and check?
And they always make out like the outer perimeters really treacherous, like ice and blizzards and abominable snowman and shit.
But think about Antarctica, actually. That's one of the biggest shit you can search for. Like a live footage from a satellite picture or something, about Antarctica. Like the whole of the Antarctica, not just part of it.
You're like the edge of Antarctica.
You can only find pictures about the edge, yeah. And that's it. You cannot see the whole continent, Because it's not a continent. That's why you cannot see it.
Big secrecy around Antarctica, Peso. Big secrecy. And full of natural resources under an ice shelf.
Also, it's very interesting.
Apparently,
You must know this. Okay.
They do release like a lot of helium balloons from there. The Satelloons they do release from Antarctica, and also there's some mentions about the new moon landings that they're gonna do in the next apparently I think 5 years or something. They're gonna launch the rockets from I think the U.S. and they're gonna land in the Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
Think about the national legality of Antarctica. It's the only continent that is legally connected to every other country. Every other country is scientists can go there if they have the proper, documents. But only them. No one else. It's a very interesting place to look up.
See, when you get comfortable with it a little bit more, you really start to question like what the Earth really is. What's actually going on with this place called the Earth.
No, the question is where the fuck do I live if it's all true what we are saying?
Right. That's right. That's the most natural question.
It's the whole fucking universe. Where the fuck do I live?
It's a creation.
Think about Antarctica in a military sense. It makes sense for them to control it because it's the highest ground. So the military probably they want to control the high ground. And then I guess around the other areas. I know they're doing the space stuff, releasing satellites from there, landing rockets, whatever. That's probably another distraction.
Do you want to see some balloons, releasing from the Antarctic parts? There are videos about it actually nowadays.
Yeah, there is.
And they are, high definition videos, so.
Yeah, that's kind of disclosure, isn't it? When you really get down to it, like that once was, they told people about satellites, but they weren't really fully cards on the table. Like this is what's really happening, though.
Satelloons.
Right. But they made out like they were in orbit and getting deployed like from space, not from Earth.
Hey guys, I gotta hang up, but Peso Bags, could you type something in the live stream voice text so I could send you a bunch of links that I just sent? Are you South Africa?
Oh yeah, I can type
Just
something.
like beginner videos, and then I can message you and then just give you the links. That we all kind of started with those.
Oh my god, you're gonna get the new P links,
Got the
man.
links. I got some links. Yeah, I got all the links here. They know me. They know me because I got the links. What I'm known for around here.
Can I get some of that?
You want some links, man? I got some links. What kind of links you like, man? I got all kinds of links up in here. All right. Did you type something? I gotta go, guys. Facial bags. You type something in the live stream. I'll send you a link. Oh, cool. You did.
Oh wait, which one? I did a live
That's good.
stream.
No, you're good. You're good. No, it's good. I got it. I'll message you right now. There you go. All right, I'll be listening. Good night, guys.
Why is it quiet again, eh? Who killed the conversation?
You killed it.
What do you mean, man? I just let people talk. I went away for a minute and come back, and all of a sudden, boom.
It's your fault.
Yo.
You killed it. You killed it by talking about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Not at all. Might as well talk about some Bitcoins now. God damn. Look at it go down. It's going down in the club. Hey, Jemsy, you must have lost a lot of money today, eh?
No, I don't. There's no losing money. I got my coins.
Oh,
I
exactly.
got my tokens.
Exactly.
I'm holding my bags for now.
Yes, you hold them.
I bought in early. Everything
No,
I got, I bought it.
even if it drops like this, I'm not losing money. I'm just losing profit. It's the only thing I'm losing. I should have flipped, man. But I have these like sometimes I'm like I have this hunch. I'm like, yo, I should flip it. You know?
Yeah.
But I don't do it just because I'm like worried if I just try flipping it, it's just gonna spike up so high that I won't recover the flip. Yeah, so
There's always an up and down.
Yeah, but sometimes it's like such an up. Like imagine it was 20,000 last year. Oh no, it was 10,000 last year, and now it's 60,000. Right. So even if it goes down to 40,000, right, it's still up.
Yeah.
Right. But I want to maximize my profits, bro.
If you want to do that, you're gonna have to turn into a daily trader.
No, you don't have to do daily. You got to follow the trend. If you know how to follow the trend, you don't even have to do daily. You just follow that graph. Man, I can't believe BitTorrent. I should have sold all my BTT when it went high. I should have sold it all because I knew I had a feeling this shit was gonna tank. Now we're stuck on BTT for a minute. Fucking BTT.
There's people that sold when the market was high. They're buying right now.
Well, hopefully. Buy, more buy. I gotta start making music again, man. I started see the 420 came around. I was like, you know what? I gotta get myself a little bit of weed for 420. Then I was high for like I'm just getting off my weed right now again. Gonna get music back into the music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make some Bitcoin music.
Yeah. No, my next one is in D major. My next song is gonna be D major song. Got to do D major. I did A major, B major, C major. Now it's D major. I'm gonna go through all the chords. I mean, I'm gonna go through all the keys, all the chords. I didn't do nothing. God damn. I can't believe
what
that the cop was sentenced. You know, the George Floyd trials, you didn't see them?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They found him guilty. I couldn't believe that shit. I was like, wow, you guys are assholes. He clearly wasn't guilty, but
Did you hear George Floyd was alive?
Oh yeah, I know that. Man,
So the whole thing is bullshit.
Yeah, I know. But they're still sacrificing some white cop, you know, just to push the racial agenda. You know, this whole division of races. That's all they're doing. And the next one they tried was this girl that was trying to stab another girl, and the cop shot the girl. Now they're like, yo, this cop is a racist. Bro, He shot that girl while she was mid-swinging a knife at another girl. Are you stupid? Like, it's all on video. It's ridiculous.
How do you know? You don't know about the white cop because they can put him in a special place, right? And nobody can really verify where he is. So he might be just, not even in prison. Could be all a facade.
No, I'm talking about the latest one. I'm not talking about the George Floyd one. George Floyd, yeah, there's a whole bunch of weird shit going on with that. I'm talking about the girl, the recent one that happened like 2 days ago.
The argument is it's a girl. You know the cop could have punched her out or something and to kill her. That's the argument. She has a knife, but she's
mid-swing. She's mid-swing, about to stab another girl, bro. The guy has no time to fucking punch her out.
Well, that's the argument,
No, there's no buddy. It's assault with a deadly weapon, and she's doing, and there's protocols that cops take. Buddy, if anybody's with a knife swinging, the cops have no choice to tell them drop the knife. If they don't drop it, fucking shoot them. That's how they do it. Doesn't matter if it's a woman or a man. It doesn't matter about the age at that point either. If that bitch is old enough to start fucking attacking, she didn't attack one person. She attacked one, about to stab that one. Then she fucking swung around and then started attacking the girl in the pink jumpsuit. The fuck? And it was right in front of a cop too, bitch. You crazy? Price fucking right. And what was crazy is when she was done with the one on the floor, the father of the bitch that was stabbing people, the father ran up to that girl and kicked her in the fucking head. I would have shot the guy too. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? What kind of wild behavior is that?
Hello?
Bullshit. What's up?
Oh shit! I don't know. My mic wasn't working.
Oh, now it's working.
Yeah.
So what's going on with you, bro?
I don't know. I'm just chilling. But
You flat earther yet?
I heard you talking about those cases. I mean, yeah, that thing with the girl, like that's fucked up. I mean, like, I don't know why they're pinning it on the cop. Like,
They shouldn't. There's no reason. It's because of this racial division bullshit going on.
I think the Chauvin thing's a different story, though. You don't ever put your knee on somebody's neck. You never trained to do that.
He never put it on his neck, bro. Did you watch the trials?
I saw the video.
Yeah, there's so many people that saw the video, but they didn't see the body cam video of the cops, right? I've seen the whole thing in multiple angles. His knee was never on the fucker's neck. It was on the fucking top of his back or on his shoulder blade, most likely. That's one. Number two, all his weight, because he realized that the guy was unconscious. But because due to protocol, he cannot get off the fucking asshole because he could be pretending, right? So he let go. Yeah. All his weight was on the fucking knee that was on the ground. His knee that was on his back wasn't even pressing hard, right? The guy literally took a speedball. Didn't just take a speedball. As he was getting arrested or as he was getting confronted by the cops, George Floyd, the smart motherfucker, started eating the fucking fentanyl, right? Because he was going to get charged to go to jail, right? So the idiot ate so much fucking fentanyl. And then when he's on the ground, he's screaming, I ate too much drugs. Right? Now, what the fuck? He's fighting with the cops, right? The whole fucking time. He was put in the cruiser. They should have just forced him into the cruiser and just locked the fucking doors and let him fucking go crazy in the cruiser. But no, the cops listened to the cocksucker and says, okay, we'll put you down on the ground. So all four of them fucking literally laid that big motherfucker down on the ground, but they have to hold him down. Because due to protocol, these motherfuckers can be faking it. Because this guy didn't do this once or twice. He did it like 3-4 fucking times already. This guy has a big rap sheet. He fucking went up to this fucking lady in front of her fucking child, armed robbery a fucking lady. This guy was not a good person. He fucking deals with drugs, all kinds of weird shit. And then you're gonna tell me, oh, it was the cop's fault for fucking sitting on his fucking back. That's what they do, bro. How many fucking cops have you seen fucking arrest people? That's the first thing they do is they make sure they fucking pin the guy down. And a guy like George Floyd, you can't fucking trust him. So the guy kept sitting on him. All fucking three were on him. Didn't kill him though. That wasn't what killed him. It was the fucking fentanyl and the meth that was in the system. He ate a bunch of fentanyl.
I could agree that that's a possibility. I could agree that that's a possibility.
That wasn't a pot. That's how the fucking dude, the doctors, the coroner said, yeah, there was a high levels of fentanyl and meth in his fucking system. Yeah, well, what was the cardiac arrest about? Well, it wasn't because of the lack of oxygen, because guess what? The amount of oxygen blood level, his oxygen blood level was normal. When he got to the fucking, it wasn't because he couldn't breathe. Nah, man. Fentanyl, what fentanyl actually does, it does suppress your lung. Your lungs fall asleep. So maybe the fentanyl killed him. That was 100%. It was never the fucking cop. I've seen motherfucker like this guy. Literally, you guys know who George Crowder is? No, I'm not George. Fucking Steven Crowder. Peso, you know who Steven Crowder is?
Yeah, I know who Steven Chowder is.
No, Crowder.
Yeah, Steven Chowder.
Anyways,
That's what
have
I
you ever?
call him.
Well, whatever you want to call him. Did you see him go on the floor and then make his buddies, his workers, employees go? They handcuffed him, right? He went on the floor himself, and then he made all those people like fucking literally sit on him for like 9 minutes. Literally, and then he made the guy fucking push all his weight on him too. And
What was it on his neck?
Yeah, man. And not only that,
The neck?
yes,
The carotid artery?
Yeah, there was no. First of all, there's two fucking arteries. You got to understand this one. There was no lack of oxygen supply. The guy wasn't on his neck. He was on his back. Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. He was on his back, never on his neck. When the ambulance came, even the fucking, what do you call it? The EMS guy, he went up to the guy's neck and felt his pulse. Right? The guy, Chauvin never moved his fucking knee. He was never on his neck. He was never on the carotid artery. That was all fucking propaganda bullshit pushed by the BLM motherfuckers. It's all garbage, man. Pure fucking garbage lies. I literally watched the trials. The trials were going on for like a week. You know, they just ended. I watched it all. There's a lot of bullshit going on. A bunch of lies. But guess who? The coroner came out and says, yeah, it was the fentanyl. High levels of fentanyl.
What's that? Hello?
Fentanyl?
No. I know what fentanyl is. I just heard like disconnecting or reconnecting really fast.
Oh,
What was that?
That must be you. Must be on your side. Your internet connection.
Oh no, somebody joined in. It was somebody else. Somebody was joining in and leaving really fast.
Oh, that happens. I turned that off. I don't hear I don't hear people walking in and out. Like this guy named Ginger Liquor. Now watch what we're gonna do with this guy named Ginger Liquor. All right. We're gonna unmute this Ginger guy. Yo, Ginger, you there, buddy? You're unmuted. Say hello. Ginger Liquor. Man, you got 2 seconds. Okay, it's over. Back to mute. Then we got this guy named Achu. Achu. Yo, Achu, you there? Achu. Oh, he left. See, some people are scared. They come in just to have a listen and then they run.
Bless you, blood. Bless you.
Oh, okay. Achu, Achu.
Achu.
Yeah. Well, that's his name, bro. What can I say? Yeah, man. That guy's artery was never fucking blocked. And even if you block one artery, guess what? There's the second one on the other side of the neck that would still provide more than enough oxygenated blood to the brain. So, like, these fucking doctors were on the stand saying this shit. You know, and I'm like, what? I can't believe. And then the prosecutor, obviously the prosecutor was black. He kept fucking repeating the same shit over and over and over. Like, bro, get off that shit. Anyways, Chauvin's fucking charged. Guilty as charged. For fucking 3 counts. It's like, what? 3 counts? He was just doing his job. Best of his ability. Protocol-wise. And they were actually nice to the cocksucker. Like, the whole fucking time, they were trying to fucking make him... Like, yo, bro, just relax. You know, they were really actually calm with him. They were not even aggressing George Floyd. They were really fucking calm with him. Oh, well, whatever, man. It just pisses me off because that cop, even though I fucking hate cops, that cop, he didn't deserve that shit. And I fucking hate cops, bro. You don't even know how bad I fucking hate cops. Yo, Gemsy, bro, what'd you do to me, guy? Do you see that dodo, man? The dodo ain't flying. Yo, Gemsy. Do you see Dodo? You know what's going on with Dodo?
Yeah, it's still. How do you say?
Still shit.
Yeah, it's not a pretty story at the moment, but it'll fly one day.
You think so? Like, how many years are you gonna get when I'm dead?
When Bitcoin goes to 200K, Dodo is going for to $10.
I don't know how that's shoulder blade, because if you're putting somebody, let's say you're giving somebody a wrist hold, and you're gonna have your knee on somebody's shoulder blade, your knee's gonna be pointing towards down his back, not to the side. It wouldn't be horizontal.
Look where his other knee is. Look where all the weight of his body.
That's where his active foot is. His active foot's on the side by his hip. The other knee is on his neck.
And how much pressure did he think he put on his neck? Think he put enough pressure on the guy's neck, or you think all his weight was on the fucking asphalt?
You don't put any weight on somebody's neck.
Well, he didn't. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying you're not supposed to put any weight on somebody's neck. Now his neck. I'm telling you, the knee was on his neck.
On his back, because that
wasn't. Where is it? Where is it on his back?
That is a still. But if you have the real footage, and if you go back and watch the court case, he even went up to the chief of police and showed the defendant, showed this video and asked him again the second time, where do you see Chauvin's knee? At that point, he had to correct himself. Oh yeah, it's on his back. Even on the stand, the fucking guy admitted it wasn't on his neck. Bro, come on. You're showing me a still. I told you, I watched this thing like in and out. Like I was fucking focusing on it for a week. And on top of that, you have the guy's arm covering wherever the position of the knee is, so you can't really see anything. But I know exactly that shot. You got to watch the whole video, and then you'll see that his knee is not even on his neck. Big difference. Yeah, 100% died from fentanyl. I don't know how. Do you know how much of how dangerous fentanyl is, bro?
I know fentanyl is pretty strong. Yeah.
That's like it's multiple times worse than heroin. Multiple times. Like it's insanely strong. It's like a piece of fentanyl the size of a dust. You can snort it accidentally, and then you'll overdose because you've never done fentanyl in your life. You know what I mean? Obviously, George Floyd was always into fentanyl, but the amount of that was in his body was way too fucking much. Way too fucking much. On top of that, it wasn't just fentanyl. It was also methamphetamines, right? So once you mix in uppers and downers, what they call the speedball, right? So he was speedballing the whole fucking time. And what was all this about? Well, he was going into the store. Have you seen the store footages when George, prior to the arrest? Did you see George Floyd walking around inside the store? You can see he's high off his fucking mind. He's trying to pass off fakes and shit. You know what I mean? That's why the cops were called on this guy, because he was fucking trying to scam the store. And then the kid was like, oh, I feel responsible for this. You know, I called the cops and stuff. Bro, one less asshole off the street. Get the fuck out of here. On top of that, this guy was a massive Freemason, chances are. He had a big fucking eagle on his chest. Chances are this motherfucker's not even dead. This is all a hoax. To create division, to push this Black Lives Matter narrative shit. Which it is.
So I actually posted a timestamp from this video that I'm looking at 10:55, 10 minutes and 55 seconds on this video that I'm looking at right now. Yeah. And it kind of does look like it's not a still shot. Like his neck his knee is definitely on this guy's neck. I'm not saying that he put pressure on it. I'm not saying that's what killed him. I understand the coroner's report, but it's just contrary to your claim that it wasn't on his neck. And you can look at this video. I'll post the link.
Hold on, I'll give you the fucking video too.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
10 minutes and 55 seconds on this video that I posted in live stream voice text.
I know. Hold on. You guys are getting all this shit from fucking YouTube. YouTube's garbage, bro.
I mean, I could use ButChute, but I don't think unless they Photoshop like many frames.
No, they wouldn't Photoshop it like that. No, man.
Yeah.
But let me double check your video, and I'm gonna fucking give you the real video of the guy admitting.
Sure. Yeah.
Right on the stand, he says, "Where do you think the cop's knee is?" He's on the guy's back. It's all perspective. It's from which point you're looking at. So it might look a certain way in one way. The camera angle's pointing a certain way, so you see it one way. And there's another camera angle that shows a completely different other story. And they tend to never show you that camera angle. Oh man, it's gonna be so fucking far down the list.
Yeah, consistently within the video link that I sent you from 10:55 up until 11:18, you can see the guy's knee on his neck. I'm not sure of how much pressure he's putting on it though, but yeah, you can see it in there.
And so it's restricted. Okay, first of all, the video you sent me is restricted. I can't enter it.
Oh, flip.
I'm gonna find you a real one on fucking.
I'll download the video and then I'll make it smaller. Just give me a second.
I can argue that, but hold on, just fucking give me the actual. Man, where the fuck was it? Okay, I got all these assholes. Okay, I got this guy here.
Officers pulled him back out of the squad car on
Man, I still don't know why there's no uproar for the Simon Says cop, dude. Everybody's all about this case, but the Simon Says cop was the worst. The Simon Says cop was fucked up. That was some fucked up shit. Nobody gave a shit about it. Man, Simon Says cop is fucked up. Y'all ever see that?
I don't know about that. What happened in that case? I heard you talk about
Y'all
it
ever
some other
see
time.
that? You never saw
Nah.
that? I'm gonna show you the video of Simon Says cop. That shit was fucked up, dude. Fuck, where's the full video of this fucking thing?
Yeah, so I posted a trimmed video of Vlad. So just like from this perspective, it really looks like his knees on the guy's neck. No, I'm not saying that there was a lot of pressure on it, or saying that killed him as well. It just looks like it was on his neck. That's all.
Okay, I found it. I got a link. It's at about 21 minutes. Here, I'm gonna post it right now.
Yeah.
This is here.
Someone's at my door. I'll be back in a second.
Yo, Peso, you there?
Yo, what's up?
Okay, so see that video I posted? All right, it's a bit.
Yeah, I'll look at it right now.
Okay, hold on. You need to go to time about start watching from 21 minutes in. About at 21. And just keep watching.
Okay. Did you see the video of Vlad that I posted?
Yeah, it's the same one almost that I'm watching, but the one that I posted. Do you see the one after yours?
Yeah.
Start watching at 21 minutes.
Okay.
And then listen to because this guy's talking to the chief of police right now on the stand. Okay. And then he asked the chief of police, At this angle, where do you think the position of the guy's knee is, right? He's like on the guy's neck. And then he shows in the second angle, where do you think the knee is now? Because this is the same timestamp. He said it's just a different angle of the camera shot.
Yeah.
And the chief of police admits it seems to be on the back at this point, you know? So even the chief of police, because this chief of police, he was extremely biased. He didn't even like Chauvin, right? So he was like if you watch the trial, like it's crazy. You see the answers, who wants the cop to burn and who doesn't. Well, this chief of police wants to burn his own, right? So I'm just saying.
Okay, I'm looking at it now from 21 minutes.
Yeah, but that cop's gonna launch an appeal in a couple of months, and his sentence will probably be reduced massively.
Yeah, in this video, it looks like it's on his back of his skull, not even on the neck, the knee. Because he's struggling and shit. I can't breathe. Yeah, even this guy was saying, I can't. Okay, listen. If you're trying to put the guy into the car, right, and he's standing, right, and that's what they were trying to put him into the car while he was all standing and shit, he was screaming, I can't breathe, the whole fucking time. He wasn't even on the ground. He was screaming, I can't breathe, the whole fucking time they tried to arrest him, right? So when they put him on the ground, do you think they're going to listen to him? He's been saying this. It's like the boy who cries wolf, right? I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Buddy, you just committed a crime, right? You've done this multiple times. You resisted arrest multiple times. You are known for this type of shit, right? And the cops are trying to treat you as good as possible. And they tried. They tried to put him into the car. It's nice and air conditioned, he said. Buddy, just sit in there. Just relax. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. It's like, the fuck out of here.
Another thing everybody seems to forget is, he did a lot of pornos. He sodomized a lot of women, a lot of runaway girls. And, he's a martyr. He's the face of justice.
No, he ain't shit, bro. That's what I've been saying, man. Don't worry, Bufo. I'm on the same page as you. I know. It's just, who gives a fuck? Like,
Yeah, he's a martyr because Al Sharpton and Max Waters got involved.
Yo, I just got managed to get NASA's live stream to disable their comments. I was posting a bunch of flat earth stuff and proof, and they closed down their comment section.
Amazing.
Yep, there was like 70K people. I managed to get like a bunch of spam stopped, and I was like posting a bunch of good stuff, and then they deleted all my comments, and then I kept posting stuff, and then before I knew it, they turned off the comments on the video on the SpaceX launch, and I went on a different account to make sure they didn't ban me from commenting, and it looks like they just disabled comments in general. So I think I just managed to wake some people up, and I'm probably gonna get killed now by the government.
Nice.
Man, they're not gonna kill you, bro.
You guys know about the survey that I was sent last night?
No.
Some guy DM'd me and said, would I mind doing the survey? He is doing a survey about flat earth discords. And he was actually, when I looked at the survey questions, what he was doing is he was trying to establish your socio-economic standard in the world. He was asking about your education. So it wasn't about the discord. It was about the person on the discord. He asked age, education level. He asked your salary. He asked
what
sort of he asked your yearly income. So he wants to know who people are that use Flat Earth Discords.
Who is this person? Do you know his name?
Yeah, he was posting. Let me just check. Just in a game. Let me just check. Abelius. I've still got the link to the anonymous Flat Earth Discord survey. But it had very little to do with Discord. It had everything to do with who are you?
A bunch of assholes.
Let me go into it again.
So African, did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it. And I can agree that, like, especially with how his foot was, like, even if I were to put my foot, like, theoretically in that way right now, or practically in that way right now, I wouldn't be able to administer a lot of pressure with my knee, or the most pressure with my knee. So he was definitely leaning on his right knee instead of his left one. So yeah, and according to the coroner's report as well, I was never disputing that. I was just simply disputing the idea of the positioning of his knee. Not saying that's what killed him, not saying that shouldn't be procedure or whatever the case may be. I'm just like...
You gotta understand the position of the fucking cop, right? Like I said, I hate fucking cops. I fucking hate cops. But what happened to this cop was very unjust. Because not only one, he knew that the guy that he was irate. He was extremely irate. He was uncontrollable, right? And what he do? Usually, I see cops that are a lot more aggressive, especially with the big motherfucker like George Floyd. They put him down really fast and put him in a cop cruiser as fast as possible, right? Or if not on the the cop cruiser, they would pin him down and let him calm down on the floor while all of them are on him. And that's what I see this every fucking cop show I've ever seen. You know, Cops, the show Cops. I've seen them fuck up people even worse than what they did to George Floyd, right? People aren't dying like that. People don't usually die off of that shit. George Floyd was a 6'4", 240-pound motherfucker. Do you think a knee like that on the guy, even if it was fucking fully pressured, do you think that could kill a guy like that?
Yeah, no. That's why I made a disclaiming statement. Like I told you, I'm not saying that I think that's what killed him or whatever the case may be. I'm just letting you know that I said that. Okay, can we agree that the positioning of his knee is agnostic?
I think it's irrelevant. The whole thing about it what really upset me was there was a lot of bystanders, right? And this is that's why I don't understand why they don't give the cop credit, is because the cop sees the people seeing him on him, right, in a bad position. So in the cop's mind, he already understands that I look bad right now, right? So in order to mitigate the damage, he literally lifted his knee off the guy's neck a little bit, right? He did not put any pressure on it. And as soon as he understood that George Floyd was kind of like not moving anymore, so he really released the pressure. He had no pressure on the guy's neck at all the whole fucking time he was sitting there. But it looked bad.
No, that's... Yeah, no, that's cool and dandy. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. Literally the only thing I'm disagreeing with was your statement that you said it was on his back or on his shoulder and not on his neck. That's all.
But you don't see the video that I showed you though.
Yeah, no, I saw it. I watched it up until 25.
But you saw even the
minutes from 21 to 25 minutes.
That it was on his back at that point.
I don't think I watched up until that point yet. I just watched up until 25 minutes, 21 to 25 minutes.
Continue watching. Because that's the defendant, right? That's fucking Chauvin's defendant talking to the police because he was put on the witness stand as a witness, quote unquote. And they were talking about the procedures about how to like put people in like locks and stuff. And this thing that they were doing, these cops, well, they are trained to do that. So that's another thing that I'm very upset about. So this Chauvin guy, they were all trained to do this shit. This is like standard procedure to putting a fucking guy down, especially if he's fucking 240 pounds, a big motherfucker, that can swing one time and knock all three of them out with one swing. You know what I mean? This guy was bigger than all fucking three of them put together. You get where the problem here is?
No. Yeah, I'm not disputing. Or if anything, in my personal opinion, I would say that he died from a overdose. I mean, according to the coroner's report, he did so. Yeah. No, I'm not saying it's for kill. I'm just just your statement of that it wasn't on his neck. That's all. That's the only thing.
That's the thing. It looks like it is, but it's not. That's the thing.
Okay.
The video that you showed me, that you showed me, when they're struggling, it looks like the guy's fucking knees on the guy's head. They're not even on the neck anymore. No, you don't see it.
I don't know about that. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I would say that the knees obstruct. I mean, the thigh or the lower part of the leg is obstructing the guy's head. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's on his head, but I think we can agree that.
Like the video that you sent, like 1 second in, right?
Yeah. Okay.
You literally see the neck underneath the knee, right?
Yeah.
So the knee's a little bit up higher than the neck, because if the knee was on the neck, you wouldn't see the neck. The knee is on the guy's head at this point in the video you just sent. It's on his head, which I agree. Fine. The guy was struggling, and they also put the knee on people's heads too. They pinned them down. They put them on their fucking because less head movement, more control.
Yeah, so like at 9 seconds of the video that I sent you, it really looks like it's on his neck, but it doesn't matter. I think in the end of it all, this is all irrelevant, the position of the knee. Like you said, I think the most important takeaway is that that obviously wasn't what killed him. But yeah.
Right. The whole knee thing, even the first time when I remember watching this video for the first fucking time when this just happened, right? I also got upset. I'm like, this fucking cop, what the fuck, right? Because I hate cops. So I was already like, yo, man, that cop is fucked up. He should just like, you could see that guy's all high and shit, but you can't be like putting all that pressure on the guy and shit, right? Because he's already under control and he's already unconscious. Might as well get off him, right? But that was just an emotional thing. But once you rewatch the situation like multiple times, you understand, especially from the beginning. Like from the beginning of the cop interaction, like the first cop that says, "Yo, I'm not going to shoot you." The guy George, "Oh please, man, don't shoot me! Please don't shoot me!" In the car, crying like a bitch, while his drug dealer wasn't even doing that. The guy that was in the same fucking car, that he was screaming at George Floyd, "Yo, just relax, just fucking let him take you in, and that's it. Let it be." You know what I mean? The fucking drug dealer was saying this shit to the guy.
One thing that I'd like to see is one thing that I truly don't understand is why can't they just handcuff like legs? Like I don't understand why that's not some sort of procedure where they can handcuff the legs of the suspect as well. That way they'll be a lot easier to detain, and the suspect won't be able to escape. Like couldn't they just handcuff his legs? I don't understand why that's not something they can do.
Well, they needed to walk him to the car. He was complying at the beginning. That's the issue. He was somewhat complicit, right? He was crying. He was giving, "Oh man," and doing all that bullshit that he usually does, right? He's very complicit up until they brought him to the car. When they brought him to the big fucking cruiser, this cruiser was a massive cruiser, right? So he had more than enough room in the back, Let's go in.
Yeah.
He was like, "No, man. Oh man, don't do this to me, man. Man," and then he was talking about, "I can't breathe," the whole fucking time. "I can't breathe, man. I can't breathe." Nobody was on his neck at this time, right? He was standing.
I know that. Yeah, I know that.
He was screaming, "I can't breathe." So when the cops were actually on top of this guy, right, and he was saying the same fucking thing he was saying 5 minutes ago, do you think they're gonna believe him?
No. I'm with you on that 100%. I pointed that out in the very beginning when the full body cam footage came out, which was like a month after this whole incident. But I'm on your side 100% on this. I'm just simply letting it. It's just a statement of it not being on his neck. That's all.
I get that. And even at that point, that's still like just based on camera angles, you can still argue that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's agnostic. That's why I thought we could agree on that. But yeah.
But in my mind, dude, like how many angles I've seen this video in, like it was. I even saw the camera footage of the ambulance inside the ambulance. Did you see that one when they were put him on?
I did not see that. No.
I'm just saying, if you watch the whole trial, you saw all of it down to the point where they put him in this. There's these machines in ambulances that does chest compressions automatically. Did you know that? I never knew they had these things. His chest.
No, they had it.
Right, yeah. So they put him under a whole bunch of shit, and they were trying to do chest compressions. It's a machine, right, that automatically pumps his chest. So his chest was being pumped while he was in the ambulance the whole fucking time, right, to keep his heart going and the blood flow. He was given a whole bunch of shit, like just to try and get his heart rate up, right? I think they got a pulse once, so they started trying to defibrillating him, but still couldn't get him out. It was 100% a fucking overdose. There was nothing else.
Yeah.
Buddy, nobody could survive that much fentanyl. I mean, like, must be some fucking Superman if you could survive that much fentanyl.
Yeah.
Anyways, I still can't believe this shit, man. And then they have like these bitch fucking. Okay, so there was this female firefighter that was there as a witness watching this shit go down. Man, you should have heard her talk, man. She is a fucking bitch and a half, bro.
What do you mean?
Like she's biased, you know? Very biased.
Is she a person of color?
No, she was a white woman.
I guess the same logic that it was about to apply could be applied, like as in like the white person probably experiencing white guilt or the person of color supporting their race. So it's kind of like
this white guilt thing, white guilt. This thing that kills me. This is such a Western thing, right? I'm a Russian, right? Now, if you go to Russia, how many black people do you see in Russia?
I don't think there are any.
Right? No. Do you know why? Because we didn't fucking bring slaves into our country, right? Russians never owned fucking slaves. Right? And we're a whole bunch of white people. I can give you a whole bunch of other white countries that don't have fucking black people in them. Because we never brought. Why is this whole thing about blacks and whites? It's a Western thing. I get it, right? But people don't understand that white people were slaves. There was so much. To this day, there's still white slaves. You know what I mean?
Wait, where are the white slaves to this day? Because I know there's a lot of black slaves to this day, like in Sudan, in Mauritius, and so forth. But like
the biggest number of sex workers that are being trafficked right now are all white European women. Those are all slaves, man. Sex slaves. You didn't know that?
I get it. But when I say like slavery to this day, I mean like it's legal in Sudan for there to be to own slaves in Sudan.
But who's owning the slaves? It's the black person owns black people.
Yeah. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying like I'm sure there's many cases of many things, but if it's illegal, that's kind of where I take issue to it, you know.
No, but what I'm saying,
in the UAE, they take people's passports away from them. Libya is the new slave market of the world.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
How so?
That's what really upsets me. Is in America, they're all about, oh, my people were slaves in the past. Yo, bro, none of your family members were slaves. You know what I mean? And they still keep propagating this fucking bullshit against white people. Oh, because you white people were oppressing blacks. No, it wasn't. It wasn't the whites. It was all the fucking Jews. Get that shit straight. You know what I mean? Like, go learn your history. Because white people, it was. You didn't know that it was all the Jews?
No. I said I know about that. Like about that 95% of the ship names were like Jewish ship names, and the 6% of the slaves that were owned back in those days were owned by white people, but most of them were actually owned by
Jews.
Latinos and Jewish people in South America.
Yeah, but we can't call them white people. We can't generalize. It's like me calling all African or all black people Africans, man. You can't. Or like all fucking black people from Congo or some shit. You know what I mean?
I mean, 6% of like European white people that lived in North America at that time owned like no. White people owned around 6% of all the slaves that were in America back then, but all the rest of them were mostly in South America and owned by Jewish people and other black people as well.
Well, that's what you think. There was like no. What I don't even know. Maybe there were white people fucking owning slaves and stuff. But from my experience, or from where I come from, our white people, our Russians, we never fucking owned slaves. We were the slaves, man. You know what I mean? Back in the past, the Russians, the Rus, the Slav people, where do you think the word slave comes from? Slav.
Yeah, now I get it. Yeah.
Right?
There was a period of time as well when I think the Sudanese enslaved 1.7 white Caucasian Europeans, and they used the men as hard work laborers, and they used the women as sex slaves. Back then, 1.7 million.
To this day, you see the women being sex slaves, but that's what I'm saying. There's such a crazy market for women's sex slavery. It's insane, and most of them are Middle Eastern white women. Lots of them are, yeah. They get kidnapped because see, even in Russia, it's still like a fucking big, like wild east. Let's just say it's extremely wild. Like you can get kidnapped and nobody will find out where you went, who took you, nothing. Serious mafia goes around there.
A lot of the black slaves that were taken from Africa were actually captured by the blacks.
Yeah, no, they were sold. They were sold by warlords, the African warlords back then. There was like a slave market, and the European people who just have to dock and just basically collect them. It wasn't a big deal. They weren't captured by. I know about that. They weren't captured by Europeans. I mean, most historians even agree on that. That was just sold.
This is what kills me in America is all these black people, they still think that, they were all slaves and they need reparations for what happened. But where's my reparations, right? If I give them the history of Russia, where's my fucking reparations? How much fucking Russians were killed and tortured throughout these years? Like, this is the biggest genocide within the past 100 years where Russian people were being fucking slaughtered.
Yeah, the Bolshevik genocide. Yeah, that was insane. Yeah.
Massive. Nobody talks about it. And who do you think the Bolsheviks are?
Yeah.
Right? They're fucking Jews. They were not Russians, man. Bolsheviks are not Russian people. Right? So now you got during that time period, right? You got the same people talking about some 6 million motherfuckers, right? That quote unquote were gassed, right? But let's ignore the fucking 40 million that you motherfuckers killed, right? They love to twist the stories, man. It's fucked. Pisses me off every time. And this is what happens to this day. They twist the stories. They take the right, flip it to the left, and then the left flip it to the right. Right? Fucking assholes, man.
And of course, they pulled the 6 million number right out of their asses.
That's right. Fucking assholes.
Yeah, I would suggest though that we probably shouldn't be talking about this on the live stream.
I know. I talk about this all the time. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. I see.
You gotta understand the code that I'm speaking. So I'm not. It's. You can say it in a certain way where it's okay.
Yeah.
We'll call them grabblers, okay? South African.
Grabblers, yeah.
They are called grabblers because they grabble everything. Everything that comes into like popularity, they grabble it up. They don't give it to the rest of us. Yeah, man. They grabble it, grabble.
People have a certain bloodline. Praat jij Afrikaans?
Ja. Ja. Ik praat Afrikaans.
Ik was niet zeker voor een ogenblik.
Nee. Ik is van Kaapstad.
Ja.
Maar ja. Ik woon niet te veel Afrikaans. It's Afrikaans. Like South African.
Oh. So it's like... But what's the root language of it?
Old Dutch, like traditional Dutch. It's basically traditional Dutch before Dutch got refined by like Flemish and a couple of other languages.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because you mean I'm Kuluma is Zulu futhi.
Oh shit, man! I can't speak Zulu. Wow, that's impressive. Are you fluent, or can you speak to a decent extent?
I can speak to a decent extent, and I'm losing it. So
Oh no.
I didn't speak Zulu. I'm in the UK. So I meet some Shaunas, not Shaunas, people from Zimbabwe. Their language is quite similar. And then we speak it at work. But yeah, if you don't use a language, you do start losing it. So it was like when I was here, I spoke to my sister, and we were talking in Afrikaans, and I used the word handskoene. And then as soon as I said the word, I like paused, and I said to my sister, is that even a word? Because as the word left my lips, I was like, that word sounds fucking funny. Is that even
What were you referring to? What were you calling handskoene?
gloves?
Gloves? Oh no, you actually called gloves handskoene? That's hilarious. Yeah.
And because I very infrequently speak Afrikaans, except when I'm like speaking to my family who are in South Africa.
Yeah.
Then sometimes when I speak it, I just sound strange to myself.
Yeah.
And you know what they say, use it or lose it.
Yeah, I was learning Wait, hold on. The correct term is handskoene though for gloves.
It is, but it just sounded so freaking funny that day. Like shoes for your hand.
But I've never personally used the term handskoene. I've literally never used the term handskoene. I just called it gloves. Like the English, I use the English word for it. But yeah.
Yeah, so my sister was like canning herself at me, going, hang on, is that the right word? Is it even a word? Nice to meet you. I've seen you on here before, but I don't think we've ever spoken.
Yeah, my other account is on the server as well. This is my new account because my other one got disabled by Discord. So yeah,
what?
This is a new account. Yeah. Well, I had a server. That was basically there was only NCBI and PubMed studies within the server, but it showed like the negative effects of progressivism, like things like multiculturalism, white privilege in quotation marks, because there's a lot of racism towards white people, pedophilia, homosexuality, lesbianism, bisexuality,
so
and all these.
Discord is already censoring.
Yeah, it was just an information-based server. Like there was like 400 people in it. It was only pure information. There was nothing derogatory within it whatsoever. And yes, someone just snitched and the server got removed. I think it's probably because of the pedophilia thing. Because I was speaking, I think there was a couple of studies in there about how pedophilia can be conditioned and the negative effects of pedophilia and just like pedophilia within media and so forth. And yeah, I think that's because a lot of the founders of Discord are, pedophiles and furries. So that's probably why my Discord got taken down, and everyone's account that was within my Discord got disabled as well.
Wow.
Yeah. Like 400 accounts just got disabled in a snap. But yeah.
I read an article last night on Zero Hedge about YouTube, who sponsored a Champion of Free Speech award, and guess who got the award? Susan?
No, dude, that's insane. She last year, literally, I think around in June, she came out with a public statement saying that any information about the coronavirus that goes against the CDC's guidelines will be removed from YouTube. Like, how is that free speech? Like, what do you mean? That's insane. But yeah.
Yeah, and then in her acceptance speech, she actually made a speech. It's on YouTube. She started talking about the 9 million videos that they removed, like last year or something, because they are championing free speech. And these
hilarious.
People don't get the irony. They don't get it. That to me is so weird. So our opposition leader, Keir Starmer, he's actually Sir Keir Starmer. He's the leader of the Labour Party of all things. You know, the working man's party, but he's a Sir. He went walkabout in Bath, which is like a really upmarket place, I think a week ago. And he went into this pub, which had just been allowed to open. And the owner screamed him out of his pub. When the owner realized, or somebody must have told the owner because he came from downstairs. And he screamed at this guy who was there with these 3 bodyguards, "Get out of my pub! I don't want you in here." Like highly embarrassing for this guy. And, you know, it's a matter of these people never get confronted. They live in their bubbles. They don't realize the derision that they draw from other people. They never get that in their face.
What does derision mean? I don't know what that word means.
It's like, you know, you reject somebody in a derision. Let me give you the exact meaning.
Thank you.
You deride or you decry what they do.
I don't even know what it means to decry. I've never used that word before or heard of it. Decry?
According to Merriam-Webster, it's to show ridicule or scorn.
I see.
A state of being derided. So these people never have scorn heaped on them for their, for their stupidity and for their bigotry. So I can't imagine. You know, that video has gone so far, so many views of a working like pub owner who has suffered greatly in this time. He's probably had to like go into so much debt just to try and carry on, like screaming at this politician. That's what the problem is with these tech moguls. They are protected. They're always surrounded by people like yes men.
Yes men, yeah.
So they're never brought to like a bit of insight where they have to pause and consider, you know, the other side of the coin.
I'm not sure if that's I'm not sure if that's really the case. I think that's the very optimistic approach to take. In all honesty, I think in my personal perspective, I think they know exactly what they're doing, and they're just playing dumb.
I just think their arrogance makes them completely blind. They honestly see themselves as, you know, the savior of free speech, Susan Wojcicki.
Yeah, did you see that? I posted it in live stream, and it has an extreme dislike ratio. That's insane.
Yeah.
Like a third of the people wanted to react that saw the video.
Yeah, people were saying that we're going to switch the numbers of like the ratio, or they'll take the whole thing down.
Well, if they're gonna take it down, I guess I need to let me download the video before they possibly take the video down. Yeah, usually I always download something.
That woman has got children who are. I don't think her children are like small children. I wonder if they go on the internet and look at these things. Because Susan Wojcicki is a woman in her 50s, isn't she?
I'm not sure.
And if she's got like teenagers, I wonder if she restricts their activities on the internet. I mean, I wonder how her children will feel if they went on there and read some of those comments where people are just like laughing at their mum. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Like, Mom, you're an embarrassment. Stop doing that. You know, you're embarrassing yourself. Strange world.
Well, I'm going to.
I woke up this morning and I thought, oh, I'm going to log into my laptop and start work an hour early. And then I realized it was my day off.
Oh, that's nice. But yeah, I'm gonna head out now. You guys take care, and thanks for the talk. But yeah, let's see.
Okay. I'm just sitting here procrastinating. I have to go and do some gardening.
Had a full house last night. Where'd everybody go?
Where are you? No. I don't know if you can hear me, Ginger. I've just posted in the live stream for you how circumnavigation works around the North Pole. I take it everybody's sleeping. Well, in that case, I'm just going to poke the bear.
One, two, three, four. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so.